of Contemplative Intelligence, the Science of Finding Your Spiritual Self. Read and written by Mark L. Lockwood. Prologue. Technology, research, and innovation have allowed this book to become one of the greatest courses in self-actualization in history. Groundbreaking advancements in psychology, neuroscience, emotional intelligence, and the human sciences have allowed us to identify and then confirm many of our brain and nervous systems' operating systems. This has allowed us as philosophers, scientists, and mystics to put together a map of what we have learned from history. Putting it together is the core work of this book. Everyone from the Tibetans, the Greeks, the Desert Fathers, Einstein, Tesla, and other scientists and seekers have always pointed humanity in a direction towards self-actualization and God-realization, answering the more difficult questions every man and woman must face. Fundamental questions like, where did I come from? Why am I here? And where am I going? This book answers many of these questions. If it does not answer them, at the very least, it points to and highlights them. This exposure of light is our work here. In this book, Socrates, Aristotle, Buddha, and Einstein meet Jesus, Freud, Da Vinci, and Newton. The world has changed. We are convinced that it is for the better. A new freedom awaits those who learn to master nothing less than themselves. No longer do we need to conquer nations and wage war with anyone who is not the same as us. Any wars we wage must be on ourselves. Each person today has the capacity to wage peace on themselves, and when we do this, all wars of dualism end. We cannot expect to find peace without if we cannot find peace within. When we are at peace, healed from disorder, overwhelmed by chaos, we are able to give the fruits we have found to others. A new consciousness has been emerging for centuries. The power of contemplative intelligence allows us to put the pieces of the puzzle together and transform. Prepare for a mystical, spiritual, scientific, and philosophical journey into the wilderness of our mentality. Contemplation makes the unknown universe known and then starts again at ground zero. From Omega to Alpha and back again. Get ready. We journey through 3 parts of the book: awareness, acceptance, and thereafter new action or power. This will lead us through the theoretical to the practical and then the transcendent. Understand first and foremost what your brain and body do on autopilot to help you learn and survive and cope. See how this brain and this process has not evolved in over 1 million years. The second part of the work helps us understand how to transcend the ordinary and the habitual by flowing with accepting what is as it is. Then we move into action and embrace the full kaleidoscope of who we are as bodies and minds and souls. Leave a piece of the puzzle and you may feel like something is missing, so focus is key. Now we include, connect, and grow our capabilities together as we discover dormant faculties and talents that can easily emerge as we wake up consciously and redefine our understanding of who we are and where we are going. 2 basic foundations of knowledge necessary for change. Finally, new action makes up part 3 of the book, which will help you live, learn, and earn and love from a state of authenticity that never fades. We learn how to stay open and switched on, as opposed to always turning off or being lost in the absence of self-regulation. It is here you will learn to live from your sacred self and live a life far beyond what most people ever dare to dream. A life where your purpose is connected to everything else in a timeless quest of unfolding revelation. This journey starts now. Chapter 1, Part 1, Awareness. Mind reborn. The soul has been given its own ears to hear the things the mind does not understand. Rumi. Devote the mind to confusion, and we know only too well, if we're honest, that it will become a dark master of confusion, adept in its addictions, subtle and perversely supple in its slaveries. Devote it to meditation, to the task of freeing itself from illusion, and we will find that with time, patience, discipline, and the right training, our mind will begin to unknot itself and know its essential bliss and clarity. The Tibetan Book of Living and Dying. Chapter 1, Awakening. Have you ever wondered why the brain itself looks so much like a labyrinth? If we must truly come to know ourselves, we must find a way to navigate the labyrinth. Contemplative intelligence is our compass. What you are about to discover is 4 billion years old. It is your mind. The whole process of life may still be to transcend the mind. We are closer than ever to awakening to this conscious reality. If you're living life only through the untrained mind, then you're probably not where you want to be. You will be living much of your life in the past. Our emotions, such as anxiety and depression, have left half of our first world's nations in this neurological limbo. Half of Americans are depressed, anxious, or on some kind of medication for the mind. Europe is not far behind, and it's getting both progressively more apparent and much worse than previous decades all over the world. The past has unlocked into a non-existence. By nature, the past does not exist objectively. From the ancient sages and mystics, where contemplative intelligence originated, through to the wisdom of Eckhart Tolle's Power of Now, we know that living in an animist state, focusing on the past or even the future, leaves us in a state of angst. This state of mind is better known today as survival mind, monkey mind, or even lizard brain mentality. In CQ, we call it F3, fight, flight, or freeze. Know thyself. One of my favorite stories of ancient Greek legends is that of the Athenian general, Themistocles. He has to defend the city from formidable Persian forces, much stronger than his own army. A problem so large that it takes it directly to the gods. Zeus tells him that the wooden wall will not fail the city. Now the mighty Persian army could easily take down the wooden wall, no matter how high or wide it might be. The general was thankfully skilled in the art of contemplation. This allowed him to focus and deeply consider the advice of Zeus that would save the city. And when he did so, he discovered the wood in question, which formed a formidable wooden wall that ultimately conquered the enemy, were indeed ships. The wood would make a fleet of ships that conquered the entire Persian army and saved the city. Socrates himself followed the advice that was inscribed on the Temple of Athena in Delphi. Know thyself. 2 words that could sum up what we know as the scientific practice of psychology today. So we start our lives by getting to know ourselves. This knowledge, however, serves us only for a time. We discover our likes and dislikes. We develop traits, preferences, attitudes, and personalities from this knowledge. In fact, we create a personal identity and a self-image from this knowledge. The problem is this: we change over time. Our self-image remains the same, always believing it has arrived at an end, the ultimate pursuit of any anxious mind. This is the beginning of the birth of the mind's conflict with itself. Your ego identity, built from past experience, is at odds with the self doing the creating of all things new. The new self does not heed the original need for safety and certainty. It transcends these needs and desires and moves towards adventure and uncertainty. The self-image cannot stand this idea and becomes rattled. Worse still, it becomes defensive, and defense is the first act of war. We are not finished products. Instead, we are seekers and sojourners who are continuously and consciously evolving. We are moving through the stages of life that Carl Jung called the stages of athlete, warrior, and the making of a statement stage, and then that is followed by the spiritual stage, the stage of ultimate transformation, as it is with worm to butterfly. The dread of change by self-concept undoubtedly leads to the disillusionment and what we oftentimes describe as the dark night of the soul, a downward spiral into depression, feeling low, worn out, tense and empty. This is where the autopilot of ego kicks in. Ego defenses, to be more precise. The uncertainty our evolving consciousness demands has all left us feeling unsafe and frightened. So much so that our survival response is triggered and we are easily startled into responding to life's constant questioning of us with fight, flight, and freeze answers. Our journey turns into that of a fight between our hero, new journey, and the self-concept's will to stay still. As stubborn as a mule, our self-concept, or ego, digs its heels in and uses all our time and energy to fight the internal good fight. I came out alone on my way to the tryst, but who is this that follows me in the silent dark? I move aside to avoid his presence, but I cannot escape him. He makes the dust rise from the earth with his swagger. He adds his loud voice to every word that I utter. He is my own little self, my Lord. He knows no shame, but I am ashamed to come to thy door in his company. Defeating the supervillains. Neurologically, our limbic systems are activated and actual palpable chemical changes occur in your cells, in the body, and the mind. Emotions are thrown into a storm. Homeostasis is all but lost. Ego-Insurgents demand answers from life. They use the weapons of control, blaming, and denial to stay alive. This is how the attitudes, moods, and traits and personalities become disordered. Personality disorders, depression, and the like are usually created over long periods of time. By the time we wake up to the fact that we suffer any of these conditions, we can be drowning, metaphorically, in the dark seas of the soul's dark night, feeling like we are trapped just below the surface of a raging sea, battling to breathe underwater. Ultimate value of life depends upon awareness and the power of contemplation, rather than mere survival. Aristotle. Awakening. Be willing to be a beginner every single morning. Meister Eckhart. The awakening starts off by knowing that our million-year-old brains are neurologically wired for survival. Survival mentality severely limits growth. It limits creativity and anything that has not been experienced before. Your ego wants to stop you and stay still, logically, on doing what it has learned to do before. By default, the mind keeps us locked into operating only from past experiences wherever possible. We become a habit. Have you ever wondered why the brain itself looks so much like a labyrinth? If we must truly come to know ourselves, we must find a way to navigate the labyrinth. Contemplative intelligence is our compass. It is a guide from beyond that holds the correct map. Try to imagine arriving in Singapore with a map of London. It wouldn't do you much good. you would be as afraid and lost as a mind becomes without a guide. This guide is what contemplative intelligence calls your sacred self. Your sacred self is at odds with your self-concept. A midlife crisis occurs when your self-concept starts to fall apart, albeit necessarily, in order for you to truly transcend yourself and find meaning and purpose in life. Instead of a death or an end, an awakening occurs, and it appears like a dark night experience or two to activate this experience. Losing an arm to a shark bite changed the life of Rodney Fox. Falling off their bicycles changed the life of famous authors Joe Dispenza and producer Tom Shadyac of Ace Ventura fame. Eckhart Tolle navigated a park for years and thought of suicide before his awakening. Renowned author and teacher Byron Katie checked into an institution and had a cockroach walk over her leg as part of her awakening. Wayne Dyer had a profound experience at his father's grave before changing his life and writing a best-selling novel just 8 days after his awakening experience. Neil Donald Walsh wrote Conversations with God, born out of a desperate awakening that led him to be homeless and penniless first. This list goes on. Great awakenings often occur on the other side of hardship, tragedy, and trauma. Human suffering and challenge allow us to know the real depths of ourselves without limit. Odds are your own personal awakening is waiting for you to be hit with your own 2x4 so it can emerge. But if you listen, if you get quiet, focus, and pay attention, you won't need a 2x4 experience. This is what contemplative intelligence is all about. It is about connecting to the part of you on the other end of your brain where uncertainty lives. This brain understands the need for belief and hardship and welcomes effort and the unknown, knowing that it creates beautiful things for yourself over time. Slowly and steadily, it creates things, opportunities, places, and experiences that you can also share with others who are awakening beyond self-concept as well. This transcendent journey into awakening to self, to what is the most important thing in any human life. This journey completes the circle of an awakened life that we are being pulled and pushed through. If we don't take the journey and are scared stiff, life will gladly help us with that 2x4 to the head experience. Reality testing the power of CQ. How can we scientifically test what is real for ourselves? The answer is more simple than you may think. Students who come to our Center for Healing and Life Transformation in South Africa have often been through life's ringer by the time they get to us. Oftentimes, they have been to many other centers and have tried many other things, looking for an elusive elixir to their problems. Some have been to Tony Robbins events and others to the Himalayas. They have searched as far as east meets west for answers and solutions. They have used crystal balls, reading cards, and tea leaves, and some have taken hallucinogens. Still, the answers they seek elude them. But then something magical happens. It always happens to willing participants, but only every time. They simply wake up. We don't just wake up once, but it is safe to say that we have an awakening, a force majeure moment that comes out of the ether and shifts us from one paradigm to the next. Recognizing we have even had that experience is not always clear. People are in such a hurry that they can miss the miracles, tipping points, and impasses that life so freely offers us all. Sometimes in the quiet, we observe people realizing that they are waking up and have been waking up for a while. When they stop the mind's endless chatter, powerful constructs of the mind collapse into dust, and they are reborn, enlightened, shifted. Pick your word. So how do we know it's real? Contemplation, meditation, yoga and many other practices open us up to new things, some real and some imagined. Oftentimes I say to my students that you can see what is real by its nature, and its nature is that it doesn't change intrinsically. You can tell what is real because it stays the same. Sunrise and sunset, nature itself, and even God's word in all of the religious guises over the centuries. The concepts, ideas, thoughts, and feelings that stick with us are the real ones. Our core values and needs and our innate truths all never change. So that is how I do it and how you can do it. That's how today we are going to come to know what is true and what is not. All we need to do is contemplate it. The 12 Steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, developed in the 1930s, that have helped millions this century recover, where nothing else seemed to work, is such an example. The Catholic Church and traditions have also not changed. Yes, they are warped for a time, but they return to their original state when ego dissolves from it. It always does. Ego is always impulsively changing. Your sacred self never changes. It is what it is. Your I am never changes. You see, when you really go into the 12 steps of AA, or Don Miguel Ruiz's 4 Toltec agreements, Norman Vincent Peale's epic Power of Positive Thinking book, or the Upanishads and the Torah, you'll see that they are universal by nature, just like you and I. Their truths are enmeshed within each other. When I read and teach the 12 steps today in lectures, I may as well be reading the New Testament, the Tao, or the Cloud of Unknowing. They are all the same at their unchanging core, much like we are. Their truths come in many forms, but are becoming more and more identical to me the more I study and teach them. Catholic, for one, means universal, as yoga means union. It includes everyone and everything and has been foolishly interpreted by people riddled in ego-insurgents. Ego-insurgents are the outdated tools the mind uses to make survival mind decisions for you based on the level of arousal and fear that you're in at any given moment. These universal truths have yet to be heard with a contemplative mind removed from ego's darker forces. They have only been heard and interpreted with survival mind. Because we interpret things like race, religion, yoga, even ourselves, others, and God with ego, we do so with closed, defensive mind. That mind is, by default, at war. For these reasons, we cannot underestimate the importance of developing contemplative intelligence. The power of contemplative intelligence can take us back one last time to the reality in all things as we interpret it with a contemplative, open and free mind. Free from fear, that is. It is this practice that will collectively change the world. Because when we change the way we look at the world we look at changes. Most people are either sleepwalking through their waking life or wake-walking through their sleeping life. And either way, they're not getting much out of it. Let us start understanding contemplative intelligence from a neurological standpoint. From there, we can move beyond its physical constructs through emotional and spiritual practices as well. These practices are here to help you transcend each of these 4 parts of yourself. You transcend them so that you can master them. This personal mastery is where miracles, freedom, connection, and the very wonders of life live. We will think like scientists, then philosophers, and then like monks and mystics. We will take the necessary journey through evolution and time to the seemingly rational and emotional to the wise mind. We will sojourn the millennia and move from lizard brain to mammalian brain and then primate brain to finally find our sacred selves. The language of CQ. First, let's explore some of the terms used in contemplative intelligence, or CQ for short, along with some of the more common aspects we will be looking at. Understanding the power of CQ is an art form in itself. It is like learning a new language or learning how to pick up and play the guitar. It comes together and flows with only a little effort and time. What is contemplation? What is contemplation really? Contemplation, in its most naked form, is a mindset that can shift us from survival to thrive mind. Contemplation is the highest expression of our intellectual and spiritual life. It can help us heal, grow, and enrich our lives, pretty much like yoga, a good online course, a book, or a profound life experience can. Contemplation is also the response to a call that rises from within. Thomas Merton, a famous monk who used the power of contemplation a lot, said, "It is gratitude for life, for awareness, and for being. It is vivid realization of the fact that life and being in us proceed from an invisible, transcendent, and infinitely abundant source. Contemplation gazes boldly and consistently at reality beyond the ego's perceptions. It is seeing beyond seeing, because it can see things for the first time as they are, rather than how you saw them as a child, with little empathy or wisdom. Our brains do not rethink dog, tree, trauma, or how to chew food. They swiftly move on with firmly held concrete concepts in place and onto the next thing. These networks, created over decades, distort and stunt your highest intelligence in their haste to understand any dangers that may befall you. Apple safe, spinach tastes bad, loud noise scary, stranger danger. Millions of synapses are programmed to think so that you don't have to. Contemplation goes far beyond and above these networks. It takes a long, loving, and fearless look at reality as it is. A definition of contemplative intelligence. Contemplative intelligence is the ability and capacity to use our metacognitive abilities. It is about the conscious awareness of putting your physiology, psychology, emotions, and spiritual aspects of yourself together in ecstatic motion. Contemplative intelligence gives us the ability to recognize, understand, and executively manage our own mind, body, and emotions, and in so doing, manage relationships and social interactions at an advanced level that is above the norm. Contemplative intelligence helps you with developing wisdom and advanced awareness and insight that helps you to reduce stress, stay present, and recognize the reality or truth of people, places, things, situations, conversations, and events that are undistorted by subjective experience. Your intellect will not get you to where you need to be. This is why what has been referred to as some sort of awakening or shift is necessary to live efficiently, purposefully, and well. Something our ancestors in history have fallen very short of, century after century. Having developed contemplative intelligence, you will be able to take an endless, self-regulated, and loving gaze at reality and naked truth exactly as they are, unhindered by personality or ego defense mechanisms. Ego-Insurgents. Ego-Insurgents were created by your mind's ego defense mechanisms from birth. Master insurgents are the three major defense systems we have in our heads. These are the three main categories of your 10x master insurgents of personality. They are distrust, fear, and drama. Once you become aware of these three master insurgents that run on fight, flight, and freeze, you will be able to instantly see them at play in yourself and then in others. This skill will give you a competitive edge like no other and will help you to be on top of your game in all of life's situations. Wisdom is power, a far better and valuable asset than money or material things. Your 10x ego-insurgents are developed to defend your persona with the impenetrability of a Sherman tank. They are not you. They are the mind's outdated operating system. Your ego-insurgents were so important that they kept you alive all this time. They are hardwired into our brains to ensure we survive the perceived chaos of life, growing up and finding our way in life. The ego-insurgents are the container for our early emotions, thoughts, and behaviors. When we are older and more capable, we no longer need them to protect us. They can easily become just like that overprotective parent, smothering all uncertainty as it appears, driving fear into our heads. They steer our minds and souls away from anything that appears remotely unsafe. This works for children, but not for those who have matured into purpose seekers and world changers. If we don't even know these insurgents have created these false maps, we will be feeling empty, lost, and devoid of direction. An example of one of the 10x insurgents is the judge insurgent. Developed in childhood, its supercritical voice inside your head keeps you away from gratitude and keeps you in judging mode, where you can never quite rest. It reminds you how you are never doing it right. Through negative reinforcement, your judge insurgent will tell you that it is not good enough or you are not good enough. It pushed you to always do better, using the art form of finger pointing, ridicule, and blame it learned from parents and teachers to get you to do what it thinks you need to do. This internal critic is highly unempathic and is strongly rooted in the physiological and our most basal needs for safety, food, and shelter. Sacred self. Your sacred self is your highest self, which is at odds with your self-concept and ego. Until you do the work and awaken to a side of you that is often called your higher self, your spiritual self, your authentic, true self, your ego will roost as it did from childhood. A mindful, crisis-styled event occurs when your self-concept starts to fall apart. Albeit in order for you to truly transcend yourself and find meaning and purpose in life. We awaken to a sacred self within us that finally lets us arrive in life and live from a place of peace, joy, and fulfillment. A sacred place where the ego defenses are not invited. In fact, the ego normally only becomes aware of the sacred self much later in life. It surfaces when our childhood defenses no longer serve us quite as well as they used to. Sacred self comes calling like a thief in the night to rip the persona's mask from you, to show you its authentic features, and then show them to the world. When the ego-insurgents pick up arms in retaliation to this uninvited occupation, an existential crisis or war within is usually one of the first signs that the change from masked to unveiled is underway. Mind yoga. Mind yoga is mental fitness. We use mind yoga exercises just like you would use weights at the gym or spend time on the yoga mat. We do repetitions and sets to get our mind fully rewired and aligned with the sacred self. All change takes effort and a degree of uncertainty. This is the nature of change. Personal transformation and healing are no exceptions to this rule. Each day at our center and in courses we do, people of different types use mind yoga exercises that actually change their neurochemistry in a relatively short period of time. It is quite remarkable to see this happen in such short periods of time. In as little as 6 weeks, modern research shows that we can scan our brains and easily see changes to gray matter inside. It moves you from survival mind at the back and bottom of your brain, right across to the other pole, to the top and front. This is where our higher functioning minds reside, and it is a neurological journey to get there. This mental fitness is simply to do with breathing, silence, affirmations, and stillness. Anything that quiets the survival mind and ego is a tool of mind yoga. CQ reps. These are the total amount of exercises you do in a day. Formulated like an intelligence quotient, we have a goal of 100 CQ reps a day, and mind yoga exercises make up most of these. You can make around 10 small positive changes in a few minutes. 10 deep breaths, steady breaths will change your stress response and will only take a few minutes to complete. The same goes with stopping to observe and smell the flowers, see a view, and notice the clouds. Anything to become mindful and get you out of autopilot. If you repeat these exercises 10 times a day, you'll be able to change everything that is defeating you in a short space of time over several weeks. That includes depression, anxiety, and many other stress-related issues. Coursework, exercise, gym, and yoga even contribute to your daily goal of 100 CQ reps. Every time you use contemplative intelligence to slow down, align, and show up for yourself so that you exit your monkey mind, you are doing a rep. Out of 70,000 thoughts a day, 100 positive and mindful practices will take you a long way to transforming, growing, and contributing. You have the time for and deserve for yourself 100 positive reps. These will be the building blocks that take you to the next level of who you are and whom you want to become. So there you go. Now you should have a general understanding of all these terms and concepts that will guide us in new awareness, new acceptance, and new actions that will be powerful enough to transform your life. Most of the blocks and stumbling stones that keep us from achieving what we want to achieve in life are rooted in our minds. Our thinking, our feelings and behaviors can eventually differ from what we really want to do, think, and feel. What we do every day may even go against our values and the very meaning of what we want for our lives and those around us. This dissonance between body, mind, and soul creates dis-ease, lack, and tension over time. Our first step is knowing that this state exists within us. We may have long forgotten who we wanted to become and what we wanted to do in life. We have settled for the mundane instead of chasing our hopes and dreams. An unexamined mind will do this to a person. It is very quick to settle into any certainty it can find to avoid whatever it thinks may be a painful experience to you. However, life is not about settling. It is about living a life of purpose with happiness, peace, and joy. Come, let us change these things for the better and create your very, very best life now. Chapter 2, Survival Mind. Our monkey minds swing through the branches of consciousness and have adapted and responded to the pace of life today. In doing so, as they always have, they cause almost all of our stress, anxiety, self-doubt, frustration, regret, shame, guilt, and unhappiness. Contemplative intelligence is concerned with understanding why we do what we do and what we do not do that we want to do. It sets this conundrum straight once and for all. It moves us from one side of our brain across 1 trillion neurons and pathways to the other side of your brainiverse, a side where the miraculous is commonplace, as shown by Christ, the Buddha, Gandhi, and so many others who have managed to change the entire world in a few short and purposeful years on Earth. This intelligence is part of the brain's grey matter that allows you to create, thrive, overcome fear, uncertainty, and then problem solve through applying new learning and imagination. Imagination which may have been unavailable or off limits to you before. Contemplative intelligence is only activated when survival mind is absent. You need certainty, safety, and calm, at the very least, to activate this side of your brain, at least at first. This is the mental hierarchy that governs our thinking. It is order versus chaos mind, or survive versus thrive mind. So how do we use it to heal, grow, and change our lives for the better? We can start by first looking at what closes off the power of contemplative intelligence that shows us and allows us to see, to imagine, and create all things new, even ourselves. To become contemplative in our thinking is to have the ability to operate thoughtfully at your peak by being able to look at things with focus and higher consciousness that allows you to consider things wisely over time. Even though rushing is a social given today, there simply is no rush to contemplative intelligence. It happens best with silence and steady flow as its companion. It is in this state of being, operating and navigating the world, that we can make all the difference to a person's success, achievements, and to getting what they really, really want out of life. What we tend to want most is happiness, peace, and perhaps even some bliss from time to time. So if we don't get the things we want, it must mean we're doing it wrong. It must mean we need to change the way we look at things in order for the things we are looking at to change into what we want them to look like and be like and feel like. Untrained mind is an obstacle to change. It is a certainty seeker, so we need to somehow rise above the mind to change it. To rise above the modifications of your mind, when you cease your mind, when you cease to be part of your mind, that is yoga. Patanjali. Contemplative intelligence is the gateway to using more of your brain, body, capacity, and the rest of your faculties in a way that serves you and ultimately others. This additional capacity gives us an inner vision or seeing that usually comes about when we take a breath, pause, and see the many different aspects of life through our 5 simple senses. Contemplation transcends the intellect. Know the secret that a sharp intellect is no good on its own. A sharp intellect will only cut you to pieces. Contemplation brings about profound conscious awareness of what is happening in and around us, in reality, rather than in your mind's learned and outdated memory banks. The time we allow ourselves to activate contemplative intelligence not only saves lives, but creates opportunities for growth, healing, and overcoming almost all problems that we will face and experience. A Course in Miracles explains this with the statement, "You have no problems, but you think you have." It is the unexamined mind, the less conscious and aware mind, that turns our perceptions of pain into unnecessary and sometimes prolonged suffering. Awareness arises from the recesses of our soul, not so much from an external reality as an internal one. Let's examine a true example of this. A student intern at a medical facility in Paris goes on a lunch break and starts thinking about her work. Without further input from outside, she discovers the computer is double dosing patients and thankfully reports it to a doctor who eventually discovers it to be true. She saves many lives through her epiphany. Alan Turing deeply contemplates secret codes in World War II again and again, codes that no one else could break in the war, and by doing so, he saves millions. Another man in Arizona decides not to take the delayed flight he is waiting for. The flight crashes, and he says his inner voice told him that the plane would crash. Bob Geldof gets the world to feed the hungry from an idea to have a musical concert. Edward Jenner invents a cure for smallpox that saved 500,000 lives by noticing certain people were immune, creating a world-changing vaccine from contemplating an observation. Imagine he was panicked, in a rush, as one could expect at the time. Survival mind only allows what is already learned to lead us through what we do next. The pause of contemplation allows deeper intelligence to somehow flow to the surface of our awareness that is otherwise hidden or switched off. That is the difference that made so many positive shifts in history and that saved so many lives. This is the power of contemplative intelligence. Primal threat, F9. In learning what closes off the power of contemplative intelligence, we can look to the veritable dark side of the mind's moons. Primal threat is the mind's automatic response to perceived danger. It doesn't have to be real to trigger. The thought of danger can be enough. It can go from merely sounding our own internal alarm bells right through to causing depression and even paralysis if triggered over time. The consequences can lead to divorce, addictions, loss of income, opportunities, and relationships. We will also learn how these responses become ego-insurgents that can make you become hypervigilant, controlling, and even a narcissistic tyrant. F9 is CQ code for the 9 instant responses to perceived danger from the amygdala in your brain. It essentially short-circuits the rest of the body when trouble is brewing and uses your nervous system to cascade signals through your body, much like a mega lightning storm. They are fight, flight, freeze, flop, fawn, fiddle, faint, friend, and forget. Fight, flight, and freeze are the main ones we will be concerned with in the book. F4, fighting, fleeing, feeding, and fornicating are not the primal drives that separate us from animals. Thankfully, humans hold the imago Dei, or image of God, attribute that makes us a spiritual mankind in search of meaning. It is this area of the mind that we ask contemplative intelligence to access. It is important from the outset to be gentle with yourself as far as these responses go. You can't always choose the response that is triggered at 10 times the speed of sound. Also, if you had one response in one situation, it might not be triggered in another situation. People have been hard on themselves for fleeing instead of fighting in a traumatic situation. But what you need to know is that the responses are triggered from memory, almost instantly, without getting your written consent first. They can raise their hair on the back of your neck, make you tremble, tighten your throat muscles to prepare you for a scream, or even make you faint and feel queasy to stop you in your tracks. F1, fight, the dominant response to a perceived threat. You will go down kicking and punching if you have to stay alive and safe. F2, flight. Brain signals will get you to hightail it out of the area where the immediate danger is. F3, freeze. The submissive response to a perceived threat. Your body can go stiff or limp, and you may even lose your voice as you freeze up to survive. F4, flop. You do what you're told to do on a floppy kind of autopilot. F5, fawn. We people please with our full compliance to minimize the confrontation. F6, fiddle. This reaction gets us negotiating and appeasing in no time. F7, faint. Pass out and lose consciousness. F8, friend. We can yell or call for a friend, or even befriend who or what is attacking us. F9, forget. Deny the situation by avoiding or denying it exists, or try to believe that it is not really happening. Harvard Health did tons of research on the fight or flight stress response, the amygdala hijack response, and discovered that its long-term effects can be chronic physical and psychological illness. High blood pressure, artery clogging deposits, and brain changes cause depression, anxiety, and more. They even found that it creates obesity by causing people to sleep more and exercise less and eat more. None of this is very intelligent, is it? Yet it is all progressively increasing in the world today. The new research from Stanford, with close on 500,000 participants, has changed the world as we know it. It suggests that mindful exercises have been proven to increase peak performance and happiness beyond any shadow of a doubt. Not more knowledge, not shortcuts or secrets, just mindfulness. Brown's University documented practice-specific effects and showed open awareness and concentration had observably improved psychological and neurocognitive effects on all research participants. A wide area of observation showed mindfulness has a marked effect on many areas of human development, from broad subjects like spectrum disorders and general mental health, right through to insomnia, stress, anxiety disorders. The vote was finally in. We as a species could self-regulate our very own minds and bodies. We discovered that we could record and observe this self-regulation that could do the inconceivable. It could give us more life, better quality life, and even a life we choose to live. Life was no longer to be observed as just random, accidental, chaotic, or myopic. We were seen as creators, the shapeshifters and the sculptors of how we thought, felt, and acted that impacted this world. This new intelligence was above anything else we imagined before. We now could be intelligent about our very own intelligence. We could executively direct our minds as directors, so to speak. Experience enough trauma and you will close off all receptivity to life in an instant. But what if you believe the world is a bad and unsafe place? What if you believe other people are bad, or worse still, that you are bad? These ideas of threats make us worry about our very own survival. We have a saying here in Africa: never show a hungry person the view. In other words, someone who is starving and needing desperately to eat is not going to sit and share your appreciation of the picturesque views that you might be seeing. The former mind is in its survival mode and the latter is in thrive mind, where things like beauty and aesthetics are being appreciated. Show the hungry person a picture of the Mona Lisa and they are highly unlikely to appreciate the brushstrokes and creative license of Da Vinci. Likewise for yourself, you won't be able to be creative without metaphysics or growth and life contribution when you are flipping out with obsessive and intrusive thoughts about paying bills, being fired, losing a promotion or being caught in an affair and losing someone you love, or even just losing a job you really loved. The battlefield of the mind. Above all, do not lose your desire to walk. Every day I walk myself into a state of well-being and walk away from every illness. I've walked myself into the best thoughts, and I know of no thought so burdensome that one cannot walk away from it. Soren Kierkegaard. Without the proper work, our minds are set on a trajectory towards getting more and more closed off and riddled in ego defense mechanisms. Just like keeping fit keeps us physically capable, our minds also need to be kept mentally fit with contemplative intelligence practices so that we stay neurologically connected and focused. Our monkey minds swing through the branches of consciousness and have adapted and responded to the pace of life today. In doing so, as they always have, they cause almost all of our stress, anxiety, self-doubt, frustration, regret, guilt, and unhappiness. With the proper work, we use contemplative intelligence to move from ego mind to sacred self. Research shows that our very own ego defense mechanisms have unknowingly put many of us in survival mode, where our ego, monkey minds, are automatically always at war, leaving us in F9, the fight, flight, freeze reactive responses. This lizard brain mentally is causing not only impulsivity, but depression, addictions, extreme stress, and obsessive thinking that result in career, relationship, and self-esteem issues. We are thinking we are complex creatures because we use our mammalian brains to gain more knowledge and reason better. Our primate brains evolved centuries ago and made us more intelligent than other animals, or so we thought. But all of this evolution has culminated in us thinking that we are intelligent creatures, while the world, our bodies, and our families fall apart. It is not intelligent to go to war. How much intelligence do we need to understand what simply loving thy neighbor means? Yet we don't follow nature's instructions. We fall apart and are cut to pieces by our sharp intellects. Evolution of the mind shows us clearly as day that the billion-year-old mind itself must be transcended. It must be outthought by another unseen part of us, which separates us from all other creatures on earth. We are to go beyond the ego, then the persona, and then the mind itself to become who we truly are. Divine beings operating as one operating system that is not separate from anything else. The mind itself is incapable of such understanding that cannot be learned, but only understood through stillness and silence. The mind is never still or silent, and is therefore incapable. The increased gray matter in your CQ sacred brain, where positivity, inspiration, and creativity live, can and will change your life for the better. The decreased gray matter in your limbic system, where your self-concept and ego-insurgents live, has created a closedness through creating defenses. Just like you can't walk into America, so you can't access the prefrontal cortex of the mind. It's off limits until certain criteria are met. Worldwide research breakthroughs in neuroscience, psychology, and spirituality seem to all agree that the basic criteria are peace, calm, quiet, serenity, and a deep sense of security. Using contemplative fitness skills to reroute your neurochemistry back into sacred mind or higher consciousness reallows creativity, emotional and social intelligence, and ultimately well-being, balance, and bliss consciousness to reign supreme. Through a series of simple CQ-centering practices daily, you will discover how to move to an entirely new part of your brain, from closed to open, and allow an infinite potential of possibilities back into your life. We then thrive rather than survive, and in doing so, we're able to heal most of our blockages in a short space of time, and then move to maintenance of the mind's CQ-centering practices. Further still, one must know that this is only the very beginning of understanding the immense power of your highest intelligence. When you do understand it, you may just be able to transcend the self itself, going beyond the small world created by the personality. Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Viktor Frankl. Chapter 3. Ego-Insurgents 10x. Reacting reflectively works for a time until it doesn't work anymore. It seems to not be a chronological issue. There comes a time in all of our lives when we catch a wake-up, usually through some kind of loss or suffering. We get stirred into waking up. There is an armory of conquerors in your brain. Enter stage left. Your 10x ego-insurgents, whom you may not even have known lived with you, as a board of directors making decision after decision about the people you meet, the places you go, or the things you like or dislike. Before you could speak and intellectualize with enough insight to navigate your day safely, the board of insurgents took charge, like another set of parents, hiding in the shadows and the recesses of your mind. Contemplative intelligence gives us the framework for the paradigm shift to change our lives and thus the opportunity to change everything. This paradigm shift is made possible through an awareness, then an acceptance of that awareness, followed by the physical doing of a new way of being. For now, let's be grateful for this cognitive committee within. Your ego-insurgents were so important that they kept you alive all this time. They are hardwired into our brains to ensure we survive the perceived chaos of life, growing up and finding our way. The ego-insurgents are the container for our early emotions, thoughts, and behaviors. They took over when we were children. They did what we couldn't do. When we were too afraid, they helped us forget. When we were ashamed, they helped boost our confidence. When we lost a race, they would help us get over the pain and shame. They were the necessary auditors who balanced the books and leveled the scores by any means necessary. They helped us to cope, to survive and push through when we felt we couldn't bear the brunt of life. It was too big, too scary. Once we needed life to lie to us, when it was too devastating to bear the injustice and the disillusionment of life in an imperfect world. Much like a movie plays in 2D, we needed a surface reality to get us ready for the main feature to follow. Something for centuries that we've called awakening. Then, when we are older and more capable, we no longer need them to protect us. Yet, they still want to handle all the logistics. They can easily become like the overprotective parent, smothering all uncertainty and danger as it appears, driving fear into our hearts, minds, and souls for anything that appears remotely unsafe. We will benefit first from knowing thy enemy and keeping our enemies close. Then we will do the ultimate spiritual act of loving thy enemy. Insurgents are indeed friends that we need to become acquainted with and then integrate into the family of the self as a whole. The lies of the insurgents leave us in survive mind. All of your ego-insurgents think they are doing a sterling job for you. They ask you to keep calm and carry on while they run the show. But we are starting to learn that they work with your personality to cling to a self-concept from early childhood that no longer works for you. We are more capable than they imagine us to be. These overprotective parents give us a metaphorical second banana when we are upset and help us to avoid tantrums with self-soothing. Yet, one day, realization comes to us as a welcome visitor, and we are taught through contemplative intelligence that we are ready to fly the nest and soar like an eagle. In fact, with enough of the work, we align and realize how long overdue some of these walls have been in coming down. It comes out of the silence on its own timing from the recesses of the soul and births a new way of thinking and being. This transformation seems to hide within us until it is just about the right time for our higher selves to take command of the ship and flick the autopilot's navigation switch to off. We don't perform, we don't achieve, and cannot be fully creative in our decision-making and navigation of life if we allow our ego-insurgents to carry the reins of certainty and familiarity any further. Of course, we become sick and tired, or depressed and low when they allow our imaginations to run wild with their shadow and fear-minded fervor and flavors of yesteryear. Their days of pushing us to succeed through negative emotions and the reinforcement that we needed as children are over. The fear, anxiety, blame, shame, and guilt that kept us from doing ourselves too much damage no longer serve us, and soon enough, something has really got to give. This is what Carl Jung's quote about the morning and afternoon of life explains so beautifully. Thoroughly unprepared, we take the step into the afternoon of life. Worse still, we take this step with the false presupposition that our truths and our ideals will serve us hitherto. But we cannot live the afternoon of life according to the program of life's morning. For what was great in the morning will be little at evening, and what in the morning was true, at evening will have become a lie. Ego-insurgents are often disruptive to our personal, professional, and social lives. Insurgents are enmeshed in our personality traits and patterns of thinking, reacting, and behaving that can become relatively consistent and stable over time. Without contemplative intelligence at work, ego-insurgents make us prone to more rigid thinking and reacting behaviors that make it hard for us to adapt to a situation, an opportunity, or life itself. Reacting reflexively works for a time until it doesn't work anymore. It seems not to be a chronological issue. There comes a time in our lives when we catch a wake-up, usually through the stress of life. This is the essential and necessary journey to CQ mind we will learn about later. The journey from the morning and the downstairs of the brain to the afternoon and the upstairs of the brain. A journey that traverses intellect in search of a field of higher consciousness. The awareness of this higher consciousness, or pure consciousness, has been around since the beginning of time. What is new is the reality that it can be accessed by awakening to the notion that we are holistically asleep, neurologically, emotionally, and spiritually. Rumi knew of the contemplative mind what science is only beginning to discover today. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right-doing, there is a field, I'll meet you there. Where the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Ideas, language, even the phrase each other doesn't make any sense. The breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. You must ask for what you really want. Don't go back to sleep. People are going back and forth across the doorsill, where the two worlds touch. The door is round and open. Don't go back to sleep. Scientific inquiry has not really paid as much attention to how we defend ourselves in later life, after a dark night of the soul experience, after the traumas, life lessons, and hardships, until now. We are starting to understand what opens and closes us, and what creates disorder and order in the mind. Most testing is done on younger people, although nothing about contemplative intelligence is chronologically based or applies to age. We may not know enough about people who have experienced a lot of life, so to speak. We also have no clue about how technology, information, and knowledge, and the general pace of life affect us as human beings today. Add this to the idea that we are spiritual by nature and that something deep within us guides and directs us. When that voice is stifled by ego-insurgents like avoidance and distraction, they may tend to get louder, even if we don't recognize it's happening. As the French philosopher Teilhard de Chardin said, "You are not a human being in search of a spiritual experience. You are a spiritual being immersed in a human experience. We are driven by purpose. It is our human nature. When something gets in the way of purpose, pain and discomfort come to put us back right on track. It is important to know thyself. Equally important is to know thy enemy." So the enemies we speak of here today are the personas and masks we have created to become who we are today. These personas have developed 10 prominent ways to protect you. These 10 dominant protectors are your 10x ego-insurgents. They can be divided into 3 main insurgent categories, which are called your 3 master insurgents. You need to know your true personality before you can transcend it. Personality disorders, traits, and all. These 3 categories simplify it all into 3 areas with a few ego-insurgents fitting into each category. In this way, you will be able to not only know by becoming aware of and then defeating these personal villains that we call insurgents. Fear, distrust, and drama. These master insurgents have been protecting you all your life. They are like the guardians of your mind's galaxy. They have been around so long that they seem natural to you. As a teenager, they also blossomed with a growth spurt as they helped you navigate the external world. You hear their voices talking to you all day long and have become so accustomed to these internal tenants that you've forgotten they are renting space inside your head. Master Insurgent Distrust. Distrust has made you wary of stranger danger. It has helped you time and time again to not be naive as far as other people are concerned. It judges situations for you, looks for subtle tells and cues that identify when people may not be being straight with you. Distrust comes up mostly in our relationships with others, at work, at home, and at play. Television and the cinemas showed us that the world was filled with tricksters and trickery. If we weren't careful, we would be manipulated by the charms of others, kidnapped by their characters. We discovered that even princesses could be locked away in haunted towers forever. We learned to distrust people, to be kidnapped or die, and limit connection only in safe categories. These master insurgents played a vital role in making us aware of seeing criticism and negative judgments from others for what they really were. Instead of feeling inferior, unattractive, or inadequate when someone insulted us, they kept our spirits high. Distrust helps us to stay away from and avoid negative situations. It made character judgments and kept us clear from the narcissists who would embarrass or ridicule us. Even if we were at fault, distrust would make us blame the other person. It held us accountable for very little and expected others to be manipulative and self-centered in their dealings with us. As we grow up, the distrust that kept us safe has kept growing in character and perfected its will for us. Highly calculating, distrust can start wanting to run the show. Soon everybody is looked at like a potential Russian insurgent in a James Bond movie. In a complex world where it may doubt the overall trustworthiness of all other people, not just the bad apples. It can unconsciously make us more hesitant than we want to be. Soon enough, we may lose a friend or two, or even business opportunities, through seeing non-threatening remarks as more threatening than other people may see them. We may overreact and hold grudges longer than most people do. When we are feeling threatened or pushed, we may also come off as cold, even when we're incredibly loving and caring people. Worse still, distrust can make us dislike the other. It makes people racists and intolerant and cruel of the other, who are only out to seek, kill, and destroy. Intimacy is masked along with empathy as they safeguard our hearts with honor. Master Insurgent Drama. Who knows why our drama insurgents are rarely developed? We need to remember that master insurgents are deeply embedded in our subconscious, even more than our ego insurgents. Your drama insurgents learned, probably in your early teens, to root out criticism and destroy it. Their dislike of authoritative parents and siblings, perhaps even our teachers who verbally abused or even criticized us, keeps them on their toes and ready to defend us at any moment they feel threatened. If they feel they have been done over before, they are adamant not to be done over again and are on guard day and night against such attacks. If we dig deeply, we may have issues with deep intimacy because they have always taught us to be so wary of others' intentions. Much like our tendencies to distrust others, they make us suspicious of people's motives and agendas and can hinder our attempts at healthy relationships. Their flair for the provocative and theatrical, when supremely ticked off, is a sure sign from the subconscious that they are alive and kicking just under the surface. Drama insurgents hate being criticized and can often overdo our basic human need for significance. Any sign of criticism is their kryptonite that can leave you feeling less than others. Here is the kicker though. Drama insurgents compensate for this and think the world is their stage, and love, applause, and reassurance are going to do a good job at keeping you safe. They create little theatrical plays to keep you distracted from the emotions and events that it feels are too much for you to bear. It makes you a victim of circumstance and makes others our persecutors and rescuers. This whole production goes on and on with family, friends, and even in business relationships. We gossip, blame, and complain. We keep the drama going at any cost. To heal these master insurgents born in adolescence, as adults now, we must become far more non-judgmental than most people have to be. We have to watch our impulsivity as we change how we interact with people. Master insurgent fear. Some people do not like ending relationships, but these insurgents absolutely despise it. They are no good at any kind of criticism or disapproval. They can leave us ending up feeling codependent if we are not careful. These insurgents are called the sad insurgents by some people. Depression and low feelings live in this neighborhood. They teach us how to be anxious, hypervigilant, and jumpy. It becomes our second nature. This is why they are fear insurgents, as they make the unreal appear as real. They are quick to whisper their namesake to us, F-E-A-R, forget everything and run. This incessant doomsday prepping, hypertense voice can all but paralyze an unsuspecting host. Their avoidant natures can hinder us by making us neurotic, codependent, and anxious. The anxiety can be so strong you will oftentimes see it passed down from other family members. The fear package can make us highly reactive from always being on alert for so many years. We also need to get it right all the time and generally hate being alone. The first thing you need to do with fear insurgents is to learn to recognize the dysfunctional thoughts they can whisper into your brain from time to time. By dysfunctional, we simply mean not as functional as you would want, especially if you want to increase your performance and esteem as a person. Fear insurgents can leave us with tendencies to be OCD, obsessive compulsive by nature. They love list making and ideas of control. They hate any idea of rejection or criticism, so simply make us avoid all the situations where we could be exposed to this sort of thing. This category's true kryptonite is the development of our need for other people's approval. If you don't have clear boundaries, your need for the support and validation of others can leave you open to manipulation and even abuse, especially emotional abuse. So let us recap. The mind has 3 master insurgents, which are fear, distrust, and drama. These each develop skills to help us cope. Some master insurgents lead us to withdrawal from others due to fear and anxiety and indifference with other people. Other master insurgents can make us doubt ourselves to keep us from doing things wrong, and others distract us from the pains of life we experience through making us dependent or obsessive compulsive. You did not choose these insurgents of your mind, just like you cannot choose which fight or flight response. Remember, there are 9 of them you will use in a dangerous situation. You do not choose these insurgents. They manifest through fear, stress, and uncertainty. They help us cope at first, then they hinder. They despise change and loathe uncertainty, and they use powers to guide us in doing what we have always done, even if it doesn't work. Getting to know them is how to defeat them. Awareness is how you break the binds that tie you down. Our unique personalities have been made up of traits that come from genetic makeup and life experience. Master insurgents maintain your self-concept by making you fearful, demanding, hostile, manipulative, or even violent. Once you have had a need for breast milk and diapers, but that is now gone. Once you had a need for survival and not drowning in a bath at 2 years old. Your master insurgents and the fear they maintained helped you survive. But let's drive it home that those days are gone. No matter how much fear, drama, or distrust has ruled your life, it can be let go by developing a sacred self side to our personalities. Our weapons are empathy, courage, self-regulation, and love, to name a few. Become curious. To complicate things even more, before we simplify them by developing your CQ mind, you must remember that not all of these traits are present all of the time. They can come and go in stages. Just trying to make heads or tails of them is hard work for anyone. But one thing is for sure. When people do the work, start to become aware and recognize which insurgents keep them back from their best, they start to drastically improve their lives in a very short space of time. As we come to know the enemy, we can come to know how to overcome shadows within us that no longer serve our goals and desires. The miracle of doing work here is that some people have stood up and told their fear insurgents to get lost. They booted the boogeymen from under their beds in an instant. This has happened for top athletes, yogis, and businessmen alike. And the success stories are endless. For others, their journey comes from therapy, and sometimes a little more. Any journey of healing, awakening, and growth can and should be a wonderful experience with a newfound freedom as prize. For others, the journey takes some therapy and a little more time. Any journey of healing, awakening, and growth can and should be a wonderful experience with a newfound freedom as the prize. We call this a return to sacred self. Become curious with how your mind works. See what triggers you. Understand what closes you off and see what turns you on. Leaving nothing unexamined and in the dark anymore. We can all become far less erratic in our lives if we just chill out, pause, and see the wood for the trees. Life is about getting to know yourself deeply, something we can only do at depth as adults. Honing your contemplative intelligence skill sets will allow you to recognize what doesn't work, and in so doing, you will automatically move past fear, drama, and distrust, and open up to new experiences. A journey of enlightenment. If you can become aware of these 10 little personas that cause big trouble for most people, if you can keep them in check, you will be able to accept them and then integrate them. You will be able to get them to work for you and not against you. Like anger, they can be turned into a motivational tool to tell us that things are happening and that we need to take higher, new action rather than the lower actions we used to take when we were signaled to do so. Let's identify the 10 ego insurgents you need to become aware of now. Victim insurgents. With no time to waste, we can dive into our 10x ego insurgents. Grab a pen and paper. Come to know thyself. The victim insurgent is your mind's martyr that is always suffering misfortune. It exhausts you with a woe is me mentality. When the victim takes the lead, it makes everyone else the persecutor and enemy as quickly as it seeks to blame what does not work on any other person, place, or thing external from you. It is easy for all of us to allow the victim insurgents to get us feeling like we've been hardly done by. This is the third most common and powerful insurgent that people have, just below the judge and controller insurgent. So look out for it It rears its head when we say yes to too many tasks and then feel resentful afterwards. We feel what we do is more important. We feel we work harder and do more and offer more than others. And in so doing, we end up feeling like victims of circumstance. Know the victim by identifying its traits. Relationships, being the core issue with victims, is super distrustful to the point of suspicion and paranoia. However, relationships are built on trust, which makes our relationships much harder to navigate. They are always looking for certainty from outside of themselves. Because they are always feeling wronged and overburdened, they keep the expression of emotions down on purpose. They are often seen as socially awkward and can even appear to others as quite cold, sometimes flat and uncaring. As victims, these ego-insurgents would never consciously admit to this. They get us to trudge through life. The judge-insurgent. Next, the judge reminds you how you are never doing it right. Through negative reinforcement, the judge will tell you that it is not good enough and that you are not good enough. It pushes you to always do better, using the art form of finger pointing, ridicule, and blame to get you what it thinks you want. It learned this from judging parents, teachers, siblings, and caregivers, and now gets inside of us to make sure we are equally as critical of others. These judge-insurgents of dread act heavily on impulses. They are risk takers and they jump from thinking into action in a millisecond and forget about the feeling part of whatever is happening right in the middle of our thoughts to action process. Facts, of course, don't care about your feelings, so they short-circuit them to act fast. If we don't think, feel, and act, we will regularly end up with bad consequences and blame fate for it, rather than our own irresponsibility. Thinking and acting impulsively always brings less success than if we had taken the time to intelligently contemplate how we really felt. Also, don't confuse judgment with discernment. The former is not a positive trait, unlike discernment, which is necessary for survival. Know the judge by identifying its traits. Judge ego-insurgents are intense. They are intense with everything from their impulsivity to how they downplay our personal achievements. Judges are always looking at others and rating you, generally as inferior to the actions of others. This negative motivational style of judges make them our harshest critics. They love moral one-upmanship by jumping into conclusions. A critic that can be only tamed with much contemplative practice. See and notice how your judge can make you hypercritical of others through developing false pride from being hurt and bitter or angry. As children, we learn to allow the judge to ease the cognitive intention we felt by taking what we felt and flipping it onto others. This provided instant relief and a dopamine reward instead of a deficit. In the end, a single judge turns back on us. It rips our self-confidence down as it always thinks it is being wronged. To live with a strong judge can be hell. It just has to go. The controller insurgent. The controlling insurgent compels, requires, and expects others to fulfill their needs in an unhealthy way. Our controlling insurgents always keep the score and are extremely critical. They create drama, intimidate, and gaslight us with their moody mannerisms. Controllers are secretive and love the idea of self as isolated. Controller insurgents always keep the score and are willing to break the boundaries of others to win. Domination is a must, and the need to be right is easy to see in someone with a dominant, controlling insurgent. Know the controller by identifying its traits. Judges fantasize that one day they will live up to what it expects others to be, others who are always doing it better than us and can show us the way. Controller insurgents lie a lot, like most insurgents do, despising the truth they feel that will hurt them emotionally. After all, judgment insurgents are hanging onto the idea of self-concept for dear life. They use control to manipulate reality. Drama and attention-seeking are how controllers covertly operate. They can be super antisocial, even if they are the loudest at the party. Now, we must remember that these insurgents are not really the person who may be kind and have good values. These insurgents develop strongly when there is a lot of anxiety to contend with, so that they can control the situation and find some peace. Of course, it doesn't work in the end and leads to more frustration. They like to look good through doing bad things that other parts of ourselves would not normally do. Controllers are the shadow agents of the survival mind. If I can teach you anything, it is to identify the stressful thoughts that you're believing and to question them, to get still enough so that you can hear your own answers. Stress is the gift that alerts you to your asleepness. Feelings like anger or sadness exist only to alert you to the fact that you're believing your own stories. Byron Katie. The eccentric insurgent. This insurgent keeps us cold, distant, and unable to perform the duties of building close interpersonal relationships that we desire and deserve. It makes us distrusting of ourselves, and so we cannot trust others easily either. Remember what relationships are built on. Yes, of course. So this affects our careers and performance as well as relationships. It is even enmeshed in the way we communicate with others. We can cover up feelings of low self-esteem with grandiosity and superficiality to hide the truth. Like most insurgents, it sends us seeking attention in negative ways that don't help us in life. Know the eccentric insurgents by identifying its traits. Being inappropriate. They seldom act with any grace. They talk before they think it through and are quick to stifle any ideas of focus, concentration, or contemplation. They love the whimsical and think it distracts enough to keep things exactly as they are for you. They despise change and believe every life event has great, ominous meaning that is linked to keep close relationships and intimacy at a distance. Inappropriate thinking, behaviors, and beliefs can keep the pink cloud of the eccentric insurgent entertained for a lifetime. Eccentrics are simply summed up as being scattered and easily distractible, two great qualities of any insurgent. The anxious insurgent. Anxious insurgent uses hypervigilance to make sure you are kept safe from lions and tigers waiting to pounce on you from the bushes. It operates from your million-year-old lizard brain and thinks everything is a real and imminent threat to you. Feelings of nervousness and fear are commonplace, and so is poor self-esteem and an intense fear of rejection. The shadow character of an anxious insurgent on the surface can make you appear to be successful, together and calm, but its true nature can run riot within. They make us overthink everything, and fear of the future and future calamities invade our thoughts while we subtly let the present moments of life roll by. Know the anxious insurgent by identifying its traits. Avoidance. This insurgent will keep you at home when you would rather be out seeking adventure. Crave certainty and safety through telling you to avoid this and that at every single turn. It loves to inhibit any talk of adventure. It is highly suspicious and assumes danger to be waiting at every turn. The superpower of avoidance can even make you feel shy and quiet when it is not really in your extroverted makeup to behave that way. Anxious insurgents are shy to avoid any hint of non-acceptance or disapproval from other people. They shatter self-confidence for fun, Staying away from other people and intimacy with them leads to a lie of wanting only perfect people, places, and things to come into your life. In the end, nothing is good enough for the anxious insurgents. The perfectionist insurgent. Your perfectionist insurgent will seldom finish anything. It drops out, piles things up, and even underperforms because it cannot tolerate any of its own imperfections. Your own personal performance is mega updated quickly when you bring this insurgent out of the mind's darkness and into the light. Although they can help us get going in childhood, procrastination, avoidance, and rarely ever being satisfied are what perfectionist insurgents end up producing in adulthood. Know the perfectionist by identifying its traits. Making us overly emotional. When we are overly emotional, we react in different ways than we normally would. For example, a perfectionist insurgent is very different from an anxious insurgent in that they have very little regard for safety. They are content only if it is perfect and only allow any kind of happiness and joy to penetrate us if it's idyllic. These insurgents are habitually and consistently irresponsible with their behavior. A wise man, recognizing that the world is but an illusion, does not act as if it is real, so he escapes suffering. The codependent insurgent. Codependent insurgents are avoidant. They try and push the rivers of life that are flowing by themselves. These insurgents long for the need for other people's approval, as they do not recognize themselves as being worthy. They create difficulty in making everyday decisions and eventually become a neurological trap. Still lost in childhood memories, these insurgents have given up on the idea that you can do it on your own. They don't trust themselves, others, or the way the world works. This excessive reliance on others and not yourself can develop some immaturity, irresponsibility, or underachievement without you even knowing that you have been duped. Know the codependent by identifying its traits. Making us believe we need a caretaker. The coda-insurgent, as we call them, are everything we don't want to be normally. They are clingy and constantly want reassurance that they are doing it right. Yet, they are never self-assured. They will never disagree about anything with anyone, so stay in the wrong relationships with people for longer. If a thought came through that we are not good enough, then it is set in stone. We go right along with it. The neurotic insurgent. We are all eccentric and neurotic to some degree, if we are entirely honest. A neurotic insurgent is comfortable with any negative feelings it can cling to. It makes us bear guilt, shame, anger, worry, fear, jealousy, and resentments all at once. The emotional volatility that they bring often leaves us feeling and oscillating between low and then angry. Neurotics bear their own anxiety and anger that, when turned inward, leads to depression, more anxiety, and even health and relationship issues. No insurgent is all bad. They simply need to be reprogrammed to be more mature and authentic in mindset. Learning to turn the neurotic insurgent's emotional depth around pays massive dividends in life. Know the neurotic by identifying its traits. Inflexibility. Neurotics also love the idea that everything must be absolutely perfect or it doesn't work. These insurgents can take us on a ride to nowhere if we are not able to spot them in time. Everyone and everything is something that has to be overanalyzed and then controlled. No truth or freedom of opinions necessary. When your ego disappears, you are healed, you are whole. The ego is your disease. When ego disappears, you are no longer dormant. You start flowing with the immense flow of existence. Osho. The pleaser insurgent. The pleaser is always people-pleasing to get its self-worth from other people. Pleaser insurgents engage in self-destructive behavior if they think It will help others feel more comfortable in social situations. Its lack of boundaries can make us a doormat. The need for outside validation always increases and keeps our masks on. Eventually, it exhausts our energy supply, and for this, we pay the ultimate price of nice. The pleaser is also a reformer that tries to fix things a little like a rescuer would. The pleaser can appear malleable, but it's rigid, controlled, and often perfectionistic. Pleasers are possessive by nature. Know the pleaser by identifying its traits, giving it all away. All the confidence in the world will be dumped on a whim for a people-pleasing insurgent. Its rewards are smiles from others and pats on the back, usually about physical qualities and characteristics. Nothing is ever worthless to a pleaser except facts, truth, willingness, and openness. Pleasers end up angry and resentful for all their giving lots and receiving little games. Anger of pleasers can be so very deep that they don't even know that they have hurt themselves or others. They can become alcoholics or addicts in the end, as they politely choose death by installment. The actor insurgent. The drama king or queen. The actor insurgent is always wearing a mask. It is also called a performing insurgent, as it seeks significance from playing the many roles that keep it entertained with as much external drama as possible. The Oscar-winning actor is there to distract you and keep you away from your real problems, keeping you sick or stuck so that you can never fix or see the real problems. Know the actor by identifying its traits. Oscar clips and false pride. Impulse issues are no problem for our actors. They are willing to play any role at all to keep their own views of your self-concept intact and unchanged. If you are angry, it's their fault. If you lose a race, you got a bad deal. It will do anything at all to keep ego, false pride, and our king or queen baby personas developed in childhood still intact. Actors love tantrums. Contemplation is the highest expression of man's intellectual and spiritual life. It is spiritual wonder. It is spontaneous awe at the sacredness of life, of being. It is a vivid realization of the fact that life and being in us proceed from an invisible, transcendent, and infinitely abundant source. Contemplation is, above all, awareness of the reality of that source. Thomas Merton, from New Seeds of Contemplation. Chapter 4. A Contemplative Intelligence. Metamorphosis is also happening emotionally and spiritually to us. It does not just happen biologically. We are maturing and evolving from one state of thinking, feeling, and acting to another. Whether we know this or not, doesn't change the changes. Contemplation evolves in stages from a humble genesis to an ever-deepening revelation. Interestingly, namesakes of the Bible's first and last chapters. Notice in the last chapter of the Bible, it is not an epilogue, conclusion, or ending. Nothing ever truly ends. It is the deepening into more and more consciousness, and then falling blissfully back into mystery through an omega point rather than a finish line. An omega point is that mysterious and invisible force that guides us to wherever we are going. It is the force that won't allow you to stay the same. It won't allow you to settle, be someone that you are not, or live happily without a true sense of purpose. Contemplation evolves from awareness of general thoughts to ever-deepening thought. It is this thinking about thinking that we do. It then moves to inner, focused reflection that is questioning by nature. Intuitive, sacred self-wisdom is born from the stillness and focus, and finally the questions we are asking about something that leads us to a new unfolding and knowing. You see, we already know the big stuff, so consciousness is rarely remembering what is. Subconscious unfolding into consciousness is a process of deep inner knowing. It is scientific as it is spiritual. The spiritual part of using contemplative intelligence is simply surrendering and accepting what is, then allowing it to be unveiled and known as it is. Or in other words, it is seeing the world as it is without our stories, untruths, or skewed realities with self-interest. Contemplation's continuity. Like every other thing in the universe, contemplation is continuous. Contemplation has nothing to do with forcing, rather flow, and is often called mental prayer for that reason. Contemplative intelligence is the mental stance the mind takes after it has become quiet. It is the mystical space that precedes stillness, and it is in this mystical space that miracles happen. Intelligence itself, by definition, is concerned with the ability to apply acquired knowledge and do something with it. It is in being and doing, which we call the zeros and ones of life, that we will get into a little bit later. When we see or recognize something that we never knew before, we raise our IQ intelligence. When we use this new awareness to help ourselves and others, it is emotional intelligence or EQ. When we are conscious of reality exactly as it is, some understood and some still unfolding, and we can hold on to that process, that is contemplative intelligence or CQ intelligence. Today we are able to watch on a moving MRI screen how the brain moves from one space to the next. It is not only the change from one part of the mind to the other that is happening, it actually generates new gray matter in the area where creativity, intuition, inspiration, creativity, and passion live. CQ is about going beyond duality and the linear, beyond your thoughts and opinions. It allows you to sense the essence of things as they are in reality without your mind's old constructs. Everything living responds to love and higher energetic forces in collective consciousness. This is why yoga works, for example. It is why you can feel warm and fuzzy in a close relationship and experience ecstasy. It is the reason why your cat purrs and your dog stays in such ecstasy for you day after day. It is the response we get from our communion or interaction with nature, animals, and our pets. You may even feel it in large meditation classes. It emanates a blissful, peaceful feeling, and CQ by nature is all about deeper connection to what is. What is always reality, and it is always loving and energetic. We just need to be open to it to heal, grow, and thrive today. Self-concept and ego closes it off. This is the beginning of the awareness that contemplative intelligence offers us. It moves us from the contracted consciousness to expanded consciousness and then to pure consciousness. This is the way of contemplative practice. It opens us up in mind, body, and soul. It removes the narcissistically aligned shadows of our self-concept and allows us to enter a place of ananda, or true peace. And so it is mind, body, and soul surrendering that happens, rather than something you could ever do with willpower. The life of contemplation implies two levels of awareness. First, awareness of the question, and second, awareness of the answer. Though these are two distinct and enormously different levels, they are, in fact, awareness of the same thing. The question is itself the answer, and we ourselves are both. But we cannot know this until we have moved into the second kind of awareness. We awaken, not to find an answer absolutely distinct from the question, but to realize that the question is its own answer, and all is summed up in one awareness, not a proposition, but an experience. I am. Thomas Merton. Metamorphosis. Any power this good in a loving universe has to be free. It must be available to every living thing, even the trees. Whether you live in New York or the Amazon rainforests, or are a nomad living in a desert somewhere, it must be freely and easily available to us all. The stages of becoming contemplative are much like the stages of change in life. Change so simply represents the unfolding of our contemplative intelligence in the psyche, an unfolding that's in all things. Let us look at the stages of change now as follows. 1. Conscious awareness. 2. Opening. 3. Knowledge. 4. Action. 5. Continuity. And 6. Repeating the cycle. Conscious awareness is noticing that we need to change. Everything is subject to ceaseless impermanence. We are always changing, of course, and nothing ever stops completely. So these 6 stages take us down the rabbit hole from one liminal space to another. Once we become aware of our real states and surroundings without the distortions attached, we can then slowly start to open up to the challenge in stage 2. Nothing closed will change it. And in fact, everything in its power will avoid change at first at all cost. Many people are like this in the early stages of their own conscious evolution. The 3rd stage of change is where we gather the skills and knowledge to make change happen for us. We learn how to ride a bike or use a computer with knowledge. Here, we are also more concerned with self-knowledge, which is the how of personal change and self-actualization and growth. 4thly, we action the skills learned in the previous stage. And 5thly, we consistently use those learned skills and behaviors over time. In stage 6, we tend to repeat the cycle in a 2 steps forward, 1 steps back kind of way. In CQ practice, we call this a Samsara cycle of the starting and ending cyclic nature of life. What is important here is to deeply realize that this samsara or world process of change is never ending and is happening to you right now. It is pretty much like being on a hamster wheel of change, of beginnings, endings, and of being turned on and off. The way through the cycle is to go above it, to think above, to awaken to a more spiritual way of looking at the scientific process of life unfolding. All of this gets very interesting. Metta is to go above. It is the transition of pupa to butterfly and ego to sacred self. Having the imago Dei, or image of God within us, we must do what the rest of the universe does, consciously evolve into the larger mystery, transcending the regular change cycles of life that make us anxious or depressed. Metamorphosis is evident in us as human beings who were once zygotes, babies, children, and then adult males or females. Metamorphosis is also happening emotionally and spiritually to us. It does not just happen biologically. We are maturing and evolving from one state of thinking, feeling, and acting to another. Whether we know it or not, these changes are going on. Hierarchies are everywhere, and we are moving upwards and evolving through conscious hierarchies all the time. We are all metamorphosing into something grander. Once upon a time, I dreamt I was a butterfly, fluttering hither and thither, to all intents and purposes a butterfly. I was conscious only of my happiness as a butterfly, unaware that I was myself. Soon I awakened, and there I was, veritably myself again. Now, I do not know whether I was then a young man dreaming I was a butterfly, or whether I am now a butterfly dreaming I am a man. Zhangzhou, the butterfly as companion. Contemplative intelligence is a mental prayer that is working on the physiological, psychological, emotional, and spiritual collectively. It teaches us what to do with our racing, obsessive minds. Minds that are like German shepherds who are very much working dogs, looking to do a good job for us. You cannot be present only with your mind. A good start with CQ is to know you need these 4 faculties to align and synchronize to get you to where you can optimally perform, work, breathe, and live better. The intelligence it creates brings us to a place where it is what it is. In this space, we don't exclude, categorize, compartmentalize, or judge. Nevertheless, we have to start our change process intelligently, knowing that when we have ego defense mechanisms, they will keep us from change. People living in the Western and modern worlds struggle to do these things. We are always judging ourselves as right and others as wrong. This is why racism, divisions, and gender bias all exist so strongly today. We always judge ourselves as better than the other. And the mind, along with the help of the ego and its insurgents, will bend reality to make it true. Another problem is our tendency to quickly judge something or someone as good or bad. Our millennia-old egos do this for survival in seconds, but then we tend to leave it there as learned memory. We do not question it again. We make collective false associations in fractions of a second and then cling to them like we are using Velcro. Our judgments cause the obvious prejudices, and we judge men as bad, all women as weak, or whole countries as corrupt. Then we easily become biased and racist and bigoted. From the initial and unchecked millisecond decisions we make in our mind, we become closed-minded with judgments in seconds. We can even judge an entire country, God, or the world itself as bad. But we don't know enough as human beings to be such judgmental pessimists. With CQ, we are able to recognize all of this and start to put our bias, memory, and automatic thoughts aside, consider and reconsider the questions and their corresponding answers more deeply, without ego from ground zero. We question and re-question what we believe about people, places, things, conversations, and situations. Metanoia means to change your way of processing your mind and the moment. It is a mental practice that is looked at in a spiritual way. This is the CQ practice I'm talking about. A contemplative mind is instinctively intuitive to what can become obsessive, antagonistic, or defensive thinking in a split second and notices its tendencies for bias. We are governed by a mind that puts safety first and all else second. It has learned how to keep us in these comfort zones, safely away from any uncertainty. It has learned how to keep secrets and lies alive when reality seemed too painful to bear. 2 minds. Whosoever you are, you will come to a crisis in your life. And after the crisis, if you are open to it, you will enter a space of spiritual refreshment, peace and compassion that you could not have imagined. If you are closed to it, you will stay in crisis, in the crisis of addiction, in the crisis of depression, in a constant state of flux and tension. Father Richard Roll. Cut open your head, and it will look as if your brain is in 2 halves at first glance. Look a little closer, and it looks like 4 quarters. We have a creative right brain, and on the left a rational brain, and then a frontal and back brain. We even have an upstairs and downstairs of the brain to pick apart as well. The 2 halves of life can metaphorically be mapped out in the brain as well. Your limbic and hindbrain is where your fight, flight, and freeze are, or your F9 mind as we call it in CQ. This safety-orientated mind is called a monkey mind by the Buddhists and also a lizard brain by many, as it's the oldest part of our brains that has not developed as much as other parts have done. Our primary evolutionary drives still house the brain's primary F4 rationale: fighting, fleeing, feeding, and fornicating. These drives were so strong in its day that it has stayed the same and is still loyally defending us from lions, tigers, snakes, and sinners that stalked us night and day, even though they are not really around as much anymore. The problem is that there is no creativity here to accompany these survival instincts. Without creativity, that we can't access when in survival mind, means that we can't live a higher purpose of life. It means we can't find peace and keep it either. And lastly, this survival mind functions on learned behaviors. It keeps you safe from what it has learned from the past using memory. Let's say you got burned by a fire once. You probably don't need a second lesson to stay away from fire. So it works super well, ultimately too well most of the time. So it leaves us defensive, closed off, and anxious. It is where negative emotions are stored along with fear, stress, and anxiety. J. Price, who so eloquently said that until you transcend ego, you can do nothing but add to the insanity of the world. What he was saying was that we need to transcend this defensive part of ourselves, or we will be doomed to live in the insanity of it all. The bits in the front of our heads is what we really are interested in when it comes to finding your sacred or divine self. We can call this front piece our prefrontal cortex. The clinical research, mostly from 2018 onwards, tells us that this is where creative thinking and critical thinking happen. It is where emotional intelligence gets us utilized, and we know that our performance, feelings, and ultimately our behaviors are where the link is. This is where the magic happens. It is perhaps where the Hindu concept of the third eye is located. It is a more seeing eye, which is also based in true neurology, regardless of whether it is an actual eye, a pineal gland, neurotransmitters or not. The region it activates is the same. We call the discovery of activating this mind the magic of self-actualization, where we realize our full potential and become creative. This region is also intrinsically positive by nature, all things considered. If suffering is a pattern of thinking, as the new research suggests, then we need to become aware of these patterns. That is what contemplative intelligence is. It is awareness, acceptance, and then new action in our minds and emotions that neurologically rewire our thinking structures. The Desert Fathers, ancient sages and gurus would probably call this an experience of transcendence, which I would definitely tend to agree with. Let's take it one step further. The back of our minds is called an ego self or ego identity. It is where you have created a concept of who you are and what everything else is in the world, the good, the bad, the ugly. This area is also known as the false or small self. The ego is all about the self. It is generally selfish, hostile, judgmental, flat, and in denial of any reality that doesn't suit its agenda. This ego is the opposite of the sacred self side of you, that is the side that can heal, grow, and love empathically. Defeating your insurgents. Strengthening your sacred self is the way out of monkey mind. Your sacred self lives in an entirely different part of your brain than your ego-insurgents. This area of your brain that we will train and develop together produces calm flow states. It is activated by 7 pathways. Courage, empathy, and connection are a couple of them that we will learn more about later. Your ego-insurgents reside in your limbic system, where fight, flight, and freeze mind reside. They are always on high alert and are prone to making us hyper if we feel threatened. Hyper-judgmental, hypercritical, and hyper-distrusting are among the more typical responses. Through some pretty standard neuro work, your mind can easily be trained to put you in flow and not flight. Mind yoga exercises and CQ reps every day are essential in retraining your brain. The first steps to eradicating an ego is to know that it's there. Contemplation, mindfulness, and meditation are hugely powerful in this regard and can actually change the size of your hippocampus. This means you, whoever that may be, are capable of actually changing the size and shape of your brain. You can also change how it works, functions, and responds to you. The 7 pathways back to sacred self. It is good to wait in silence for the grace of God. There are 7 pathways to defeat your insurgents. We defeat them by knowing who we really are and then developing certain tools we can use them to help us grow and heal. From this healing place of authentic self, you can start to trust yourself more, and in so doing, love yourself more. Love will defeat the ego like no other power on earth. It doesn't take long. It just takes discipline and practice. All relationships are built on trust, including this one with yourself, and even your relationship with ego and shadow self. When we love the ego, it naturally weakens its grip of fear. Real love is the simple absence of all expectations you've placed on yourself. The term shadow refers to everything within us that we don't know about ourselves. It's often called our disowned self. So getting to know thyself is contemplative intelligence at work in this regard. Working to become aware of our shadow selves so that we can live in greater alignment with our sacred self, which is love, is rewarding yet challenging work. There are many perspectives on how to best accomplish it. One step that is practiced virtually in all growth approaches involves increasing awareness by introspective and contemplative practice. As we get acquainted with this, here is one very important shadow work practice as taught by leadership coach Scott Jeffrey. Shining the light of consciousness on the shadow takes effort and continual practice. The more you pay attention to your behavior and emotions, the better chances you have of catching your shadow in the act. We tend to project our own disowned parts onto other people. One of the best ways to identify your shadow is to pay attention to your emotional reactions towards other people. If you're paying close attention, you can train yourself to notice your shadow when you witness strong negative emotional responses to others. You should call this mirror work, seeing it outside and then changing it inside. So the 7 most powerful pathways to defeat your insurgents daily through CQ practice are love, gratitude, presence, empathy, courage, self-regulation, connection. These 7 pathways of CQ are the roadmap from the downstairs of your mind to the upstairs. They are the pathways we traverse as we return to sacred self, our most authentic and undefended selves. They are undefended because there becomes nothing to attack. From the ancient brain to the supermodern mind, from the hind brain to the prefrontal mind, where imagination, vision, and creativity live. To transform ourselves, we will do 2 things. We will weaken our tendencies to defend ourselves where the threats are no longer real, and these 7 pathways are strengthened at the same time. As we are learning, defense is the first act of war, and merely knowing this is the start of the end of the war as we surrender ourselves gracefully. It's our very own D-Day, if you will. So take a moment to read out the following lines to yourself as affirmation of your time and work and purpose here. We will weaken your victim insurgent, your judge insurgent, your codependent insurgent, your controller insurgent, your eccentric insurgent, your anxious insurgent, your perfectionist insurgent, your neurotic insurgent, your pleaser insurgent, your actor insurgent, your fear insurgent, your distrust, drama, and ego insurgents. We will strengthen self-regulation. We will strengthen empathy, courage, and connection. We will strengthen love, gratitude, and presence. Then we will return to sacred self. Contemplative states of rest. Change only occurs when the mind and body is in a restful state, not in the state of urgency or stress, or as we call it, survival brain. Your brain is too busy looking at sensations, perceptions, feelings, and emotions that can make you act a certain way, like F9. When you're in survival mode, you're using a adrenal chemicals like adrenaline itself. So know that no change occurs or can occur at the time of the event. Here is the interesting bit. It marks the event for change later, when there is no stress. So now cue the restful states we get through contemplation, meditation, centering, or simply self-regulating ourselves throughout a day, and we have the perfect 0 and 1 combination for change. It is only when we use focus and then relaxation techniques together as adults that we can really activate neuroplasticity for lasting growth, development, and change. When you're running, you don't get fit. Fitness is measured only during your recovery period, when you are resting long after the event. So we become fitter after running and not during running. The same thing is happening with our thoughts and perceptions. We can only grow from them when we regulate them with relaxation or mindfulness techniques that generate relaxed states free from fight, flight, or freeze. If you're always in stressful states, always obsessing, overthinking things, or having anxious thoughts, you're going to miss the growth and development. You will stay stuck with what you've always learned before, as a child, for example, and you want to be able to benefit from the new experiences that could enhance your life. Here's an example. Go to a lecture or a motivational talk that really interests you, and you will be really focused on the subject matter. The speaker is talking about a subject you really love, so you're intently focused on what he is saying. But then you leave the event and stress about the parking, the traffic, whether you'll be home in time for dinner. You then get home and gossip about the neighbors leaving the trash out. You drink wine. You watch 2 hours of television mindlessly. Scroll on your smartphone for 20 minutes before falling asleep in bed. You have not activated a proper restful state. You will do your usual processing in your sleep while you dream, but the markers for real change and growth have not been activated. The consequence is, of course, that we stay the same. Nothing wrong with that at all, perhaps, unless your life is not working out the way you want it to. Unless you suffer anxiety and depression, and in turn that has made you hate your job, your relationships, and even yourself. If you want real change, it is going to manifest with intentional focus and relaxation together as a process. Internal zeros and ones, problems and solutions, causes and effects are all subjects of this process. A sense of urgency is the very reason why we leave things until the last minute. Once we have a looming deadline or need to get it done, it activates a state of focus from contemplative intelligence that we need to get what we need to get done. Flow and normal states don't get us motivated to do things half as much as urgency does. Contemplation is a long, loving, and honest look at reality as it is, beyond the perceptions of your egoic self and monkey mind. When you are able to see reality through contemplative practice, you will see it as it is, eternally kind and universally gentle. It is kindness, love, infinity, and inclusion revealed beyond time and space, exactly as it was, is, and will be. Contemplation is therefore clear revelation of seeing the universe as a finished unfolding, beyond the illusion of separation and paradox. The passing ships exercise. At the very core of it all, therapy is pretty much the same. It's about thinking and behavior coming together so you can actually do what you want to do in life, rather than just thinking it. Firstly, it is about stopping doing what doesn't work in your life, changing negative to positive. It is a process you are aware of in awakening itself. So let's detail this with a short story. Contemplate it for a short while. Imagine a river or stream. You're sitting on the bank of this river, where boats and ships are sailing past. While the stream flows past your inner eye, I ask you to name each one of these vessels. For example, one of the boats may be called My Anxiety About Tomorrow, or along comes the ship, Objections to My Husband, or the boat, oh, I don't do that well. Every judgment that you pass is one of these boats. Take the time to give each one of them a name and then let it move on. If you sit still for a while and do the exercise briefly, see what names float by. Write them down in your journal. For some people, this is very difficult as an exercise because we are used to jumping on board these boats immediately. As soon as we own a boat and identify with it, it picks up our energy. So what we have to practice is unpossessing or letting go. With every idea, with every image that comes into your head, we say, no, I'm not that. I don't need that. That's not me. Again and again, we have to tell ourselves this. Some of the boats that are accustomed to our jumping aboard them immediately think we didn't just see them for the first time. That's why they head back upstream and then tend to return to you. The boat says, but before this, he always used to get mad at his wife. Why didn't he this time? Some of you will feel the need to torpedo your boats, but rather don't attack them. Don't hate or condemn them. This is also an exercise in personal and mental non-violence. You are not allowed to hate your synapses or your soul. The point is simply to recognize things and to say, that's not necessary. I don't need that. But do it very amiably. If we learn how to handle our souls tenderly and lovingly, then we will be able to carry this same loving wisdom into the world outside through our new actions that arise from doing this work. Psychology as human science can only help us to arrange our images and concepts differently to get a somewhat more positive image of ourselves. But authentic spirituality doesn't only shift the image. It says, I don't need any images at all. I don't have to protect any self-image, especially images that were made up mostly in childhood with a childish and immature mind. If you see this exercise through, in a short time you will know which images you personally cling to, which patterns of thought energize you. I warn you, it's a humbling experience at first, because most of us will find out that we don't know who we are apart from our surface thoughts and feelings. But after only a few minutes of doing this awareness work, some will find that the river is cleared of boats. Occasionally it is even happening that people have the feeling that they'd love to tear their clothes off and dive into the river. The water is our spiritual self that flows much deeper than our psyche. You are not your surface thoughts alone. We go way deeper than this when we start to see below the surface. As you start to question your thoughts, understand that this is the work of authenticity you're undertaking here. You can have no self-love or self-respect if you are not true to yourself. Liars have no honor. Are you true to yourself? And when last have you challenged yourself on this concept? We can learn from the Stoic masters today who said, fate leads the willing and drags along the reluctant, by Seneca. And so we can learn to boost our sacred self every single day. Remember that your higher self lives in an entirely different region of your brain and generates positive emotions while handling life's challenges. Your greatest happiness and performance is generated through upstairs of your brain, not the downstairs F9 survival brain. When we practice mindfulness, we are liberated from fear, sorrow, and the fires burning inside us. When mindfulness embraces our joy, our sadness, and all our other mental formations, sooner or later we see the deep roots. We have every mindful step and every mindful breath. We see the roots of our mental formations. Mindfulness shines its light upon them and then helps them to transform. Thich Nhat Hanh. CQ's 5 fundamental life questions. The more you use your CQ mind muscle, the better you will become at it and the deeper you will go. We are not very supple when we start a yoga practice. As we stretch out more and more over time, we find that we can eventually bend and twist our body postures into beautiful poses. The same goes for our mental fitness and mind yoga work. Thinking is not something we can do just once, and when we realize this intelligently, the whole world will change. Steadily we learn to do what Einstein suggested and question everything. What is life about? What is really going on? And what is really true? Here's a simple example of how we can do that. Contemplative intelligence is more about unknowing than knowing. To contemplate is to reimagine whatever it is you're thinking, believing, and experiencing in your life. If you're pondering, who am I? And you discover an answer to that question. In other words, I'm a really nice person. That stops being contemplation fairly quickly and will either become truth or lie, scientific fact or a projection of a wild imagination. It is beyond words. Concepts and facts are beyond this, and it is always asking deeper questions, never content with its answers. It questions answers. But this is true intelligence, because people who think they know whatever it is and really don't know are the most dangerous kind of people. Just look at an ideology like Nazi Germany or even apartheid South Africa. People who don't think they know and come to know progressively are far less dangerous as truth is revealed and unfolded to them. Being touched by God is contemplation's metaphor for how we get bursts of awareness, connection, and knowing that may come from doing yoga, communion, and connection with nature, or even in a dream perhaps. It can even happen in a therapy session. These bursts of new insight and awareness come from contemplation and then simply become the new, ever-evolving you. You learn something new, then it becomes you. And then you go beyond it towards something else. It's just incredible how the mind really works. Precisely the same as the cosmos itself. Lao Tzu said in the very first verse of the Tao Te Ching that the minute we know the way and name it, it is lost. It's precisely at that moment of knowing that contemplative intelligence has done its job. But instead of thinking it knows something as fact or certainties and closes off the thinking, it keeps questioning and therefore keeps unknowing. It simply goes beyond settling for a set of beliefs and sticking to them comfortably and confidently like glue. Imagine how many wars we could have stopped had we done this ever so simple task, rather than allowing ourselves to be ruled by impulse. Our ceaseless growing consciousness is what contemplative intelligence is, and we never arrive, we only sojourn. Knowing beyond what we think is the work. It is the right perspective. People with lazy minds suffer tremendously, at least eventually. Ignorance is bliss, but only for a short while. If you look at personality disorders, you will see that the root of all of them is that the mind has waned and become lazy, avoidant, and tried to take its own mental shortcuts. Only doing the work of exposing what is untruthful or disordered in our thinking will heal any of the mental conditions we end up with over time. The lazy mind, in order to be free and fix itself, must become willing to do the length and breadth of work that will set it free from whatever afflictions we end up with. So depression or addiction will only be healed by doing a ton of mind work and re-examining what is believed, what was true or certain, and restructuring it in a new way. This is what we call healing and recovery, growth and change. It's the necessary reconstruction of our personalities later in life with a more mature mind that transcends all past suffering. The self-actualization process is rarely formed with contemplative intelligence, going from certain back to uncertain. We human beings have a tendency to covet what we know and defend that knowing to our own at the detriment of others. We cling to thoughts and concepts like Velcro. Contemplation is the Teflon that allows us to let go of our thoughts like water off a duck's back. That is true freedom. Freedom to think and rethink, to be and re-become, to create and recreate. We can even dare to recreate our entire selves and the world. Why not? There are no limits to contemplative intelligence. As soon as it knows, it stays open and goes above that knowing back into unknowing with another why. Much like a child's innocent questioning, free of ego. Why is it so, we ask? Why am I like this or that? And my personal favorite, why not? This question is what sets mystics and the mindless apart. The perpetual why and contemplation. We can ask ourselves why something is the way it is and find an answer fairly quickly, or so you might think. Our brains come up with conclusions and solutions to problems all day, every day. Fast food styled conclusions to gourmet problems. The problem is that the answers we get are stored in our memory banks as solid facts and are not always solidly based on reality as they need to be. The best of us tend to jump to conclusions about what actions to take in life. How do you think the absurdly cruel wars the world has endured started? If some ask why the human brain is made up of 70% water, they may say that it provides the transport system for sending neurotransmitters around your brain. So most people would be satisfied with that answer and go about their day. But someone else, a scientist or student or philosopher, may ask why external materials like water are needed for internal tasks. Another might ask, why water? Why not something else? Why is the sea not made of oil, a much better lubricant? Because water is used not only for humans, but for everything else to survive. Why, you might wonder? Why is the entire world also made up mostly of water? And so the perpetual why can go on and on. Oftentimes we are satisfied with answers as they are given to us when we are children. There was a big bang that created living organisms. Most people are happy to try and leave it at that. But eventually a nagging and perpetual, deeper why is going to come along and get you to peel the onion a little more, going down into reality by another layer. I'm tired. Why? Sleeping badly. Why? Stressed. Why? I dislike my job. Why? I love the outdoors and am indoors all day. Why? Because I am a people pleaser, afraid of taking risks. But we can go on and on with the perpetual whys in life. It is when we stop at the first why that we tend to suffer the consequences of lies, untruths, distortions, and our best kept secrets. We must learn to become investigators of the self. That is contemplative intelligence. To be able to deeply think about thinking from many perspectives and angles. When we try to suppress the truth and reality and say we are convinced of this or that, we are blocking out other people's viewpoints. It is then that problems start to manifest. Probably to get us closer to the truth through suffering the consequences of our shallow thinking. Shallow thinking always doesn't quite get us to where we need to be at the end of the day. So someone thinks their life purpose may be to martyr themselves by killing people they think are their enemies. They have stopped 100 whys short of the reality of the situation, which is why the guy over there wants the same thing as me. They should do a cost-benefit analysis from an objective standpoint, and a ton of unnecessary human stupidity would be avoided. If we could use the art of perpetual why before we started the next war, we could have amazing consequences for ourselves in the world. Vietnam wouldn't have happened if we thought it through. No wars would have happened. Someone wakes up one day and is convinced that God told them to kill their enemies and not love them. And the result is 100-year war and immense, unnecessary, and brutal pain and suffering. They always do both sides irreparable damage for land and resources that the other doesn't need. The Nazis, Alexander the Great, and other conquerors have achieved more pain than victory. Nothing good comes from not thinking things through properly. If the premise is wrong, the conclusion we make will naturally flow as wrong. We will wrongly think he is bad or she is good, or people of that creed or color are evil. It is when we think deeper thoughts through our work in contemplation that we unify the field. We are all the same. It is one universe, and many things seem so different until we question these differences, that is. So Einstein said that the important thing is to not stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing. Stay curious and open to the mystery of your mind. It is when you think you have solved your 500-piece puzzle, and it is actually a 10,000-piece puzzle in reality, that you will never get proper perspective of what the bigger picture really looks like. If you want to fumble around in the dark, learn to contemplate the questions that life constantly brings for you, and think about your own thinking. Perhaps this is so for both sides of ourselves, so we are developed equally. Boldly re-question your understanding of things all the time. Question your relationships, your career, and what you do with your time every day. Then boldly change it from the new insight that you get from observing the self quietly from within. That is the highest, fastest, most complete and accurate form of thinking our minds will ever do. The go and look philosophy. Take any problem that you have and ask why 5 times. The practice is also called the go and look philosophy. It gets you into sacred mind space pretty fast, and creativity somehow comes alive when we dig deeper. The weird thing, much like CQ itself, is how answers can just simply unfold. The answers to our endless daily conundrums are given, always. Somehow they come. It gets us to ask the right questions, and in doing the right, answers come. They arise. Feeling upset, confused, or unclear, ask yourself why 5 times. Personality is like a multi-layered onion, with public self on the outer layer and private self at the core. The answer to the 5th why can bring you to tears, much like a sliced onion. Simplicity rarely can be incredible in its own right, and finding clarity fast is essential for many of our life's problems. Toyota's founder, Sakichi Toyota, used the magic of this process to solve complex and simple issues, to build a mega brand. Why? Contemplation is much like life. Life is, after all, a perpetual why. As soon as life is understood, yet another why arises. It is the question and the answer, the 0 and the 1 of our binary world. Knowing this brings a world of new freedom. You're never stuck. It's never hopeless. It's never the end. Rather, it's like everything else, an unfolding by nature, naturally. Remember that we cannot achieve contemplation by using our intellect, but our emotional intelligence seems to be the highway that gets us there. We are not born with much empathy. That bridge is built over time and eventually grants us access to CQ mind. Growth and contribution are the highest levels of attainment in almost all religions and all human sciences. Like the needs of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we all eventually get to become more human through emotional connection to self and then to other. When we reach this state, and all of us can easily do so, we become happy. We heal all depression and disorder. We find meaning and purpose in life. A place we can finally sit and blissfully watch the world go by in contentment and contemplative awareness. To break bread and share it is pure bliss consciousness in its simplest form. Man cannot live by bread alone. Man needs contemplation to be fulfilled. Our 6 stages of metamorphosis: pre-contemplation, contemplation, centering preparation stage, action, maintain daily practice, and ego-insurgent recurrence. No book or course in human change and transformation could be complete without a basic understanding of the stages of change we go through to make it happen. In the 1980s, 2 well-known alcoholism researchers, Carlo De Clemente and J.O. Prakasha, introduced a 6-stage model of change to help professionals understand their clients with addiction problems and motivate them to change. Their model is based not only on abstract theories, but rather on their personal observations on how people went by modifying problem behaviors such as smoking or overeating and problem drinking with diets, exercise, and starting yoga. To be aware of our cycles is to overcome and conquer them. So these stages of change are changes we seem subject to until we are able to go beyond personality. In John's Gospel, we are taught that unless a grain of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a seed. But if it dies, it produces many seeds. Change and transition are perpetual and necessary. We are constantly dying to the old so that we can become more authentic and complete. We are unfolding projects that are built up to produce more fruit. These stages can simply be explained as follows and give us a sense of what the unfolding of our true selves looks like from the ground up. So the pre-contemplation stage. It is in this very first stage of change where we rationalize and rebel against change, not yet believing that it is absolutely necessary. Survival mind reigns supreme and we are closed off. Do you like surprises? We cannot always see the benefits of change, especially when change comes in the form of a lost relationship or some other kind of certainty. We dislike change and tend to avoid it. Second stage is contemplation stage. Now here we start thinking about real change. We spend some time considering change more deeply, even though it seems uncomfortable and scary. Pros and cons are weighed up. Neurons begin to fire differently as new areas of the brain are activated. We start to open up, deeply considering the ideas that we have about what changes will look like. Third is the centering preparation stage, where we start to focus on real change. Resistance to change collapses, paving the way to a new start. Preparation and determination make change possible. Where do these come from? Both come from your sacred mind, which are fruits of moving or shifting out of survival mind that can only bear the certainty now. It is an action stage. It is the tipping point that allows for personal paradigm shifts. We start to implement changes in our observable behaviors, changes that we can see for ourselves. We see the change happen and get inspired by how things are eventually starting to turn around. We no longer need belief. We can see it right in front of us, all around us, and we can share the news of these successes with the world. So next comes a maintenance stage, and importantly in this stage we maintain daily practice. New grey matter is created in your brain's creativity centers, and old grey matter in the survival mind diminishes. Brain scans, of course, show us that the changes start to disintegrate the old neural pathways that made us act or think this way. And we develop new habits, and this becomes the more positive, automated thinking, the new norm, if you will. Ego-Insurgent recurrence stage. So this is the final stage of change. We actually go back to old behaviors that don't work. We relapse and end the diet. We act out on anger and seek revenge. if being bitter and resentful is our kryptonite, we go back to doing that. Progress is never perfect. You can be guaranteed of ego's recurrence in any change cycle. The sooner you get out of it each time, the better, and the longer lasting the action and maintenance will be next time around. Life insists on seasons. It gives exams. It needs to know what you really, really want. It must be sure you're getting what you asked for, and there can be no mistakes. There can be no ignorance or, I didn't ask for this, when life in the physical journey is complete. We are going to close off in life. We are going to stop the flow of energy and creativity to test our realities and self-concepts. As frustrating as it will be to endure these changes and cycles of change, the sooner we can get back to where we need to be, which is above the ego, the sooner contemplative intelligence will return us to sacred self. Staying stuck in a stage of change is limbo, which is a kind of suffering for any process as we seek our growth. But the stages are a necessary kind of purgatory or place of purification that we need to go through on our way to bliss consciousness. In Latin, it would be referred to as limbus, translated as the edge of hell. This stalling and waiting of the mind is the universal addiction we have to our own thinking. We all know people who are stuck in limbo. Their characteristics are those of people who complain, give in, and who feel the disillusionment of what they think is life. But it is really the disillusionment of ego that they believe to be true. Their characteristics are those of people who complain, give in, and who feel the disillusionment of what they think is life. But it is really the disillusionment of ego that they believe to be true. Ego and self-concepts are always aware of their own deaths, so they sit around singing dirges in the darkness of the mind, afraid to step into the dark night of the soul, unaware of what prize is held on the other side: transcendence, openness, and connection. Spiritual freedom from the traps of the tortured ego mind. Contemplation makes God available to everyone, reincarnating the relationship. It goes beyond what we think we know and reopens the great mystery that is God and eternal truth and light. We step out of what we think we know as true and re-question everything. Knowing seems to darken the mind. Just look at our history, our religions, and our personal track records. How many times have we thought we were right to do this or that, and then we found out we were utterly incorrect, even as entire nations of minds? If I think I know at this moment, my mind then jumps to, you don't know, and you are separate from me. This is something we need to rise above by using our contemplative intelligence. God is mystery and life is mystery also. This uncertainty that keeps us in survival mind can be rethought and made into adventure and a new state of thinking, feeling, and behaving that is real contemplative change. That acceptance of, what is. It is available to every one of us all the time, unconditionally. There is a field of intention out there, a collective consciousness that we can access that helps to guide us to reason if we are open to it. Contemplation is holding space for ourselves, for this reason to enter, and for new possibilities beyond the tiresome mind chatter. As Rumi said, out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. A field of contemplative consciousness, perhaps. Rumi continued, when the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Contemplation will move you from existential crisis to existential discovery in a heartbeat. So what to take from this chapter is to recognize a few essential truths. Change is difficult. It is more like growth than what most perceive as change. You're just becoming more conscious of reality in life, not really changing as much, rather growing. I often tell our clients at the Center for Healing that change is almost impossible. The statistics of change at most centers where people heal from things like depression and addictions and even personality disorders is around 6% with an inpatient treatment process. So giving it all you've got is a basic and standard requirement of life that is non-negotiable. Change your relationship to stress. It is a good time to remember that we have a relationship to stress that can be positive or negative. Stress is another central factor contributing to people's unhappiness at work today. Many companies now are offering training to mitigate stress, focusing on its negative health effects. So the problem is people then get stressed out about being stressed out. It is important to remember that stress has an upside. When Anne was working with Pfizer, she asked senior managers to list the 5 experiences that most shaped who they are today. Nearly all the experiences they wrote down involved great stress. After all, few people grow on vacation. Pick any biography and you'll see the same thing. Stress is not just an obstacle to growth. It can be fuel for it. Your attitude towards stress can dramatically change how it affects you. In a study at UBS, Alia Crum and Peter Salovey conducted in the middle of a banking crisis, massive restructuring. They asked managers to watch one of 2 videos. So the first depicting stress as debilitating to performance, and the second detailing the ways in which stress enhances the human brain and body. So when evaluated 6 weeks later, the employees found that the individuals who had viewed the enhancing video scored higher on the stress mindset scale. That is, they saw stress as enhancing rather than diminishing their own performance. So all these participants experienced a significant drop in health problems and a significant increase in happiness at work. Stress is an inevitable part of work. The next time you're feeling overwhelmed, try this exercise. Make a list of the stresses you are under, place them into 2 groups, the ones that you can control, like a project or your inbox, for example, and those you can't, the stock market or housing prices. Choosing one stress that you can control and come up with a small concrete step that you can to reduce that stress. In this way, using your contemplative intelligence, that you can nudge your brain back to a positive and productive mindset. It is clear that increasing your happiness improves your chances of success. Developing new habits, nurturing your coworkers, and thinking positively about stress are great ways to start. Remember that it is how you respond to stress that makes all the difference. Stress, situations, or problems will always be there. It is you who must change how you react and respond. That is in your control. Weaken your victim and controller insurgents by using empathy this week. Remember your inner child and be curious about the way things are unfolding in your life rather than just continually feeling stuck. The truth is that you are never stuck, and there is no rock or hard place that cannot be moved eventually. Reality is much kinder than that. Find out who you really are. When you get your "who am I" question right, all of your "what should I do" questions tend to take care of themselves. The true self is your inherent identity, your soul's image, your blueprint for life. It is your native genius, who you are in God and who God is in you. It is your divine DNA, your original blessing and organic wholeness, your innate vitality and affinity for the more than human world. Chapter 5. Discovering Contemplation. While psychology and neuroscience have all shed light on the cognitive processes that enable us to survive and flourish, contemplative science offers a groundbreaking perspective for expanding our capacity to realize genuine well-being, making us understand that the ultimate intelligence is contemplation. It also forges a link between the material world and the realm of the subconscious that transcends the traditional science-based understanding of the self. Contemplation teaches you to think about thinking, and may be the highest form of intelligence that we have. It is a dance with the physical, psychological, and the spiritual that has a tendency to heal people and then transform them. Many equate it to prayer or meditation. You might be surprised, however, to discover that you can practice contemplation while mindfully washing dishes, singing, being with a friend, or walking in a park. Contemplation is simply being fully present in heart, mind, and body to what is, in a way that allows you to creatively respond and work towards what could be. Contemplation is both personal and communal, internal and external. It helps us to let go of our usual self-focused way of thinking and doing things, so that our compassionate, connected, and creative selves can emerge. Through contemplation, we develop the capacity to witness our egoic motivations, bringing this awareness into our daily actions, and then living with increased freedom and authenticity through deep awareness of self. Through contemplation, we develop the capacity to witness our egoic motivations, bringing the awareness into our day-to-day actions and living with increased freedom and authenticity through deeper awareness of self, other, and God. What is contemplation about? Well, imagine for a moment that you could be all-knowing. What would that get you? Although we can't be all-knowing like God is, we can benefit from knowledge and wisdom. The more we have, the more we will benefit in all areas of our lives. So let's not underrate it. At the very least, it is a kind of self-actualization and God realization at depth. Contemplation is the nature of reality as you may have never experienced it before. The flood of technology and knowledge has made depression, trauma, and stress worse. It has decreased our sustainable performance in every area of life, from careers, family, and even affects the military. PTSD, trauma, stress, and personality disorders are deeper issues that modern-day life has taken on us as a generation, and is causal to battling more and more for people to cope with each year. Moving out of survival mode is how the next generation will self-regulate and thrive. If you reimagine yourself beyond the self-concept and persona you have created, you can get rid of all the things that don't work for you anymore. Many of us have learned to live with what we don't like. The unhealthy habits, the depressive or anxious bouts, the obsessive thinking, and terrible sleep patterns. We have almost forgotten that a large part of life is about starting again. That's what CQ offers, the chance to reimagine your reality and create the life you really want. Stress is not bad for us. In fact, many people thrive off stress. It is our response to stress that is what's important. If you're metaphorically leaving your hand on a hot stove, it can cost you your health, your sanity, and your quality of life. The course will teach you about the bigger picture. It will expand and then free your mind, which is just another organ in our bodies. Who am I really is a question that must be re-examined later on in life, when we have moved out of childhood. If we do not answer this question and other simple questions posed to us by life, depression, pain, and other forms of suffering come to help us shift, reconnect, and grow. This is the journey and the adventure that is the return to your sacred self. Contemplation encompasses and embraces the mysterious, not just the known. Contemplation is a mindset that can shift us from survival to thrive. It is thinking about thinking, of course. Contemplation is the highest expression of our intellectual and spiritual life. It is that life itself, fully awake, fully active, fully aware, that is alive. It can help us heal, grow, and enrich our lives, much like yoga, a good online course, a book, or a profound life experience. Thomas Merton, a famous monk who used the power of contemplation a lot, said that it is gratitude for life, for awareness, and for being. It is a vivid realization of the fact that life and being in us proceed from an invisible, transcendent, and infinitely abundant source. Contemplation on a scientific level. Contemplative science allows for a deeper knowledge of mental phenomena, including a wide range of states of consciousness, and its emphasis on strict mental discipline counteracts the effects of cognitive, intention and desire, attention, cognitive, and affective imbalances. So contemplative science is a term coined by Dr. Alan Wallace and is the bridge between the empirical study of science of consciousness and the subjective experiential studies of consciousness through contemplation. The science of consciousness introduces first-person methods of investigating the mind through Buddhist contemplative practices such as samatha, an organized, detailed system of training the attention. Just as scientists make observations and conduct experiments with the aid of technology, contemplatives have long tested their own theories with the help of highly developed meditative skills of observation and experimentation. Contemplative science allows for a deeper knowledge of mental phenomena, including a wide range of states of consciousness, and its emphasis on strict mental discipline counteracts the effects of cognitive, which is intention and desire, attentional, cognitive, and affective imbalances. While psychology and neuroscience have all shed the light on cognitive processes that enable us to survive and flourish, contemplative science offers a groundbreaking perspective for expanding our capacity to realize genuine well-being, making us understand that the ultimate intelligence is contemplation. It also forges a link between the material world and the realm of the subconscious that transcends the traditional science-based understanding of the self. So contemplate the following. Our natural state of being is to bask in the radiant joy of peace, love, and harmony. I have within me a higher and lower nature which are occasionally at odds. My higher nature thrives on love, while my lower nature struggles with fear. As my higher nature becomes increasingly evolved, I'm able to cultivate blissful love as I rise above delusive fear through peaceful contemplation. Practice before the storm. I think to understand what contemplation is really about is to understand how to first necessarily and intentionally withdraw from the hedonistic nature of the ordinary world and the illusions of that kind of world. Because by no means is the world ordinary. The mundane world is obsessed with pleasure and desire, the desire for more and more and more. If we want to keep our minds free from the traps and illusions, and especially all the despair that all the uncontrolled desire will bring us, then we need something as a toolbox, as a practice that we can use every day to keep us out of the dungeon of the mind. More just wastes time in the end. More never amounts to more. And so it is a trap for many unawakened people. Contemplation is a dynamic and abstract subject, and it is seen with a very right-brained kind of vision and perception. It doesn't calculate or analyze. It connects and synthesizes the world as we know it. You cannot deeply explore the benefits of contemplation if you stay plugged into a rushed, stressed, and busy world. It is through a kind of self-hypnosis that we can practice how to get our minds out of the worthless and into the meaningful aspects of life. This daily work is nothing short of enlightening your body, mind, and soul by awakening awareness in all of these aspects of yourself. All of us have an illusory self. This false self is something that we need to take off like a coat when the time is right. Once it has served us well, we need to give it back. We return it once we have used it up, and its usefulness that contained our immature nature. Sometimes this false self we're speaking about becomes so much part of us that we actually believe over time that is the true self. It is, however, only a persona and a mask, hiding what and who we really are until we awaken. So this is what people are talking about when they talk about the transcendent or spiritual self that wakes up through practices like contemplation. The seeking people are doing is all about finding your true self, your purpose, and real meaning in life. The mind of the contemplative is always receiving the present moment through all five senses. It hears, listens, sees, touches and tastes everything it can. It breathes in the fragrance in the air that others do not even notice. Over time, we have learned to hide our vulnerability. We need to become aware again of how vulnerable we really are. We believe our own lies, that others will get sick, others will die, others will not have as much as we do in their pursuit of more. But life has a way of teaching us what pain means. And when you really understand this, and it brings back the essence of vulnerability, you will be on your way towards all things transcendent. The old workhorse boxer in George Orwell's Animal Farm had a solution to every problem in life. I'll just work harder. This is the result, however, of more of the same, of more is better mentality. It glorifies busyness. But the main teaching that we can take from this is that most things that we do are a waste of time. What a conundrum. Now, if we are sleeping away and doing mundane tasks for 50% of our lives, how foolish would it be to use part of the other 50% to accumulate only material abundance? This really falls short of the value of us as human beings. Deepak Chopra has remarked that those are the very people that need help. Those are the very people that will one day say, life went by and all I did was get busy. I've never heard as a doctor, he said, a patient say to me, I wish I worked harder or spent more time at the office. Towards compassion. So in essence, contemplation is learning about seeking the divine in everyday experience. It is coming to know one's true self. It is learning about one's relationship to themselves, other people, and God. Life involves everything and everyone. It has a vocation to be fully human, fully awake, and fully aware. A big example of what busyness has created is that the world is less compassionate today. Because compassion is a product of enhanced spiritual awareness, it is easy to see that it is lacking today. It is lacking because we do not practice awareness, compassion, and empathy with others. When we see that compassion is lacking, we will then wake up to the reality that we have a dual consciousness. One side of the human mechanism is selfish, garrulous, lazy, self-obsessed, and whimsically gluttonous. The other side of the human organism is compassionate and full of empathy and love, and inclusion for all of life with its wondrous and weird ways. It is easy to see somebody who does not practice something like contemplation or mindfulness. So easy, in fact, that a person in survival mind can be spotted across the room or in a crowded arena. Because all the fear they experience is mostly unconscious, these people wear masks that represent shallow, self-obsessed living. They are usually egoic and often arrogant. Their eyes are slightly wider than most, and their speech is just a little bit faster and louder than most people's. They tend to speak of all the calamity and disaster that exists in the world and in their lives with ceaseless fervor. On the other hand, it's also quite easy to spot somebody who approaches life meditatively and thoughtfully. It is easy to see someone filled with empathy and concern for other people and things. Contemplative presence is a way of life and living. It comes from learning how to simply go inward, escaping the madness of the mundane. That is an empty vessel life. One who thinks the body is empty and void of divinity is asleep. According to the Center for Contemplative Mind in Society, Contemplative practices quiet the mind in order to cultivate a personal capacity for deep concentration and insight. Examples of contemplative practice include not only sitting in silence, but also many forms of single-minded concentration, including meditation, contemplative prayer, mindful walking, focused experiences in nature, yoga, and other contemporary physical or artistic practices. We also consider various kinds of ritual and ceremony designed to create sacred space and increase insights and awareness to be forms of contemplative practice as well. Why we practice. So I want you to remember that why we practice mindfulness, contemplation, and other calming techniques is to make sure that we are prepared for all the storms of life that we are sure to experience. You can't spend your life avoiding life as it is. Life comes with death. It comes with grief. It comes with pain, and it comes with beginnings and endings. By the time we get to middle age and we haven't learned how to self-regulate, we are probably going to be in trouble. You need to prepare for life as you would prepare for a race. If you are not emotionally and mentally fit, you're not going to make it. And that's the bottom line. People do not realize that halfway through life, around 40 or so generally speaking, people start falling off the veil of ignorance bus by the millions. Life becomes too much to bear, and they become angry and overwhelmed. People get divorced, have affairs, and split up their homes and families. They make bad decisions by smoking, drinking, and taking pharmaceuticals excessively. The very rush of life leads them to put band-aids on areas of themselves that they should be fixing more deeply than just on the surface. But they don't do that. They don't go deep. And in fact, people avoid the depth of life that is going to be needed one day. Most of us today wait for some kind of calamity, some kind of suffering to befall us before we start to look at change. When suffering comes, and it will come to every one of us, we are thoroughly unprepared. We know that life can be as serious as can be, yet we avoid the idea that bad things will inevitably also cross our paths from time to time. There are things that are going to be difficult that all of us have to endure. If we had no practice, we would not know how to endure them. On a daily basis, we teach people how to endure the trials of life. It is often that we find that we start the work of a person 50 to 60 years old with work from when they were 5 or 10 years old. So most people who are frazzled emotionally and mentally come in gutted by life. Utterly burnt out folk who have never done any work on themselves, even the work that was supposed to be done when they were 20. So we need to look at life as an unfolding timeline. You cannot hide bits and pieces of the timeline, nor can you cancel them out. But you can only accept them. You can rise above them, and you can transcend them. All the problems in the world are generally not solvable. But accept this. It is okay. Not great or blissful at times, but just okay. What you can do is transcend all the problems of the world and learn how to observe life rather than drown in it, and you can choose your attitude in any given moment. So this is why we practice. We practice to be prepared. We practice to develop and hone our abilities in helping ourselves and others through difficult times. And there will be funerals, and you can be the person at the funeral who others need to support and take care of, or you can be support for other people. A rock who has worked hard on acceptance. As Dr. Jordan Peterson says, you can put your shoulders back and your head up straight and high. You can bear the burden of life when you don't do anything other than accept these burdens as if you chose them yourself. Life is going to unfold in any event. Life is going to happen to you, just as it is with everyone else. It is when we avoid it and fight it that we suffer. We must learn to accept life exactly as it is, and if we do just that, we can fall in love with life and all it has to offer. Life's two sides are both good and bad. If we put them together, we can perceive the bigger picture. The work is that we just need to realize that. Part 2. Acceptance. Beyond mind. All of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. Blaise Pascal. Chapter 6. Universal Samsara and the Journey to CQ. CQ takes a profound look at what we need to do to start healing ourselves at the deepest possible level. When we stop thinking of our past traumas in life as an unfair deal and addictions as a death sentence, we can learn how to transcend our own suffering and turn it into something remarkable and worthwhile. Two halves of life. Life at first is about maturation. In the first half of life, we are consumed with building identity, security, and survival concepts. Our looks and making friends. We are athletes and warriors that develop hardened edges and a certain kind of invincibility. We can become self-obsessed. Then there comes a change that is usually brought about by some kind of criticism, angst, or problem that undoes you inside and out. The first half are early stages in which Maslow's hierarchy of needs say that we seek safe worldviews in which to operate, even if it means creating a fantasy world. But personal security, reproduction, and survival brain are not what life is about. We will never proceed beyond the lower stages of life unless we can find a way to let go of the self that was created. Our lack of faith, courage, and deep knowing of reality hold us back and keep us lost in impulse control, narcissism, and therefore we become angry and depressed. Jung said that there is a necessary suffering to being human, and so much unnecessary suffering comes into the world because people will not accept the legitimate suffering of being human. He said neurotic behavior in fact comes from our attempts at trying to avoid natural suffering. We have all heard the term growing pains. When we try to avoid this suffering and these growing pains, the bad feelings and fears life brings, we experience it 10,000 times more. For us, this is the end of all stories, but for them it was only the beginning of the real story. All their life in this world had only been the cover and the title page. Now at last, they were beginning chapter 1 of the great story, which no one on earth has read, which goes on forever, and in which every chapter is better than the one before. C.S. Lewis, Chronicles of Narnia. The power of contemplative intelligence makes a bold claim that we need to change everything. Yes, need to. Your life is not static, and to me, this proposes a journey. We have 6 basic needs that we need to fulfill, and there is a kaleidoscope of attitudes to each need. These needs are not chosen, and the Sufi said, you are being done. So these needs are the part of life that pulls and pushes you towards a self-actualizing tendency. Nature wills out. So all the universe does is give. Not surprising, all our journeys end up there as well. Everyone will contribute, even to fertilize the soil. This life has purpose and meaning whether you choose it or not. It is there. It is relative. It is called reality. The 6 needs are certainty, uncertainty, significance, connection, growth, contribution. It was the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous that stated that half measures will avail us of nothing. So we will do what we need to do, what is required of us, to live the second half of life wide awake, connected and content with self and with what is. To do this, the self-created ego we have constructed since birth to keep us from death, overwhelm and fear has to go. It is in dying to self that we are born to eternal life. This eternal life is the life of CQ, of being able to enjoy, witness, participate, and connect with all that life has to offer, without being trapped in the hamster wheel of time and space by mind. The first half of life is devoted to forming a healthy ego. The second half is going inward and letting go of it. Carl Jung. There are many blockades that will try and stop change. Fear is one. Change sounds easy, much like a decision. Seldom do we change without failing first. As we know, our brains are fired and wired to try and avoid things like failure that seem like pain. To truly live and succeed, you're going to have to act, then overcome. Think about the pain of starting a diet or continuing one. Then think about the rewards. They are not instant. The rewards go through a cycle, like almost everything else, from a menstrual cycle, depressive cycle, a change cycle, or the cycle of the moon for that matter. So everything that you have ever wanted is on the other side of survival mind. An alien in New York. The Egyptians and their pyramids, the Japanese yin and yang, the Indians with karma. New ages with cause and effect. There's both heaven and hell, and also laws of relativity and attraction. Life has systems, patterns, and trajectories. Pain and pleasure act as our compass. When we veer off course, pain comes and guides us back on track. This is what we call healing and recovery, a very essential part of life, as essential as living. In this section, I welcome you to the mystery of the hero's journey through life, a journey that you are sojourning right now. It offers a virtual map that you can use to first understand life and then navigate a little better. After all, knowing what's coming next is what every prophecy was about. If you know, you gain advantage through the knowledge of knowing. If we want to navigate New York City for the first time, we need a map. Imagine using the wrong thing, a map of Texas, to navigate the Big Apple. You might as well be an alien from another planet. You wouldn't get very far, right? This is a metaphor for our 1,000-year-old brain. Forever jet-lagged in survival mode, seeking rest and retort through comparing apples with apples. If your brain has learned successfully in the past about navigating Texas, it thinks that this map is the map of the entire universe. The brain loves to think it knows it all. Ignorance is bliss and keeps us safe from the fear of the unknown. Imagine now your brain is in fear mode, or survival mode as we call it. Creativity, ingenuity, and the like are 1 billion neurons away at the prefrontal cortex. Straight away it uses what it has, that old dusty map. This is why I love the phrase, "You can't get there from here." I use it to teach people that you can't rely on the brain alone to get you there. This is what is meant by man cannot live on bread alone. You need emotions, your gut feelings, energy, the soul, creativity, emotional intelligence, intuition, and things like spirituality to make the brain second guess itself. When it does, it is remarkably resourceful with the opportunity and starts once again to solve problems rationally and wisely rather than emotionally. Imagine now that your life is like a giant chronometer. Visualize a regular clock face that we can use to map out our lives. The parts we are in control of are the parts as they are, like puberty, growing up, and brain development. It has been ticking from the moment you started forming a body, right from when you were less than an eye could even see as a single zygote protoplasmic cell. Carl Jung was one of the first people to explain what he saw as the first and second halves of life. Bear in mind these halves are not chronological. They suggest in the first half of life, we build up an ego of defenses, and then in the apparent obscurity and absurdity of life, we then let them go, as the quote of this opening chapter suggested we do. We have excellent historical examples where scientists like Newton and Galileo, through sheer exercise of contemplation, arrived at radical revolutionary findings such as the law of gravity and planetary systems. Similarly, philosophers like Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates, through the competence of contemplation, were able to explain human and social relationships. Contemplative practices muffle and mute the mind to cultivate a personal capacity for deep concentration and insight. If we choose the object of love as our quest for contemplation, contemplation becomes a piece of cake, very easy. Here, ego disappears, and contemplation breeds a selfless self. Deepak Chopra. Many are addicted to the first half of life, and even to not letting go of what they have created. Almost every religion, philosophy, and system that has ever been created are invariably about letting go and change. This may suggest some pattern of the two halves, which has always been around and has been something that every human being is destined to traverse and journey through. Life is much like a clock. First of all, it only goes one way, moving from 1 down to 6 and then back up to 12 o'clock. There is nothing you can do as a human to stop completely. Just like you, it can't stop while it's alive. Our minds, bodies, and emotions are buzzing 24 hours a day. There's always movement towards something. Life is always unfolding. Even at death, your body will continue to decompose and return to the earth without your help. There is a definite pattern to life. We all start out in one way and then end up another way. All of us, no exception. Life unfolds in a countless series of forms, both good and bad, both tragic and epic, both beautiful and ugly. Pregnant with possibility. Have you ever noticed the look on a pregnant mother's face as she's given birth? Notice how their expressions are all so similar at the moment of birth, as they observe their child with a loving gaze and fall into a restful state of motherly bliss. These expressions uniformly hold a most wonderful look of peace, and you can see it again and again through many births. As the child takes their first breath of life, the big journey of life, bliss and suffering begin, a journey that we can metaphorically liken to a clock. At approximately 2 years old, psychology tells us that we make one of the biggest decisions of our lives. We decide whether the world is a malevolent and violent place or a good place to live. It is here that the Ego-Insurgents are assigned as your guardians to nurture you and keep you safe. This decision is part of what shapes our reality as we grow up towards having to make similar decisions at pinnacle times of our lives again. Even this decision of discerning the power of contemplative intelligence you're embarking on now can be a pivotal and life-changing tipping point that changes everything for you. As early as 3 a.m. on our metaphorical life clock, we start to move away from ourselves. As we grow, we become obsessed with competition and winning. We become nasty, trying to get ahead. We are desperate to be loved, noticed, and recognized as beautiful, talented, smart, and loving. But the rejections, non-nurturing, etc. get in our way. 2 roads diverged in a yellow wood. And sorry I could not travel both. Yet knowing how way leads on way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Robert Frost. We've all suffered. All human beings are subject to trauma and emotional suffering, even if we receive this suffering from our own parents, but we can be guaranteed of suffering in life, either way we look at it. Having treated compulsions, addictions, and obsessions for so many years, one thing you get to know is that suffering seems contagious. It seems to have a life of its own. Suffering seems to find more suffering. If we experience death in the family as a child, we can grow up far more prone to depression and addiction than others. Life has already had its way with us. But at some stage, all the suffering in the world cannot defeat the human spirit. At some stage, people get their act together. Their resilience always amazes me. They get their acts together, they heal and grow into stronger, more stable beings than they were beforehand. Then something magical happens. It is people who have suffered themselves and then healed themselves that treat other people with huge dollops of kindness. They somehow, without really even knowing it, ease other people's suffering. They are gentle and kind. They show love and care for others and know firsthand how hectic and harsh the universe can be. So they have learned to tread lightly and be softer through the hard times. Most older people have a softness to them. That's often why the children in the family are drawn to the older folks and the grannies and the grandpas with whom they choose to spend most of their time. Suffering and love are great teachers. Suffering gets us out of stuckness far more often than love does. We seem to ignore love. We turn our backs on it, but suffering has a way of being relentless with us. It can shift us out of our comfort, fear, and stuckness in a split second. It can flip our lives onto its head in any moment. So if you have endured great suffering, I ask you today to start getting it together. Start making progress by working on yourself. Set goals, envision dreams, be a light worker in a world that is suffering just like you have. It needs you as much as you need it. Dark night of the soul. At the bottom of our metaphorical clock, life changes and rages as a dark ocean that we will refer to as the dark night of the soul. Way down at 6 o'clock, we are the furthest away from our starting point than we will ever be again. Our true nature, innate values, and true selves are a distant, foggy memory. Some people spend more time than others moving away from their true selves. This metaphorical low point is where many people become ill, die, or become addicted. Just remember that this game of life doesn't stop here. There is a corner to turn, but the problem is that most of us don't know it. Remembering we cannot go back, we become afraid. Many long to go back and become paralyzed and feel it is unfair that we can't go back to the innocence of that happy child. It's a swim we must all eventually traverse. First, many of us try and shy away from it. We can be successful at avoiding looking at the dark night of the soul for a long time. We can zone out with drugs and distraction. We can try and be someone else, or we can pretend, as most of us do, that it only exists in nightmares. Like Peter getting out of the boat to walk on water, we tend to sink when we become fearful. Ego-Insurgents try to keep you from experiencing the dark night of the soul. The monsters it fears are really our future friends, our universal guides to the galaxy. People who find themselves in the dark night of the soul oftentimes describe themselves as swimming in a stormy sea, battling to grasp for breath. Other names for this are depression. It can bring a feeling of isolation and not fitting into this world. Anxiety, tension, and stress can be constant companions through this phase of life that comes like a thief in the night with a definite purpose for you. Anything can take us into the dark night of the soul experience. The death of a loved one, loss of any kind, a career move, or a relationship that ends. Even the addictions we employ to avoid the dark night can actually draw us into its icy, life-threatening waters. Thankfully, the dark night, which we once knew as a child as monsters in the closet, is here to help transform you. Suffering is a far better teacher than pleasure will ever be. So why not send a monster to radically shift your life and turn it on its head? You see, like anything that isn't real, fear, for example, it dissolves once you face it. Much like light dissolves darkness, addiction, depression, chronic anxiety, and paralyzing fear are the monsters we fear that have actually come to set us free. It is no secret to any of us that the pot of gold lies on the other side of the rainbow. The best of life is on the other side of hard work, challenges, and great storms. to beat the challenges of darkness that comes to us in so many different guises, as death, disease, loss, and suffering. All these are beaten when we stop thrashing. This is the necessary surrender and letting go, or letting God, that people speak of, that precedes almost all sweeping life transformations. The brain disease of addiction says, you stop, you die. Pain will eat you alive. Reality says, you stop, you start to live. Happiness and enjoyment is ceaseless and abundant and freely yours to bathe in. It is this shift that the brain knows is coming, is inevitable, and creates the avoidance in us. But we know from scientists and Sufis alike that when we try to avoid suffering, we get 10,000 times more suffering. This journey across and through life's storms is what all the ancient and religious and spiritual texts refer to as the need to have faith, hope, and move on. The psychologists call it trusting the process of life. In addiction and recovery, we call it a new freedom. We can use the dark night to let go of all our past hurts and trauma. We can embrace our shadow selves rather than pretend they don't exist. We can know a new freedom by realizing that we were doomed to become defensive and lose our way for a time. We start to understand that the thousands of shocking personal mistakes, bad choices, and crazy schemes, along with all the jealous bitterness, shame, and pain we felt and never spoke about, are actually all okay. They are all part of the necessary shift we need to make. First, we need a rock, impenetrable body, mind, and soul to navigate life. We are not equipped otherwise. When we are ready, somewhere that is possibly halfway through life, the culmination of life's pain and suffering has made us ready to crack open our hardened exterior and live from the heart and soul. It has all been on purpose. Our trust and that which the spiritual masters and leaders spoke of was never given in vain. This is the story of how we start to become free. It is the story of the second half of our lives. In Hindu, we call these stages ashrama. Two people have been living in you all your life. One is the ego, garrulous, demanding, hysterical, calculating. The other is hidden spiritual being, whose voice of wisdom you have only rarely heard or attended to. This hidden spiritual being is your wise guide. When we learn to transcend the illusions sponsored by the ego, we can access this wise guide. We can invite in the higher aspect of ourselves to function in their natural, loving, and integrated design. The Tibetan Book of Living and Dying. The fall and the recovery from the fall. One evening, an old Cherokee told his grandson about the battle that goes on inside people. He said, "My son, the battle between two wolves is inside us all. It is a terrible fight, and it is between two wolves. One is evil. He is anger, sorrow, envy, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego." He continued, "The other is good. He is joy, peace, hope, love, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, and faith. The same fight is going on inside you and inside every other person too." The grandson thought about it for a minute and then asked his grandfather, "Which wolf will win?" The old Cherokee simply replied, "The one you feed." And so, in the end, there is no longer any question. Does he or she deserve it? Just remember this: no one can keep you from the second half of life except yourself. Nothing can inhibit your second journey, your recovery, except your own lack of courage, patience, powerlessness, and imagination. Your second journey is all yours to walk or to avoid. My conviction is that some falling apart on your first journey is necessary for this to happen. So do not waste any more time lamenting poor parenting, lost jobs, failed relationships, physical handicaps, gender identity, economic poverty, or even the tragedy of any kind of abuse. All the emptying out you do in recovery is only for the sake of the great outpouring. Like nature abhors all vacuums, it rushes in to fill them. The very fortunate result of this preoccupation with order, control, safety, pleasure, and certitude is that a high percentage of people never get to the contents of their own lives. Human beings are more about building boundaries, protecting identities, creating tribes, and teaching impulse control. As Jesus said, "Why do you ask? What am I to eat? What am I to wear?" And to what he says, "Is life not so much more than food? Is life not so much more than clothing? What will it profit you if you gain the whole world and lose your very soul?" CQ and addictions. They pass through the well-known stages of a spree, emerging remorseful with a firm resolution not to drink again. This is repeated over and over, first half, and unless this person can experience an entire psychic change, second half, there is very little hope of his recovery. On the other hand, and strange as this may seem to those who do not understand, once a psychic change has occurred, the very same person who seemed doomed, who had so many problems he despaired of ever solving, suddenly finds him or herself easily able to control their desire for alcohol. The only effort necessary being that they are required to follow a few simple steps. Alcoholics Anonymous. The notion that a fall or some suffering must precede growth does not come just from Carl Jung. It is written into the very life of Christ, who descended to the dead before he would be resurrected and ascend into heaven. The falling will happen. There is no way to avoid it. But the growth, the second half of life, doesn't necessarily happen. You can stay stuck if you wish. You can stay obsessed, addicted, or tortured if you choose. You can refuse the second half of life that is the 12 steps, and of course, life itself. If you welcome the second half of life, this is what you will find. You will learn to hear a deeper voice of God than you have ever heard before. It will sound an awful lot like the voices of risk, trust, surrender, of the deeper self. You can hear this voice in the second half of life precisely because of all the work you did in the first half of life. Your very ego self is now a container, strong enough to hold the call of the intimate stranger. And you find that you can let go of things, pain, judgments, and even the need to make judgments. You may find that you are reading a lot of poetry. You may find that you are reading the mystics who seemed opaque to you before. There is a gravitas in the second half of life, but it is held much more deeply with lightness. As the big book says, it gets better. The sinking sands of time. Please understand that the clock metaphor is not chronological. There are old people who have never passed it, and young 6-year-olds dying in the cancer ward who get it, and make adult professionals marvel at their insight and enlightenment way of being. They just let go, find peace, like we all spend our whole lives trying to do. They find life, recover it, depth. When life becomes dark, it can feel like we are sinking in the quicksand of time. We thrash and grasp for air like our heads are just below the surface. We find it difficult to breathe. A skill recovery will teach us years later as we find meditation to heal our thoughts of the drowning we experienced before recovery. Opening the door to change. How contemplative practice can transform a life. Via direct experience, that self is less like a noun and more like a verb. When you begin to discover and live inside a self that is more like a verb, you have tremendous possibilities because you realize there are more choices. More choices in the way that you interact with the world, the way you interact with yourself, the way you interact with others. In this process, what one thinks of me becomes much bigger. This enlarging alters your relationship with self, others, and the world irrevocably. Saki Santorelli. Chapter 7. Yogis and Stoics, Mystics, Monks and Masters. The very basis of Stoicism is to not take things for granted, but to contemplate the very nature of our being. The heart of Stoicism, like most other schools of philosophy, is their deep love of contemplation. Contemplation has always been around, since the first Adam sat in silence, wondering why he had fallen into the dark night of the soul after being extracted from Eden. There are so many mystics and masters that have influenced us today by navigating extreme journeys to understand the deeper meaning of what may have looked like a meaningless life without their teachings. The hope that Jesus offers the world, with resurrection being available freely to everyone. The contemplations of Plato, Lao Tzu, Seneca, and everyone else from Gandhi to Einstein have influenced the way we are today through their contemplative intelligence. What would the world be like without other contemplatives like Nikola Tesla, St. Paul, Thomas Merton, or Mother Teresa? All of these people have shown us a different way, a way that is not carnal by nature, but rather spiritual by nature. It is loving instead of warlike. At the very least, they have taught us how to let go, how to hope and believe, and how to live a purposeful and meaningful life, even though it may not look like that at times. While the world's history has been stricken with stupidity and hostile intent, we have had teachers persist in keeping their lights burning and their wicks trimmed. These great teachers, these great contemplatives, all had the ability to rise above their own thinking and their own pain and suffering. Without them, without their deep reflective thought, the world as we know it may not have existed. Without them, the lights of faith, hope, and love may have been extinguished. But it was not intended that way by the Creator. We have all heard the saying that all paths lead to God, one which guides the work of contemplative intelligence that demands that we transcend the lower and then include it. Nothing need be or is excluded from where we are in the world today. Adam overcame. Krishna loved divinely. The Buddha transcended. John and Muhammad revealed. And Christ resurrected. All stood up for love. Their task is the very same as you have today. To love. Although there are many paths and many names, they all lead to God. God wins. But only every time. We can find contemplative practice in all cultures and religions. In ancient Greece, Plato considered that. Through contemplation, he ascended to divine knowledge. Judaism has many clear references to meditation with practices of introspection, visualization, and contemplation of all that is divine. Muhammad climbed Mount Hira to contemplate life and its meaning, and we know that shamans of many tribes practice contemplation over the ages. Christianity defines contemplation as a state of awareness of divine union. Then in the East, Samadhi is practiced as a kind of contemplative practice by Tibetan and Zen monks in Hinduism and Buddhism alike. Don't let the names and titles make your mind averse to something. Our insurgents can be set off in an instant just by a word. Yes, even the words God or Buddha can create a spark of offense, which is normal egoic response. And oftentimes it's caused by some childhood idea we may have had that religious people are bad, or that only our religion was right and others were evil. Be conscious of looking out for these aversions and change the names of some of the practices, and voila. The aversion you may have changes along with it. The chakras and the contemplative path. Consciousness programs our life. If you have an emotional problem, you see a therapist and talk it through. You only ever get well by processing and then realizing the truth, and then moving forward to the next thing life has to offer you. Freud coined the phrase, the talking cure, for good reason. When we talk, we gain perspective, and that perspective is a new consciousness about whatever perplexed us. We believed we'd be lonely forever, or that job would not end. and so consciousness flows. Our journey to contemplative intelligence is clearly mapped out in the chakras too. Stay with me here if chakras seem way out there, because this gets interesting. Why not chakras? It is mapped out everywhere, hidden in plain sight. So anyone can learn about chakras, but when you see how it applies so intimately to each of us, you may begin to see how the body, emotions, and mind have had a calling to contemplation that spans the timeline of human existence. The integrative philosophies of enlightenment and embodiment have always sought to understand things from physical and spiritual perspectives, from the heaven and earth, the mind and body, and then the spirit and matter. The chakra system's 7 levels are a clear representation of the universal hierarchies that exist both everywhere out there and in here in our bodies and minds. The math, which I admittedly have been shocking at all my life, is now clear. 0 and 1 equal binary reality. That reality underlies all we see scientifically speaking. It is heros gamos, or sacred marriage of opposites. Nevertheless, it is not mind or matter, but indeed both that bear the answers to the mysterious work we seek to solve. The chakra system, archetypically representing the 7 colors of the rainbow, through history is the alternative description of the unfolding reality system. The rainbow bridge is a term for the channel of light that moves through your chakra system that allows energy to stimulate the development of your consciousness. This bridge comes to life as your consciousness is raised. It draws in high energies that nourish and awaken your body, mind, and soul through your chakra system. It starts at the root and flows to the crown like a Jacob's ladder, leading us from the practical to the mystical. Chakra really means disc. These discs are the evolutionary software that run our biocomputers, and they autonomously regulate the energy needed for the tasks at hand. We use self-regulation, meditation, and mind yoga practices because chakras are rooted in the physical body. So we breathe, relax, and center ourselves to release the blockages to the flow of these energies. We move from the insurgent created blocks of personality to a more aware consciousness. We heal the imbalances with CQ, imbalances that come naturally and imminently to beings who are comprised of mind, body, and soul. Our ego-insurgents would be called chakra demons a few thousand years ago. Contemplative intelligence has shown us how we need to escape and then transcend the limbic survival route and then get to the consciousness crown where we can see, know, and even unknow. This rainbow bridge moves us from the practical to the luminescent, from earth to heaven, and from the survival basics of sex, power, and security at the bottom to the middle energy where energy, emotions, and desire arise. The middle, in turn, takes us to the top where intuition, consciousness, and enlightenment abound. There it is again, a binary unfolding of contemplative intelligence. We move from contemplating instinct to compassion and then to enlightenment. This is the journey to CQ. As intellects, we light up from a fiery red flow through greens and blue hues of empathic understanding until we can rest, saturated in indigos and violent saturation of the contemplative crown chakra. The body, mind, and soul balance is an art form that contemplative intelligence teaches. At some stage of our lives, the dark night invades us. Like a thief that comes in the night, we become habitual, stagnant creatures and inevitably become anxious and depressed or lost. This fall precedes the awakening that follows. The chakras act like little maps guiding us towards and out of our slumber. When we find ourselves on a pathway, on the railway line, staring into the headlight of an oncoming train, we can only continue our journey through what the mid-chakras have taught us spiritually and roam within compassion, sympathy, and empathy. The balance of the creature we were and the one we are becoming is a sacred relationship of hieros gamos that we must commit to before these maps, these two polar opposites, can transport us to pure consciousness. Now that we can see the map of the body and the path the mind must take, let us explore how the spiritual wheels rarely turn for contemplatives. The maps or wheels are the pathways that lead to God. Yogic contemplatives' mind is predominantly operating as an accumulation of the past. The whole process of mind yoga is to transcend a mind that is ruled by the past. Yogis teach that when we are in the mind, we can do nothing but recreate a future based on past experience that is going to manifest the same outcomes for you. Addiction, for example, is doing the same things over and over again that do not work. So are we not all addicted? We are addicted to our overthinking, not our drinking. We are automatically held accountable for our actions because that's how your brain is wired. No other universal energy is necessary. We tend to think of karma as what we do to other people will be done to us. Be kind and kindness will return. No. It is always just about the thinker. If they cannot go above their own thinking through some kind of contemplative process, instant karma. The past doesn't exist, but you are dealing with the non-existent, going about it as if it was reality. That is the whole illusion. The mind is the basis of this. Sadhguru. Many people have to transcend their habits, patterns, and the roadmaps they have etched for their lives. Karma is a state of addiction. What we have done in the past then repeats itself in the future in a cause and effect cycle. Contemplation gets us out of the cycle. It makes us aware that there's even a cycle. When we are aware, we can accept what is happening and take new action. This little cycle is called the 3 A's, which are the sections of this book: awareness, acceptance, and action. Contemplation is the key to this simple process. Yoga is contemplative intelligence at play. In quiet and focused stillness, it connects back to front, left to right, and is here as the magic of the mind's potential made manifest. 5,000 years ago, we sat down to meditate in India. Meditation, original Latin, means to sit and ponder. I'm sure we did this zoning out and zoning in practice as cavemen and women, gazing hypnotically into the proverbial fire. In its simplest form, what we are doing is letting the self-concept go as we drop into the realm of the real self. It is through this inner stillness that we begin to see things other than judgments and the other forms of destruction that the mind and the insurgents bring. Contemplative intelligence is concentrated. As in yoga, we become consciously aware of thought, even no thought. When we shift into the space of observer, Atman, or witness, a new world of mystical awareness opens up. This is the world of the prefrontal cortex, the third eye or bliss consciousness. It is the center of consciousness as the yogis explained it. This formless knowing offers us intuitive wisdom that we normally cannot access. I believe this is because we are offered what I term exams before we receive anything. The universe is always asking, do you really want this? Are you sure? Here we go. This may be the reason why the things we want often take time to manifest and reach our doors. Much to our ego's frustration. Healing takes time, so does conscious awakening. The one fact that I would cry from every housetop is this: the good life is waiting for us here and now. B. Skinner. In yogic traditions that stemmed from Vedic origins, the Upanishads, known also as the great contemplators, spoke of a concept called Brahman, which is known as unchanging, unmoving, ultimate reality. Their contemplative practices had them chanting things like, Brahman is real, the world is unreal, I am real, I am Brahman eternal, I am reality. This ancient practice is no different than what contemplation offers us today. It gets the self-concept out of the way and reminds you that you're a spiritual and divine being. Now imagine walking around like Brahman through your waking life. What a difference it might make to how you interact socially. Brahman was in a state of rest, referred to as Sat, reality. Chit, consciousness. Ananda, bliss. These three together, Sat, Chit, Ananda, together are the soul comprising the power of contemplation. The answers have been there all along. Plato makes the claim that sight and the visible realm are deficient. He argues that for the other senses to be used, all that is needed is the sense itself and that which can be sensed by it. For example, to taste sweetness, one needs the sense of taste and that which can be tasted, or something that is sweet to be tasted. But even if a person's eyes are capable of sight and he's trying to use it, and what he's looking at is colored, for example, the sight will see nothing and the colors will remain unseen, surely, unless there is also present an extra third thing, which is made specifically for this purpose. So the third thing Plato is talking about is light. Through this analogy, he equates that what gives us natural light, the sun, as the source of goodness in the world. As goodness stands in the intelligible realm to intelligence and the things we know, so in the visible realm, the sun stands to sight and the things we see. In other words, Plato is saying that the true nature of reality cannot be comprehended by the ordinary senses. Thus, we should make use of CQ mind rather than the sensory organs to better understand the higher truths of the universe. The mind, much like sight, requires a third thing to function properly. And that third thing is Plato's idea of goodness. He likens a mind without goodness to sight without light. One cannot operate efficiently without the other. Stoic contemplation of the sage. Contemplatives such as Socrates, Zeno, Seneca, Marcus Aurelius were all about self-actualization and higher thinking, and mindful, way back in 450 BC. They scientifically understood that those who strive the hardest to reach their life goals are often those who suffer the most. They used contemplative practices to manage this. Self-development means that we need to lay down goals and objectives, which they did. Once we do this, it gives us a benchmark showing us failures and successes. It puts expectations on our performance. This is why so many people today don't put goals down on paper. We're afraid of our failures. We're afraid that they'll be too real and tough to bear by our controlling, judging, and perfectionist ego-insurgents. Expectations are always on their way to becoming resentments. We never know when to stop, and we never know when enough is enough. An invitation to take a moment to stop. Close your eyes and see if you can recall the first sound that you heard earlier today. The shrill ring of the alarm clock, the soft breathing of the person next to you, the song of birds. Then come back to the present moment and listen carefully to the sounds around you. Enjoy. The fruit of silence is prayer. The fruit of prayer is faith. The fruit of faith is love. The fruit of love is service. The fruit of service is peace. Mother Teresa. $10 million. Today we know this is because of self-concept programming, with the help of our ego-insurgents. As an example, a young woman decides that she wants to go out and make $10 million. She starts her project and she does wake up in the mornings and is goal-orientated enough to start her research on the internet. She studies books and fills her time and her mind with all things that are connected with making the $10 million. In no time at all, she is well on her way to the mark, working weekends and starting early with a 17-hour day ahead. No problem. When our young entrepreneur reaches her goal, and she will, if that is what she thinks she wants, What do you think she's going to do next? You guessed it. She'll be on her way to making another $10 million. No changes necessary. She has programmed her self-concept to get $10 million. She has programmed her neural pathways towards this goal for 24 hours a day for a couple of years. It's in her head, alive and kicking with action potential. She will allow herself to ignore her health and neglect young children and relationships to do so. The real caveat is that when she reaches her goal, or whether she doesn't, she is still mentally programmed to make more money. She will have to do the work of waking up to stop what she has been doing and reprogram her mind for different goals. Philosophers like Socrates himself would philosophize in the marketplaces and conduct research on passers-by, just like we have done, to see how we can move from our limbic systems into prefrontal thinking, where change occurs. They were interested in, as we are, in the art of rewiring our minds and what we believed. Stoics simply believed in a living and virtuous life with deep emotional connection in accordance to nature. They wanted to accept life as it was naturally presented, and in so doing accept their fates without the cognitive distortions of denial, avoidance, and the like. Amor fati, or the love of fate, as Nietzsche termed it, was also a common thread for Stoics. These ancient philosophers developed a technique to accomplish this goal of idealized self-realization. We call it waking up consciously, or enlightenment today. Ever heard of the cardinal virtues and eudaimonia? There are 4 cardinal virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. All virtues are attributes of the first cardinal virtue of wisdom. These virtues are the higher good, and their achievement is the good or excellence of wise men, the philosopher, and the contemplative. Wisdom alone is sufficient for happiness, eudaimonia. All virtues are manifestations of knowledge, and the lack of knowledge or ignorance is the cause of the lack of virtue, which is vice or evil. The evil is, of course, the unconscious war that our ego-insurgents wage on us when we are unaware, unaccepting, and therefore powerless to change. Contemplation of the sage, a daily contemplative Stoic practice. A practical example of teachings from our forefathers and the contemplatives of the past would not be complete without an understanding of the Stoics. They taught people about early morning reflection and contemplation, and would think about what the ideal man or woman should be like as an attempt at visualization. The very basis of Stoicism is to not take things for granted, but to contemplate the very nature of our being. At the heart of Stoicism, like most other schools of philosophy, is their deep love of contemplation. They changed the ancient world with their pursuits to find the reasoning mind, a mind above the norm. The simplicity of their practices are inviting and leave one feeling refreshed by their practicality for everyday life. Poetry, music, and art have something in common with the contemplative experience, but contemplation is beyond aesthetic intuition, beyond art, beyond poetry. Indeed, it is also beyond philosophy, beyond speculative theology. It resumes, transcends, and fulfills them all, and yet at the same time it seems, in a certain way, to supersede and to deny them all. Contemplation is always beyond our knowledge, beyond our own light, beyond dialogue, beyond our own self. To enter into the realm of contemplation, one must, in a certain sense, die. But this death is in fact the entrance to a higher life. Thomas Merton. A Stoic meditation. When you wake in the morning, meditate and visualize what you want to achieve, both in that day and in the near future. This is called the view from above. You can go within. Practice contemplatively as you visually observe the universe mentally, as a kind of mental grounding. Who am I? Where am I and what am I doing here are some of the contemplative thoughts you can use here. Stars, trees, rivers, animals, and the Earth's rotation can be visualized. You picture yourself as a cell within the whole, where everything is one cosmic whole. Let the imagery created by your mind sink into your soul. This is kenosis in CQ, which the Stoics called oikonosis, or cosmic consciousness. 2. Here it gets difficult. You visualize your day, where you will be and what you will be doing, and see if it is in harmony with nature and reality. Create a roadmap of your day and watch it unfold for a few minutes. Next, uncertainty. Then for a minute, contemplate catastrophes philosophically. Think about all the chaotic things that could happen. Things like world hunger, illness, or falling and breaking a leg. Think of grief and all things unjust in the world, all things uncertain. Next, certainty. Now the contemplation of the sage begins. Use centering words like fate permitting, all is well, fate permitting. I am well, the world is well. Fate permitting, I'm doing okay. Real affirmations of self, a more Fati style. So see yourself as succeeding in walking through life unharmed and unhindered. In the 12 steps of AA, they would call this taking inventory. It can be done in the morning, and as with CQ Mind Yoga, do it as you navigate your day. The aim is to stay with the certainty throughout the day, away from the pull of Ego-Insurgents. CQ Mind Yoga helps one stay focused here. And then the final part is done at night for 5 to 20 minutes. Before you go to sleep, you begin the last phase of the contemplation of the sage exercise. Become contemplative again. Now think about someone that you wish to emulate and use affirmations as before. If you wish to think of a role model, a successful or enlightened person, it is all about connection and creating an image of what you wish to attract in your life. Like the law of attraction exercise, we become what we think about. It is more necessary for the soul to be cured than the body, for it is better to die than to live badly. There are many meditations from the Stoics that are equally as useful as the above. Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is a good place to delve into these subjects more. Finally, what's important here is that Stoics believed that we had no choice but to contemplate life. If you didn't practice contemplation, they understood it as distracting oneself from their life, which would simply result in them needing to contemplate more. As Marcus Aurelius suggested it, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Like everything worthwhile in life, quality thoughts do not come easy. Let us look at another practice, one that can be used throughout your day. Stoics use something similar to mind yoga called the reverse clause to bring attention back to the sacred self when they found themselves mentally wandering off. Consciously and continuously bring your attention back to your character, actions and judgments in the here and now during any given situation. Act as if you were walking barefoot and cautious not to tread on something sharp. Be mindful when your ego-insurgents rise up, and what we do is mentally guard against our sacred self being set off course. The Stoics sum up the contemplative practice this way. Don't be corrupted by your own foolish actions. All your attention should focus on the care of your mind. In response to every situation in life, ask yourself what faculty or virtue nature has given you to deal with it best. Courage, restraint, and so on. And continually seek opportunities to exercise these virtues. If thou art painted by an external thing, it is not the thing that disturbs thee, but thine own judgment about it. And it is thy power to wipe this judgment out now. Marcus Aurelius, quoted in Beck. Some things are under our control, while others are not under our control. Under our control are conception, the way we define things, intention, desire, aversion, and in a word, everything that is of our doing. Not under our control, our body, our property, reputation, position or office in a society, and in a word, everything that is not of our own doing. In other words, we stop avoiding and blaming things on external issues. Stoicism and Ego-Insurgents. Stoic cognitive distancing is what they used to move from survival to thrive mind, to move out of CQ drama, fear and distrust. This is how they practiced the move. When you're upset, tell yourself that it is your judgments that upset you and not external events or actions of others. First of all, then, try not to be swept along by the impression, but delay responding to the situation until you have had time to regain your composure and self-control. Likewise, when you have an automatic thought that something is pleasurable or desirable, be cautious that you don't get carried away by appearances, but generally delay your response. The Stoics knew all too well about ego-insurgents. They urge us to practice physical self-control wherever we were mindful to do so throughout the day, exactly the practice we are using to get rid of our ego-insurgents. In summary, the thoughts that are under our control, essentially our own voluntary thoughts and actions, should be performed rationally and in harmony with our nature, with wisdom, and with other forms of excellence. Those things that are outside of our direct control should be accepted as amor fati, as if they were God's will. This brings the obvious happiness that is observable when anyone does psychological, emotional, and spiritual work. Following nature in this way, according to the Stoics, is living wisely and leads to freedom, fearlessness, overcoming irrational fear and desire, absence of distress, and serenity. So it leads to a smooth flow of life, as they used to say. This is the serenity prayer of 450 BC that we all can tell is true, as it does not change over time. Chapter 8, opening up to energetics. Through great tragedy, people can receive an amplitude of instant energy that seems to shock and unlock the consciousness that was dormant just a moment before. Through some event, they emerge from a sleeping state that is like waking up from a dream. They open instantly, and it is nothing short of moving from the mundane to the miraculous in a moment. Contemplation is the highest expression of our intellectual and spiritual life. It is that life itself, fully awake, fully active, fully aware that it is alive. It is spiritual wonder. It is spontaneous awe at the sacredness of life and of being. It is gratitude for life, for awareness, and for being. It is vivid realization of the fact that life and being in us proceed from an invisible, transcendent, and infinitely abundant source. Contemplation is, above all, awareness of the reality of that source. It knows the source, obscurely and inexplicably, and with certitude that goes beyond both reason and beyond simple faith. Contemplation is a kind of spiritual vision to which both reason and faith aspire by their very nature, because without it they must always remain incomplete. Yet, contemplation is not vision, because it sees without seeing and knows without knowing. It is more profound depth of faith, knowledge too deep to be grasped in images, in words, or even in clear and plain concepts. It can be suggested by works, by symbols, but in the very moment of trying to indicate what it knows, the contemplative mind takes back what it has said and denies what it has affirmed. For in contemplation, we know by unknowing, or better, we know beyond all knowing or unknowing. Thomas Merton. Your mind is trying constantly to navigate life for you. It is constantly talking to you. It is choosing directions and deciding on things and does this 70,000 times a day for you. It sounds exhausting, and it is. It takes a lot of energy, about 20% of all your energy to do this day in and day out. But it can squander the other 80% of energy the rest of your body uses with oftentimes useless pursuits. Your mind is constantly telling you what to do on one side. On the other side, it is listening to what it is being told to do. This mental conversation seems ceaseless. The chatter and the listener, the teacher and the student. Both speaker and listener are like two old ladies having coffee in contemplation who become quite comfortable sharing each other's stories about everyday life. So we need not do anything if we want to think. It is already happening. The conversation is always ongoing, and your input is not needed to make this happen. It happens without you, and it is really important to notice that. What few of us notice, however, is that in order for us to really show up in the conversations of life, we need to do it purposefully and with awareness. That is contemplative intelligence, which is simply a wiseness above the humdrum nature of the mind. You need not do anything. Remain sitting at your table and listen. You need not even listen, just wait. You need not even wait. Just learn to be quiet, still, and solitary. And the world will freely offer itself to you unmasked. It has no choice. It will roll in ecstasy at your feet. Franz Kafka. Contemplative conversations. You can listen to your mind quite easily. Bring your jacket. It may get cold outside later. No, I don't think I'll need a jacket today. It's a burden to carry around with me all day, and I might lose it. It may retort. Or the subjective voice in your mind might say that today you are going to start eating healthily. It talks to you and sets intentions on eating healthily, and at breakfast time, your mind is focused on salad for lunch. You may even feel happy. You may feel pleasant thoughts from your mind telling you not to worry about the extra 5 pounds you've gained, because today you take control back and do something wonderful. Further, the chatter of your mind sinks down into how you feel, and you're intentionally and deeply soothed by its prowess. It is finally taking control as its power becomes you. The inner voice will even sell you its chosen storyline all morning as you happily hum a tune on your way to work. Know that mind's chatter never ceases. It just keeps talking and you keep listening. You've gotten used to it. You probably don't hear it anymore. It talks about the traffic. It tells you about the cars it likes and judges the looks on people's faces as they go by. John O'Donohue put it this way when he said, "Blessed be the longing that brought you here and quickens your soul with wonder. May you have the courage to listen to the voice of desire that disturbs you when you have settled for something safe." The safe is the chatter that comforted us as children. What is it even saying today? If our lives are in a mess, we need the courage to really start listening and then go deeper into silence and mystery of what is not being said with your CQ mind. If you pay attention to these mental patterns of yours, it will become obvious to you. Try it right now. Try and make it whisper, "Hello there." Shh. Now turn up the volume and make it shout out loudly inside your head. "Hello there," as loud as you can. There is some control. You can adjust the volume at least. But can you make it stop talking? Only with practice you will be able to silence it for more than a few seconds. It is always talking and you are always listening. Which one are you? The talker or the listener? Who is really in charge? Neither one of you is until you make a decision, until a vote comes in. You observe the narrator and also the audience that listens to the narrator. You observe the requests and then the replies. You're in there with these two characters on the mind stage, but you are nowhere to be seen. You remain silent most of the time. This knowing is the doorway to a spiritual path. When people say they are trying to find themselves, this is what they are really referring to. They are not trying to find new voices, but the witness, the observer of the voices, in the hope that this is unknown and unseen, and this inner oracle will finally change things for the better. While the voices direct your life like some kind of navigation system, you know all along that it is really not them that are in control. The voices of the mind are oftentimes liars and self-soothers, and we know deep inside that this is true. When we are feeling tired and low, the voices within make us jump up, smile, and talk, longer than we want to, perhaps to a stranger we don't find interesting. And we fake a smile until our cheeks are sore from people-pleasing. The smile we plaster on our face comes from past conditioning, learned experiences. We understand that the person's inner voices are like when we smile a lot, just like we learned from mom and dad when they wanted to see us looking like they wanted to see us. When this happens, we realize the person that the voice is really just a mask. It is not us, and it is not a true objective representation of who we are. It is this way we meet our ego characters that don many personas driven by ego-insurgents who play many roles in our lives for us. The side of us who comes to know this ego is our higher and sacred self, and it thinks with contemplative intelligence rather than everyday intelligence. So this is the difference between these two intellects. Knowing that these higher and lower energies both exist is the first step to a real inner awakening to what really is. Without these knowings, we are still likely to listen to the mind's voices next time the boring stranger comes up to us on the street, and we offer up 10 minutes of our time mindlessly pleasing people again. It has us trained well, and it has been so for decades. It appears to have control over you, so you believe it and let it have control. That is until one day you can't do it anymore. You say no. You say, not now, Fred. I'm really busy saving the world with my work, and I have somewhere to be. From somewhere inside, just for a moment, you appear. So when we say, I just need to find myself, this is really what we mean. Your mind, you should know, is not you. Lest you forget and slip into a deep slumber that can last all life long, remember that your mind is not you. There dwells within all human beings a divine energy. The power of this energy permeates our entire being and permits us to perform every function in the vast repertoire of human thoughts and behaviors. There are two aspects to this divine energy. Dr. Wayne Dyer. Finding your path. We are all bombarded by stress, anxiety, and feelings of inadequacy, confusion, and fear. This has always been the way of things since the beginning of time. So we know life is difficult because it is. Amid all of this, there is no giving up. That would be an end. And we also know that there is only one real end, which is death. There are no others to face up to, no other ends. At this point, there are only more roads to travel. As discussed, our brains look like both a muscle and a labyrinth. It functions much in the same way, but it is not you. It points to who you are. It makes you the subject of a greater object, which is the world you live in, your environment, the world. Mental fitness practice is exploding around the world at the moment, and we have a fitness coach on every corner offering us ways to improve our performance and our emotional and mental health. On the other corner, we have psychiatrists and doctors offering us modern medicines and prescriptions for mental wellness. And on the other, the homeopathic, natural medicines as they are described and prescribed. And on the crowded streets, we have the gurus, yogis, monks, mystics and masters, the holistic healers, the shamans, and the religious and spiritual. This is the labyrinth of the mind made manifest in everyday life, with each section convinced they hold the only set of keys to healing and growth. Breathing techniques, hot yogas, and cold swims in freezing water may be one way to higher thinking and being. Tapping yourself, hypnotizing the mind, or using angel cards and oracles show up as another set of ways to a higher self, perhaps. Do we go south? Do we go east, west, or even head due north? Do we take the road less traveled, and do we get there walking over hot coals? Before we seek an answer, let's remember that many of these work in the negative. They are trying to fix problems that have become neurological. They attempt to fix thinking problems. So which way is the way to Neverland? Which road do you take to get what you want? To live and unlock a meaning of life, daring, adventure, impact, and contribution. Which road do you take to optimize yourself and in so doing change the world? As a contemplative and human scientist myself, I've studied most of these, as many of you have, and I've discovered a simple truth in all of them and where they lead. You see, we don't really travel or go anywhere. We go inward, spiritually. Physically, there's nowhere to go except round and round the blue sphere we spin around. You are until you are not, and it seems no one in history has really gone anywhere, so to speak. Before we go onward, we need a key. That is, after all, what so many traditions are looking for, as we have just detailed above here. They claim to have keys that unlock doors we want to go through, so we try them in our locks and hope and pray for an unlocking of sorts that leads us from where we are to where we need to be and want to be. So the key to transformation that happens in life's many unforgiving minutes can come in the form of a car crash, a shark bite, a bicycle accident. It can come from many unlikely places, as we've seen from many of the great teachers of the world. Transformation often comes from a highly emotionally charged happening. Through great tragedy, people can receive an amplitude of instant energy that seems to shock and unlock the conscious that was dormant just moments before. Through some event, they emerge from a sleeping state that is like waking up from a dream. They open instantly, and it is nothing short of moving from the mundane to the miraculous in a moment. Do they go anywhere to finding the key of this awakening? Of course not. They do what everyone else does who is born again, awakened, or who has become conscious. Nowhere just becomes the now here, sometimes in an instant. So what's changed so greatly that our paradigms have shifted entirely? It happens all the time, and we need to understand how life change can elude us for decades or happen so suddenly. We need to learn how to access that change or transformation by choice. Know this. A certain vision within us has always been there unchanged. It is complete with values and maps of meaning, and it lacks for nothing, but leaves nothing undone. It is your sacred self. In an instant, you remember your map to your future. You reboot and install the neurological software that it creates entirely out of a different future in a day, in a minute. The same energy and force that perhaps God used to create an entire world in 6 days. Suddenly, like a big bang. Profoundly, you have found your way out of being locked into the past. Contemplative intelligence teaches us matter cannot change matter. You cannot just positively think your way into wellness or joy or bliss states. CQ has little to do with positive thinking at all. But we know that there is more than matter. There is the energy or the chi we have been talking about. There is memory. Where do you store your memories? To this date, no one yet agrees where they live in the body's matrix of matter. What is important is opening up to and accessing this invisible energy that creates the miraculous. Joe Dispenza states that in order to create from the unknown field, we have to get to a place where we disassociate from everything that is known. This will include the talker and the listener in your head. To do this, we have to become nobody, no one, no thing, nowhere in no time. For it is in this space that we become pure consciousness. This is contemplative practice, and where we transcend matter, we overcome body and mind. It is where we can redirect neurochemistry, dendrites, axons, neurons, and synapses that we cannot see from something that is really just energy or no thing. If you get angry at being stuck in the traffic again, for example, the voices in your head build up energy. You may grin and bear the traffic for a few days as your voices tell you that. Everyone else is also stuck in the traffic. Take it easy. There's nothing else we can do, I guess. The voices might say this as they control the situation with their narrations. One day, when the energy is built up enough, you may slam your hand on the horn and shout at someone, as their voices have taken them somewhere else in thought, and you've judged them as too slow to edge forward. The energy is released and you may feel comfortable and more in control when this happens. But the traffic, the outside world, is not in your control at all, and that's the mistake. The release of energy with the shouting really did little in the outside world other than manipulate your own reality. You felt you controlled something external, not internal, but subjectively it did plenty. Externally, it did nothing meaningful. This is how we live in our minds, rather than living in the unfiltered and unmanipulated reality. The one inside observing all of this ado about nothing is the doorway to spiritual life. It is the rabbit hole that takes you to Wonderland. All you have to do first is wake up and think contemplatively. Opening up to energetics. There are no conditions to creating anything, from a miracle through to the life that you want. No rules. If we believe it this way, I am this way, and the world is this way, we will have no positive changes. Your mind sets up conditions, and those conditions then govern your reality. What is happening out in the world has nothing to do with these conditions you've created. So matter won't be changing matter. Something else intrinsic and internal must do that. Your self-concept and learned experiences eventually take us to a point where we have to decide. Suffering is the emotional train that usually gets us there. Pain comes from resistance, apathy, being overly cautious, and it then needs our kick-in. We are wired to grow, give, love, and procreate. This is the problem with avoidance. It only works until our needs change, and change they do. Do we want to open and change, or close and stay the same? Neo in the Matrix movie, Superman on his world-saving quests, and Luke Skywalker had to make this call on their heroes' journeys just like you do. We all have to make the same call. Have a good night's sleep and you feel energized. Meditation and even gym and yoga energize us. But if we don't do the same for the brain itself, we just keep spending our energy on our bodies. Bodies governed by minds. Minds are governed by what we call our higher selves or our spiritual selves. But matter doesn't change matter. In other words, if Captain Kirk is driving the Starship Enterprise, who is driving Captain Kirk? That is the real captain we want to speak to and learn from. He or she is the one rarely calling the shots with the highest of intellectual ability. The captain's captain here is energy, chi or shakti. That surge is what changes lives in a split second for good. That energy has changed virtually every teacher mentioned in this book that has used their own contemplative intelligence to leave their marks on the world. That is what energy does. It keeps changing, connecting, cycling, spiraling, and growing. That is what the universe is doing. That is what you need to do. Grow energetically in the mind. You can do this through activating contemplative intelligence yourself. Like a modern-day mystic, you don't need to go out. Just go within. Within us are the emotions we have avoided and the thoughts we never wanted to think. They are the half-buried traumas and the memories that we could not neatly file away because we never knew how to. Deep in the recesses of the mind are all our inadequacies that we told no one, not even ourselves, about. We must open Pandora's box with contemplative practice, and in so doing we will find the keys to the universe we seek over a lifetime. The one you have been searching for all along, like Neo from the Matrix in a proverbial wonderland, pretending to be asleep to the inner calling until it becomes too unbearable to move a step further without admitting the truth. The truth that there is more to everything and everyone. The truth is that the authentic self that is divine and unafraid is really you. It is discovered like a sleeping dragon when all the venom and toxin created from the pus of the mind's septic splinters are led out into the ether from the caverns of your shadow self and are energetically released. You are transcended no matter what the matter says. When this enlightenment happens, the universe is yours and all things become possible. If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that is in it. Rudyard Kipling. Waking up is done in the real world. When you re-enter the traffic and energy and the tensions of everyday life build again, and you shout impulsively at someone in the traffic, you can ask yourself 5 fundamental questions at that moment to recall your authenticity. Who is it that is angry here? No. Is it the voice? Who am I? What part of me is so disturbed and so stressed and tense in this traffic? What do I really want? Do I want peace of mind or to be home 10 minutes early? When you do this work, you have discovered contemplative intelligence and the key to what lies over the rainbow beyond the boundaries of the mind. When you transcend the voices, the emotions and the thoughts of anger, you are choosing peace. Your energy is recycled instead of spent, and you are free falling into bliss consciousness. Spirituality is not complicated. It's just about discovering I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Now, I rarely see beyond the boundaries of my mind and have learned that they are there to keep me safe, even though I'm ready for more. Before this awakening, we would chop wood and carry water, and after this awakening, we will do the same thing, but consciously this time. All the world's a stage. There's a thread you follow. It goes among things that change, but it doesn't change. People wonder about what you are pursuing. You have to explain about the thread, but it is hard for others to see. While you hold it in your hand, you can't get lost. Tragedies happen, people get hurt or die, and you suffer and get old. Nothing you do can stop time's unfolding. You don't ever want to let go of the thread. The way it is, William Stafford. The awakening, as Jim Carrey had in The Truman Show, describes the simplicity of being able to transcend learned life, learned responses to everything and then go above them. You never had a camera in my head, is what Truman remarks to the director of the show as he wakes up. As Truman finally sets sail, as we all do, along the road less traveled, the director of the script that we can liken to our controlling ego-insurgents in our head make rough seas abound in the hope that he never leaves, changes, or takes control of his own life. You're going to have to kill me, retorts Truman. Yes, in life, sometimes that is what it takes, or perhaps just about. It is much like Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump. It is time for a showdown, he taunts, at the storm that separates him from the path to his freedom. But he is not really going anywhere. He is just being set free from his mind. There is no path and no 7 seas to sail. It is a stage for the mind's actors and its audience of critics. There is no road, and the road less traveled is the one that goes nowhere but straight back to itself. same as you are doing right here and right now as you return to your sacred self. There comes a time when you don't need to be controlled by the mind's ego-insurgents anymore. It has done its job of directing the child and keeping the child safe with scripts and stories and keeping it away from what it perceives as the scary world of contemplation. Once upon a time, it reminded the child that it was cold and that it may need a jacket. It told stories all day long, and these voices sent us off to sleep at night. You don't need a rock bottom, a near-death experience, or even another storm to start living the authentic life you want to start creating. All you need to do is really know yourself. This is how you escape the bondage of your Truman Show, the one being directed in your head. Truman's director said, "We accept the reality of the world with which we are presented." He's right. But eventually one day, at some point in time, we want to know what other shows are playing out there. This is life's call to purpose, to adventure, and enlightenment. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women are merely players. Shakespeare. Order and chaos. M. Scott Peck's book, The Road Less Traveled, startled me with its opening sentence, "Life is difficult." But it took me another 10 years to see the sentences that directly followed it. You see, that is only half the story. The lines that follow are what life is about. Life is difficult. This is a great truth, one of the greatest truths. It is a great truth because once we truly see this truth, we transcend it. Once we truly know that life is difficult, once we truly understand and accept it, then life is no longer difficult. Because once it is accepted, the fact that life is difficult no longer matters. Our ego-insurgents won't allow us to see that life is difficult. They want to control the external world, at least control how we see things with rose-colored glasses. This is the contemplative path. Once we see it, it is no longer difficult. Once we see, even death for what it is, more transition or more of the same, we wake up out of survival into Ananda, Atman, and bliss consciousness. Chapter 9. Tin Men, Peter Pan, and Velveteen Rabbits. Life beyond personality. The practical side of understanding your contemplative purpose is to see that your creative nature is directed by your attitude towards God, other, and self, and that the reality of life is unity of all of these things. There is no separation, only fear of separation that created a false reality. Your contemplative ability, its very purpose, is to know this, then do this, then be this. Shadow selves with a heartbeat. The Peter Pan and Petra Pan syndrome is a worldwide pandemic, so to speak, keeping people safe subjectively and stunting their growth objectively. It is a story about the demise of guys and girls who are still sheltering from storms of life when in fact the rainbow is already out. The syndrome describes people who don't want to grow up. When they are adults, they are acting like children, of needing safety and certainty, both of which are not real responsibilities in life. The world is seen as dangerous and malevolent, and no sense of certainty can be found in the Pan mindset. Each of us was once a child, right? But there is a clock and it's ticking. Life is moving forward and is subject to impermanence. It is moving us forward with it. We avoid this journey, some more than others. So the metaphor of Peter Pans and Petra Pams will be used here to show that the inner child side of yourself is slumbering within. It is a part of us that doesn't want to become aware, accept, or act. One that thinks without contemplative intelligence that if it just stays the same, it will be allowed to stay safe in the fantasy that is Neverland. So what does the inner child look like? Peter Pans in their 20s think it is Christmas in February and like to party like it's Saturday on Tuesdays at the university campus, which they never went to or left ages ago. Adult children were made popular in a movie called Failure to Launch with Matthew McConaughey. A man who lived with his parents, afraid to navigate the real world, happy to be the kid who never grew up. But life itself is like a great eagle, ready to push its young out of their nests so that they can live the life they have been given. The ego-insurgents are the lost boys, the liars and the jesters that trap Pan in a world of distraction and drama. Captain Hook represents our ego's greatest fear. Peter Pan didn't want to grow up because he thought he would forget how to fly and preferred to live footloose and fancy-free, as if that was the meaning of his life. But it was not. His purpose and the meaning of life are the same as yours and mine. We are here to grow and contribute to that growth. All of us will one day contribute, even if it's to fertilize the soil. Hopefully we can aim above this. Even if many of our ancestors settle for this form of life purpose, we need the power of contemplative intelligence to see what we are thinking, feeling, and doing to change this fate. The sad fate of millions upon millions in history. Rather, we can choose amor fati, knowing that it is the end of wars our spiritual selves seek more deeply, rather than the desires we seek as our warrior selves. Peter Pan had Wendy, the love of his life, who he couldn't stay with his minimalistic mindset. Of course, she grew up, and that was one of the losses or consequences of keeping the lie of his youth going. Instead, he played with Tinkerbell in Neverland. Psychologically, she should represent the pornographic fantasies that keep more and more people from real, intimate relationships, like the one he forfeited with Wendy. She was the girl he loved, but who grew up, matured, and had children. She grew. She contributed. Peter preferred Tinkerbell's fairy dust, which they could use to stay in their proverbial fantasy. Drugs and substances people use today are not much different to this fairy dust. Now, Captain Hook was chased by a crocodile. The crocodile or alligator had a clock in his belly, and the ticking would give him away to Hook when he was being hunted. The crocodile already has Hook's hand inside him. Thus his Hook, of course. He has already stolen a piece of the adult, and this monster is after the rest of him. The clock represents lost time with the lost boys, and is a major part of awakening from the mind's subjective fantasy to objective reality. Hook represents parents in our metaphor, who we rebel against and run from as they try and make us grow up. Our reasoning is that we can fly, and they simply don't understand this, nor us, so we fight, flight, and free from the captain. The war to end all wars. The Lost Boys represent ego-insurgents who are pleasers, codependents, victims, and the like. They are all orphans and have no parent. They don't believe in one. There is not even hope in their own sacred self to rescue them, and generally speaking, they distrust adults. They create drama and are always challenged by fear and are engaged in war almost daily. The author, J.M. Barrie, who wrote the story of our Peters and Petras, the war to end all wars. This is what contemplative intelligence represents today as it ends the battle of the mind. We are delivered from distraction only in the second half of life, the half where we give in, surrender to the growing up that is all but inevitable. We can tell if we are still at war with ease. If you are engulfed in drama and distraction from what really matters, which is your purpose, you may be intoxicated by some of the fairy dust. You see, reality is kind. There is no war, no drama, no conflict. unless we create it ourselves. This is something people in the first half of life must do that needs to distrust the other. They need the other to be bad so that they can be the good guy, the champion, the athlete, the warrior. A male adolescent or femme adolescent are adult infants. Now, adult infants are ugly, not pleasant to look at nor be around, refusing the stormy seas of the dark night of the soul. But we have to mature emotionally. We must live, and in doing so contribute. The Neverland that once used to serve us must be awakened by the contemplative intelligence of the sacred self. We can hear that ticking clock inside us, even if we try and drown out its counting of time, one tick at a time, one talk after another. These can be related to the experiences of life that we have. We need to grow up. Reality is unbending in this regard. A tree is being 100% a tree. A tiger is being 100% a tiger in every way. You must be 100% yourself. This is your authentic self. Children can be anything and everything. Then the journey demands put away childish things and authenticate ourselves. The fantasy of the story that is most important to our contemplative intelligence is that there seems to be a dichotomy, whether or not to grow up. Our ego-insurgents and self-concept hang on to the idea that is within our control, that it is a choice, but growing up is not a choice. You will wake up. It is the way of being. The only question is, how long are you going to fight the inevitable? Our insurgents think it will be the death of them. The ego thinks that a fight until the death is all there is. It cannot see anything else. That's where belief and trust come into play. One day you will become fully human by surrendering your physical body. Surrender will come to all of us in the last stage of life, which Jung called the stage of spirit. The only question is, when do you want to do that? If heaven is on the other side of surrender and hell on this side, where do you want to live? In the order or in the chaos? Chaos is only chaos because the closer it gets to heaven and the sacred self, the closer the ego thinks of its inevitable death, and it is right. It must die. Not you, not your body, just the ego. As St. Francis said so clearly, it is in dying to self, ego, that we are born to eternal life. Suicide of the mind. Practically speaking, in real life, you don't want to be the same at 20 as you were at 10 years old, right? You don't want to be the same at 40 as you were at 20. So growing up is a good thing, you would think, if you could think contemplatively at the time. There comes a time when real growth comes knocking. When it does, some people unfortunately go to extremes of suicide or alcoholism rather than face the unknown stranger at the door. They believe, much like Peter and Petra, that the unknown, the mysteries of the dark and the stillness we travel through first, are worse than death itself. The 27 Club is a rather morbid name for great people who have died at a young age of around 27. Hendrix, Joplin, Morrison, then Amy Winehouse and Kurt Cobain in more recent years. Many people are stuck with the fearful insurgents whispering lies in their ears. Is this all there is? Will I think, feel, and be like this forever? There is no awakening, no born again, or enlightenment-like states of being that exist in their intellectual thinking. Emotional intelligence is therefore all but absent, and so violence and even murder follow. Rather, let's take the war inwards and start the war to end all wars for ourselves. Our self-concepts have to go. Our intellectually dominated minds, as they are, have to go. Closed minds, unthinking minds, riddled in defenses and fear, simply have to go. Not the body, not the emotions, not the sacred self. Suicide of the mind is the necessary suffering that some call enlightenment and nirvana. The only control we sometimes have is when and how it's going to happen. Hanging yourself from a tree is a pointless exercise. It does both your body and the tree no good. Instead, it is dying to self, to ego, to closeness and defensiveness that is necessary for us to be born to eternal life. We learned 10 centuries ago that it is the dying of hatred, injury, darkness, and doubt, and the being born again to forgiveness, faith, hope, and light that is the real transactional analysis here. Existential vacuum. Here is the most interesting bit, saved for last, so let us dive deeply into it. Pan means everything by definition. It involves the idea of all. That's what contemplative intelligence muscles do. They strengthen and train and develop to get us to this place of Pan, a place or state of everything, of all things, body, mind, emotions, soul, and all things spiritual. Life cognitively insists on it. If you don't grow up, pain comes. It comes in the form of emotional train wrecks. It scares you, like your own ticking crocodile would do. Bruce Lee died of mysterious circumstances. He always believed a dragon was chasing him, much like Hook did. It is rumored that the same dragon may have hunted, stalked, and killed his father and his son too, all of which died under accidental or mysterious circumstances. The curse of the dragon, some people called it, a generational dragon. Believing the dragon is real, is powerful and is in control is enough to drive one to suicide or death, or depression or anxiety for that matter. His crocodile or alligator was his intense fear. F-E-A-R is real to our ego self. But when we grow up, we see our dragons were only false evidence appearing real. You see, we are all believers. What we believe in becomes a choice given to us in the second half of life. People often say we never choose to be born, and they are correct. However, a time comes for everyone when we will make that exact choice. Your ego-insurgents will ultimately lead you into an existential vacuum, as they can only operate from the past. They can't see what is over the horizon or around the next corner, the corner of conscious awakening, as the Buddhists called it. Thankfully, ego will eventually run out of its own energy. It has been designed only to take you so far, like the initial fuel cells on a space shuttle. The ego gets bored, hopeless, lost, and desperate. The way into an existential vacuum should be coming clear to you now in your contemplative mind. It is accessed through fear, drama, and distrust in the parts of the mind where your insurgents live. Contemplative purpose. The way out of the vacuum towards living from sacred self is arrived at through contemplatively cultivating the CQ pathways back to sacred self that include self-regulation, love, and empathy. Contemplative purpose is realized through the prefrontal cortex or the third eye region. It is developed through 3 major areas: creativity, attitude, and truth. First, creativity, experiencing and perceiving the new and the different. Then through our attitudes. Attitude is the only thing that separates us from other animals in the world. At any given moment, we can choose our attitude. Moving from a negative to a positive attitude is the daily work we do with mind yoga. We access creativity on a neurological level. Creativity allows us to experience new things, not the learned things. You need to hang on to this. It is the way to a life of higher performance and daily purpose. Living from a state of sacred self is accessed in this way. There's no other way I know of, but the way through the truth light. The truth will set you free, but only the truth. The practical side of understanding your contemplative purpose is to see that your creative nature is directed by your attitude towards God, other, and self. And that's the reality of life in unity with all of these things. There is no separation, only fear of separation that created a false reality. Your contemplative ability, its very purpose, is to know this, then do this, then be this. Transcending mind. Long ago, I learned that people are known not by how they act when they're in control, but how they react when things are beyond their control. John Maxwell. Viktor Frankl, with his existential theory, believed that people need a reason to live. Even if the reason is deeply hidden or repressed in certain areas of society, we can be assured that bringing this reason or raison d'etre to the surface will change the very environment. Some may even call that change a miracle. In other words, when a good reason for living, working, and being arises, it can change our world. This reason, he believed, would change things for the benefit of all. Frankl had another illuminating idea that he attached to his theory, which was that man is not simply a biological mass of chemicals, but also a spiritual being, and in spirit, all real growth occurs. It occurs when we stop seeing or perceiving in distortion. In the book Personology, they have an outstanding example of what is meant by spirit. Frankl stated that if human behavior is viewed from a subhuman or non-spiritual level, the unique human or spiritual aspects of human existence will be missed. The following excerpt is taken from the book as an example. Imagine that the person is like a three-dimensional glass that is open on top. When this glass is projected out of its three-dimensional space onto a horizontal and vertical two-dimensional plane, the three-dimensional character in the glass is lost. When the three-dimensional glass is projected onto a flat background by means of a light shining from one side, the glass, by way of its shadow, will appear square, as a two-dimensional or closed system. When the light shines from another angle, the glass, by way of its shadow, will appear to be circular, another two-dimensional or closed system. The glass has square and circular properties. It contains or includes both elements. However, it only appears as a glass when it is seen in its three-dimensional wholeness. Did you know that many monks take the vow of conversion along with vows of charity and chastity? The vow of conversion is to keep on growing and changing. Just incredible. We should all take such a vow and commit to change and the mysterious realms of the uncertain until our final conversion occurs. That is the one, out of material form. St. Francis reminds us that every single time we practice contemplation and any form of mind yoga practice, we die to self and are born to eternal life, neurologically, emotionally, and spiritually speaking. These same priests and monks taught us that metanoia is unlearning, and that unlearning is conversion itself. It is still all about growth and contribution and purpose in any language we choose to use. With this understanding, we can convert ourselves. We can become contemplative and see reality as it is. The reason we do this is to realize that a great conversion is taking place, a conversion of yourself that you will then recognize in others, realizing that the real raison d'etre is universal to everyone and everything. This is the true theory of everything. It is all the same. It's all doing that same thing, that great everything. The story of the Velveteen Rabbit. Early in the spiritual story of the Velveteen Rabbit, the rabbit meets the skin horse, who consciously awakens the rabbit when he explains, "Real isn't how you were made, it's a thing that happens to you." The story is about the journey of the Velveteen Rabbit, learning about love and what it means to become real. A story of that reflects the human sojourn we all take to discover our authentic selves. All of us have an innate drive within us to become real, authentic, and whole. We must never forget that life has corners to turn and bumpy roads to navigate. If we are not mindful of this, we may never see the light beyond the darkness that manifests through living a life of purpose. When the rabbit is loved authentically, he becomes just that, his real authentic self. It doesn't happen all at once, said the skin horse. You become. It takes a long time. That's why it doesn't happen often to people who break easily or have sharp edges or have to be carefully kept. Generally, by the time you are real, most of your hair has been loved off and your eyes drop out and you get loose in the joints and very shabby. But these things don't matter at all, because once you are real, you can't be ugly, except to the people who don't understand. So, think about it contemplatively. Have you ever thought that just maybe you are locked into a real-life story of sorts? It's a story about love, life, death, and transformation. It's a grand story about overcoming, and whether you know it or not, you're the main character in the spiritual story of the Velveteen Rabbit right now. Once you are real, you cannot become unreal again. It lasts for always. Changing yourself is inevitable, but what about changing the world? Time for another quote. This one is attributed on the internet to an unknown monk circa 1300 AD, but that origin is highly unlikely considering the content that it has. I don't care at all who said it because it holds a lot of meaning for me. When I was a young man, I wanted to change the world. I found it was difficult to change the world, so I tried to change my nation. When I found I couldn't change the nation, I began to focus on my town. I couldn't change the town, and as an older man, I tried to change my family. God is busy with the busyness of making human beings real, just like our rabbit had to do with a little guidance from the skin horse. If this was true, God could make one rabbit real, just one. Then the other rabbits would have a concrete idea of what a real rabbit is. Otherwise, they would have no clue. Real people are the same as real rabbits. They are kind, clean, loving to all, and live in bliss. Unreal people have nothing but stuffing inside them and no idea that there is anything else that can fill them. 2,000 years ago, Christ was made manifest, a real living being amongst other beings who were lost in lives of ego. Egoic characters don't want change. In fact, they hide from it. The people around Christ at this time were like tin soldiers, hollow. When one of them came alive, showed love, inclusion, and spirituality was the way the world was. It was changed forever. Today, as it was then, all that God is still doing is making people real. That is all that is happening, perhaps. Nothing else really is happening. Nothing new is real. No computers, no technology of any kind. It is taking us 2 steps forward and 1 step backwards, as life has always done. Even the pace, although it appears faster, is not. We still have 100-year wars, and we are still lost in Babylon, unable to speak or relate or love people of different colors and cultures. Blind, we do not recognize our neighbors are us. Making one rabbit real, or one person like Christ real among others who are not yet real, is like dropping a glass of water into the ocean and expecting to see a difference happen. It takes contemplative intelligence to even grasp the idea that the water is the same and the glass was enough to change the entire ocean. If you have read the book this far, chances are you're starting to see that you are part of a living ocean of ceaseless transformation that is almost beyond the grasp of our intelligence. The story of life unfolding is almost stranger than one can think. It seems like everyone's sleepwalking through their waking state, or wake-walking through their dreams. Either way, they're not getting much out of it. John Christensen. Recognize that the stuffed and real rabbits are at odds with each other. The Christ that became real and the unreal beings were also at odds. Your ego is at odds with your spiritual self, just like your lower self tries to disbelieve in a higher self until it has no choice but to surrender to the idea of what really is. Your shadow self is stuffed like a toy, or the Peter Pan who refuses to grow up, so he stays in Neverland. Or the Neo in Matrix, who could have stayed asleep forever if he had chosen a different pill. Life after birth. Henry Nouwen put the concept to us this way. In a mother's womb, there were two babies. The first baby asked the other, "Do you believe in life after delivery?" The second baby replied, "Why, of course. There has to be something after delivery. Maybe we are here to prepare ourselves for what will be later." "Nonsense," said the first. "There is no life after delivery." "What would that life be?" "I don't know, but there will be more light than in here. Maybe we will walk with our legs and eat from our mouths." The doubting baby laughed. "This is absurd. Walking is impossible. And eat with our mouths? Ridiculous. The umbilical cord supplies nutrition. Life after delivery is to be excluded. The umbilical cord is too short." The second baby held his ground. "I think there is something, and maybe it's different than it is in here," the first baby replied. "No one has ever come back from there. Delivery is the end of life, and in the after delivery, it is nothing but darkness and anxiety, and it takes us nowhere." "Well, I don't know," said the twin, "but certainly we will see Mother, and she will take care of us." "Mother?" The first baby guffed. "You believe in Mother? Where is she now?" The second baby calmly and patiently tried to explain. "She is all around us. It is in her that we live. Without her, there would not be this world." "Ha, I don't see her. So it's only logical that she doesn't exist." To which the other replied, "Sometimes when you're in silence, you can hear her, you can perceive her. I believe there is a reality after delivery, and we are here to prepare ourselves for that reality when it comes." Part 3. Action. The return to sacred self. When the soul wants to experience something, she throws out an image in front of her and then steps into it. Meister Eckhart. Chapter 10. How to practice contemplation. Beyond personality. Know that change is not a once-off deal. It is a trial and error game of life. It involves repetition. It demands effort and belief. It gains momentum like a locomotive, not a SpaceX rocket. You must become a master of change, understanding it to achieve it. This is the do section of the book, as we move from a more feminine energy to a more masculine within, and balance ourselves out. We balance left and right brain hemispheres, and front and rear as well. We lead a successful life when we are to be and do in life, and yoga unite. Everything in life has an opposite, and both should be balanced the same way. Night and day are balanced. We will attempt to do that here with the theory and practice of CQ, remembering Meister Eckhart's words about action, stating that the price of inaction is far greater than the cost of making a mistake. Contemplation is about relationship to God, self, and others. It is a relationship with God as the universe, as everything, even light. Developing your contemplative intelligence is about discovering absolute and unbending reality that is no way distorted by the perceptions of the subjective mind. It gives you the ability to lean into reality, understand it, and then hold it in your arms. It is a relationship with this reality first and foremost. So if you're offended by God in any way, shape, or form, you will have to deal with those feelings of offense. Recognizing those feelings are a good start as we move from fear to love. Find out now for yourself which insurgent the offense, the avoidance, and the resistance, or the emotion stems from. Internal inquiry will quickly show you if it's fear, distrust, or drama that impedes you. So keep it simple in your head, remembering that it is all just thinking. That is it. For now, keep it super simple and think of God as good, orderly direction. That will help us along our journey. It is this good, orderly direction, G-O-D, that we are concerned with in this part of the book. We easily shift from theory to practice and from thought to action. After all, faith without works is dead. We must do so that we can be, rarely be. Half measures availed us of nothing, so we give it all we have. We do and do the best we can, as often as we can. We practice contemplation because practice makes perfect. It creates a foundation where we can let what we choose into our minds flood the memory banks with all thoughts and things new. Remember that every day is new. New is a requirement of reality. It is a reality process that is bathed in impermanence by its very nature. In CQ, we call most of the exercises we use mind yoga, simply because they are exercises we use to unify body, mind, and soul, so that we can operate from a space of sacred self. In this section, we can learn how to unify ourselves with simplicity and grace so that we stay open, present, and on, never missing the raw and real reality of any situation ever again. Whoever is wakeful, mindful, alert, sensitive, calm, and clear, rightly exploring truth, will at once shatter the darkness. So be devoted to wakefulness, and you will realize right here a self-awakening unsurpassed. Buddha. Look at a few ways of doing things as you may have never looked at them before. Doing contemplation is by its own nature always concerned in dealing with simplicity at the center. There is never any reason to overcomplicate our thoughts or practices. The law of complexity is something we look at in this section very thoroughly. Also remember that everything, including you, is always and will be moving. This is how God created his universe. Nothing is ever still. Practicing stillness is deeply spiritual to me for this very reason. It is something that we can do on purpose with good intentions to connect to the divine. Centering practices are as good as any place to begin. Centering practice. When you pray, go to your inner room, close the door. Matthew 6:6. Centering starts with meditation, which means to sit and then evolve into a contemplative intelligence practice. We aim for 1 or 2 centering practices each day to activate the sacred self muscles. As we get to 0, we get to God. God is omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. What we get when we get to 0, notice the 0, that it can't be divided. It is circular and empty inside. That's part of our intention here. So step 1, sit down. There is no way to do it but correctly, as it is your intention that counts the most. It is about asking and knocking. Step 2, sacred word, sacred image. Choose a sacred word or an image as a symbol, placeholder of your intentions for connection and presence. You can use a centering glance at a specific object to keep your focus. You can simply use your breath to bring you back to center. Breath means spirit in Hebrew and is sacred by nature. You can change this up for each practice. Let go. I allow. Thank you. All is well. You can use the word open. You eventually become a sacred word or image as you access your sacred self. This comes with practice. Optic flow. The brain is subject to neuroplasticity. This means we can change and are always capable of change. Everyone knows that dopamine is the reward system that tells you when things are good or bad. Dopamine is our chemical reward system. Win a race, finish a new project, or enter a new relationship with a soulmate. Enter dopamine, stage left. Let's say you want to change something about yourself. Let's say you want to become less anxious, for example. The key thing is to bring focus to something. All day you are working reflexively or habitually. You are learning all day long. Neurochemical acetylcholine is the chemical released when you think with intense CQ focus. Intense urgency in a chemical form is acetylcholine. So neuroplasticity is triggered with intense focus, and it only occurs during deep sleep, mind yoga, or restful states. Your brain is always doing a behavior chain of its own. It senses things, then perceives what those sensations are. Let's say through the receptors in the fingers, the skin, the eyes, or the ears. It then searches for what it has learned before. If you hold a glass in your hand, it doesn't want to reinvent the wheel. It wants to use the information from memory to do the task. This is when we don't have too much focus. The brain loves that idea. It loves the path of least resistance. Neuroplasticity is triggered with intense focus, not through learning or memory or running things in a half-awakened state. If you really need food, water, or a safe place to hide, intense focus will be turned on. Your needs turn on the ability to adapt and change your own neuroplasticity in seconds. So take advantage of this human boat. Free yourself from sorrow's mighty stream. This vessel will be later hard to find. The time that you have now, you fool, is not for sleep. Santideva. Contemplative states of rest. Change only occurs when the mind, body are in a restful state, not in the state of urgency or stress, or as we call it, survival brain. Your brain is too busy looking at sensations, perceptions, then feelings and emotions that make you act a certain way, like F9, like our insurgents. When you are in survival mode, you're using chemicals like adrenaline. So no change occurs at the time of the event. Here is an interesting bit. It marks the event for change later, when there is no stress. So now, cue the restful states that we get through mind yoga, meditation, and centering or regulating ourselves throughout the day, and we have the perfect 0 and 1 combination for change. Mood follows action and contemplation. Dopamine is our chemical reward system, as we have discussed. When you are thirsty and have a glass of water, dopamine. What about when something is perceived as hard or difficult or painful at first? Where reward will or may come only later, no dopamine. In other words, your mind and every chemical is not enough for change. This is why we say 98% of people are spending 98% of their time on things that don't matter. It is why people don't change easily and only become people who grow on a certain level. We perceive stress, not success. CQ pages in neuroscience. We must go beyond the constant clamor of ego, beyond the tools of logic and reason, to the still, calm place within us, the realm of the soul. Deepak Chopra. Let's look at an example of focus and relaxation that brings change. CQ pages are a good example to work with. When you focus visually on the pad and the paper and the pen, cognitive focus flows from visual focus. That is important to remember. When you focus intently on the writing, on the flow of pen and ink to paper, the outside world disappears. When your eye focuses, your mind then does the same thing. Concentrate on one thing and you will get there easier. Do this a lot and you'll get into learning how to change your mindset so that you are in control of your life, enough to get the results that you want. When we really focus the eye, it sends signals to the brain stems that there is urgency. When we really don't focus and relax the eye, say by looking at a view, it sends signals to the brainstem that there is no urgency. So we see it to believe it. Mind yoga 1-minute exercises that we do are all about deliberate decompression. The science behind this resetting of yourself is that micro recoveries help us perform better. First defocus, then there is more focus. This paradoxical science is the way of all things. Mind yoga micro recoveries, where we dilate our eyes and stop the thinking, we turn off the brain stem circuits and turn off norepinephrine, which is your stress hormone. So you are conserving it essentially. The brain doesn't care how you do it. Turning off to stress has been clinically shown to take seconds. It is described as turning on or off a light switch. Never doubt the power of mind yoga and the necessity for these little micro recoveries throughout the day. You can do it simply by viewing a horizon. Contemplation practice is about openly, honestly, and lovingly taking a good look as much at reality as we can possibly handle at any given point in time without having to get the defenses of your mind out of the way. 21 ways to practice contemplation below will show you how to heal and then transform your life. To do this, we need to show up for ourselves and start thinking more deeply about what we are actually thinking. To do that, we need to get out of the endless drone of mind chatter. Contemplative practices are like doorways or portals that provide the bare attention of present moment transcendence, simple self-awareness that can allow you to mindfully be focused and aware of one's deeper thoughts and emotions. A contemplative practice helps you to awaken your inner observer. Aristotle said that contemplation is known both as the highest form of activity and also it is the most continuous because we are more capable of continuous contemplation, more so than we are aware of at any other practical activity. So it is doing everything and nothing at the same time. And it is truly a wonderful experience. The part of your brain that lights up when your sacred self is activated is the opposite area of your brain that is activated when you are defensive and in survival mind. I hope you're starting to see that practice has little to do with perfection or complexity, but merely calls us to do something. This itself is enough. Now, let us look at another 21 simple and profound ways to practice contemplation every day. You practice every day so that you can experience yourself, others, and the universe far more wholly and holistically and without the distortions the mind is prone to. Contemplative practices develop many aspects of ourselves. As practices that are disciplines of body and mind, they share a number of benefits. They help us with our attention and develop connection and empathy to all things internal and external. They develop self-awareness, self-regulation, self-inquiry, and help us to develop psychological transformation and mental training. Contemplative practices quiet the mind in order to cultivate the capacity for deeper awareness of what is and are practical, radical, and transformative, developing capacities for deep concentration and quietening the mind in the midst of action and distraction that fulfills everyday life. What this state of calm centering practice can bring is an aid to exploration of meaning, purpose, and values. Contemplative practices are designed to quiet the mind in the midst of stress and distraction of everyday interconnectedness with all life. Understand that the solid sense of concrete certainty we have trained ourselves to rely on in times of calm is what we will fall back onto in times of calamity in our life situations. We are taught that the calamity is only a passing situation, not our real permanent state. We learn to witness in calm, regardless of outside circumstances that are always fluidly changing from 0 to 1, from problem to solution. If you have no practice, you will not be able to fall back onto it. Rather, you will fall from grace. Grace is the state of contemplative intelligence which shows us we can live from a better place where storms pass us by. It is something you need to know, a secret lost due to non-practice that the world needs to know too. These simple 21 ways to practice are used at our center, and I have proved them to be great doorways to helping people understand the movement side of CQ. I suggest you practice some of these that resonate with you as often as you can in the beginning. There is little doubt in my mind that they are all portals to awareness and acceptance of our sacred selves. 1. Gratitude practice. People who regularly practice gratitude by taking time to notice and reflect upon the things they are thankful for experiencing more positive emotions, feel more alive, sleep better, express more compassion and kindness, and even have stronger immune systems. Gratitude is the opposite of your mind's best friend, judgment. So name 5 things that you're grateful for as you wake up and before you go to sleep, and don't ever underestimate what the power of gratitude can do for you. 2. Contemplative communication in relationships. Typically, we associate being contemplative as part of a spiritual practice. One does it on their own, but in order to relate to others, we need to go inside ourselves. We need to become vulnerable and open up connection if we want deep, meaningful relationships to last. Relationships all need sacred space to flourish. In Imago relationship therapy, they teach couples a dialogue process, which embodies the notion of contemplative communication. So the process creates a safe space for couples to go deeper and experience stronger connection, asking, what do I bring into this space in my relationship? Is it stress, anxiety, or perhaps shame, blame, and criticism? Some of us are defensive, closed and quiet by nature, while others scream, shout, and force themselves to be heard and understood. Learning contemplative communication starts with enough trust to know that you're able to regulate your emotions long enough to allow reality of the situation at hand to remain out there. Love is a verb. There is little more loving than allowing others space and time to feel, think, connect, and contemplate. 3. Contemplative walking. Walking is still said to be the best all-round exercise a person can do today. Contemplative walking, especially in nature, brings you closer to nature and your body. It draws us towards the internal as it matches the external and vice versa. So wear comfortable clothing and open shoes or no shoes. Become aware of the heel to toe and knee to foot and hip rhythms as you slowly walk, feeling and hearing the ground beneath your feet and staying conscious of your balanced breathing. Turn the volume down on your internal mind chatter, and when your attention drifts, bring it back by naming what you see and then contemplating that. Tree, or wave, or butterfly, just for a brief moment, noticing how everything is as connected as you are to the ground. Lift your arms whenever you remember to and take deep breaths. A gentle greeting, bow, or hand wave to people, objects, and animals can make you even more connected if you are willing to be a little out there with your thinking. 4. Silent retreats. When last did you do no talking, being in silence and only listening? It may be no coincidence that listen and silent both contain the same letters. You may be surprised how vocal we can be out of pure habit. Scrolling on phones, chatting to a partner, all form no part of a retreat like this. Silent retreats are a tool to help us master obsessive thoughts, the habit of mindlessness, and to connect with higher self, higher power, and nature. Being contemplative is deliberately focusing your attention on the present moment. So this means becoming comfortable with stillness and silence, striving to grow in awareness of your thoughts and feelings without the judgment. By getting in touch with the here and now, you can let go of the stress of regretting the past or obsessively worrying about the future. So enjoy a silent retreat like this. Start with the intention by taking your own vow of silence for 20 minutes. Also, in the beginning, keep quiet and sit, preferably in nature, but anywhere will do. Phones off, no smoking, consciously focus on the present moment. Start by focusing on your breath and keep gently reminding yourself to return your attention to your breath. Breathe deeply, purposefully. Gradually work on paying attention to other sensations in your body and what is around you. Look at the sights nearby and appreciate what is beautiful. Connect to it all. Listen to the sounds and observe color and light, but no running off with your thinking wherever possible. Savor the sense. Noticing is a gift. Embrace all that you can fully experience in this moment and just be. When your thoughts start to wander, return your attention to this one moment in time. Experience the sensation of being safe and at peace right here and now. Silently ask for what you really need. Let go and become their silence and just be. Be like the silence. You can also use a centering word or sentence to bring you back out of your thoughts. You may use, all is well, I am well, all manner of things are well. All of these can keep you centered in silence. Relax. This contemplative practice takes practice. You will get better over time. As Lao Tzu once said, muddy water, let stand, become still. Five, contemplative pages. Contemplative pages are central to the practice of sacred journaling. It follows stream of consciousness writing and is designed as a free association kind of exercise more than anything else. Practice upon waking or when the thought to write crosses your mind. Go and do it. This practice is a purgation that brings catharsis and a refreshing release that has somehow helped many people find healing and peace over the centuries. Set a timer for 20 minutes or just write 3 pages of longhand if possible, letting go of all ideas of perfectionism and right and wrong. The main thing is to just let thoughts flow onto paper. No one should see these pages ever. That can really disrupt the flow of what may need to materialize from the heart to head and from hand to paper. Write without thinking and see what flows from the writing. There is no wrong way to do contemplative pages, and seldom have I ever heard anyone who did not have profound personal breakthroughs after a few days of writing. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. Philippians 4:6. 6. Practice contemplative art. It can also be called slow art, Zen art, or mindfulness drawing. But what we are interested in most here is how it gets us to awaken to reality and presence. Before you get pencil and paper out, try and prepare to be contemplative as an artist just for today. Why not try out the artistic persona for a while? Our minds are our records of the past. Taking mental shortcuts is second nature to the brain's daily activities. The consequence, however, is that we can lose the gist of really seeing things through. Contemplative art is a zenful practice that helps us to reappreciate as we re-see things again. Photographers and artists alike have shared how practicing contemplative art is meditative by nature and has changed the way they see images, things, and even the world itself. Gaze rather than glance at all the art you have around your home. Paintings, carvings, ornaments. When was the last time you really noticed them? Gaze out your window frame and see the contents of that window frame as a work of art. Now draw, scribble, do a stickman, sketch, anything that comes to mind. Create something, anything, everything. Contemplative art practice naturally induces a contemplative state of consciousness, and it gives us personal insight. 7. Lectio Divina. Lectio Divina is contemplative reading or divine reading. The Lectio Divina or sacred reading involves taking short pieces of text and rarely focusing on the words and their deeper meanings. Make more conscious contact with God in 4 simple steps. St. John of the Cross said, "Seek in reading and you will find it in meditation. Knock in prayer and it will be open to you in contemplation." So read a text, meditate, pray, and then contemplate the mystical experience of it. There is no need to analyze or direct or even understand what you read, as much as to focus on how the words relate to you personally. Practice alone or with others, and approach the practice with an open mind and an attitude of reverential hearing. You may be profoundly surprised at what you can start to understand from this wisdom practice. 8. Centering. Centering is an incredible tool for stress relief and can be used before you do anything that you may ordinarily find stressful. Your brain needs to be practicing softening instead of tensing, and staying open instead of activating stress responses like fight, flight, or freeze. So use this as an important meeting, recital, public speaking engagement, or sports event. If stressed, focus consciously on the breath, then do some lunges, flap your arms, straighten your spine, or tense and then release your muscles throughout your body. Many actors do this before walking onto stage. Then find your center and then redirect your energy, body, and mind back to your purpose and intentions, which may be to share your talents, your words, and your thoughts with others. This tends to keep the main thing, the focus, and can even be achieved by repeating the centering word, phrase, or mantra of your choice. It is a beautiful practice of letting go and just accepting yourself. Nature will teach you more than you will learn from masters, movies, books, or any university. Rediscover water, trees, stones, oceans, mountains, and clouds to understand creation. 9. Aikido. Aikido means the way of harmonizing energy, and Aikido trains your mind to control your body's reactions using mindfulness and energy, Shakti or Chi. This holds that all physical and mental power comes from the flow of energy around your body. Energy is lost when you are tense or stressed, but centering redirects negative energy in a beneficial way. Another 4-part contemplative practice that starts with breathing calmly and focusing, then seeing yourself as centered in a ball of bright, warm colors. Next, you consciously feel gravity supporting you as it weighs on your body, your arms and legs, and steadies you. Fourthly, gently think of 3 main qualities you want to embody, like peace, purpose, or harmony. Contemplative prayer, asking. You don't need to be religious to practice contemplative prayer or sacred communication, because contemplative prayer is actively employed in an effort to understand our relationship with God and the universe. Contemplative prayer curtails the ordinary and has been described simply as a gaze of faith or a silent love. Contemplative prayer is all about remaining silently and openly there in God's presence, and almost instantly rewires our brains to think with empathy, love, and compassion. It allows us to experience God as mystery rather than just what we think we know. Holding this space, we can begin to let go, knowing that all is well, all is one with divine reality. What is contemplative prayer? St. Teresa said that contemplative prayer, in my opinion, is nothing else than a close sharing between friends. It means taking time frequently to be alone with Him who we know loves us. Contemplative prayer seeks Him whom my soul loves. God is beyond a being and is a hyper being. God is beyond the gulf of nothingness that we think separates us from God and all things divine. There is no separation in reality, and contemplative prayer helps us to see this for ourselves. 11. Mindful practice. The RAIN method. Recognize, allow, investigate, and nurture is as simple as mindfulness practice can get. It is not complicated. When we practice mindfulness, we are practicing the art of creating space for ourselves to think, space to breathe, space between ourselves and our reactions and actions. Any mindfulness practice is about the quality or state of being conscious or aware of something. 12. Yoga Nidra. Yoga Nidra or yogic sleep is a state of consciousness between waking and sleeping, like the going to sleep stage. Typically induced by a guided meditation, it helps us to embrace and hold liminal space for ourselves, which is the space between where we have come from and where we are going. To practice Yoga Nidra, start by repeating a clear intention you have for yourself several times. Next, rotate your awareness through one side of your body in quick succession, fingers, then hands, then limbs, and so on, repeating your intentions or mantra wherever you become conscious of saying it. It is not called yogic sleep for nothing, and people often fall asleep doing this practice, which is more than okay. Use a guided Yoga Nidra video or audio if you can to help you. 13. Practice of the 5 contemplative questions. Discussed elsewhere in the book, we can always use the questions to call upon reality. We have come from somewhere, have become something, and are going somewhere with it all. So, practice of the 5 fundamental life questions. Where have I been? Who am I? Where am I now? Why am I where I am right now? Where am I going? 14. The power of the Anjali Mudra practice or prayer hands. Anjali Mudra is a powerful, super simple, and quick practice to help you instantly rebalance. It is when you bring right and left hands together, and more significantly, right and left brain together in yoga, and of course in prayer. Obsessive thinking, depression, stress, and coping are all about not being able to be here now in the present moment. Comfort zones are our most preferred addiction. As much as monkey mind is an addiction to non-presence and chaos, to the rubbish of yesterday and tomorrow, so we can all become very stuck in the way we do life. There are many definitions of Anjali Mudra. Most are misunderstood. The main essence of the super simple practice is that of returning to the heart, returning it to a state of composure. This is the only way we must tackle any of life's problems, never with monkey mind. Hands together as a sign of your intention to stay open, humble, and connected to life, other people, and nature itself is enough to ensure you grow spiritually in your life. 15. Contemplative prayer, remaining silently and openly in God's presence, rewires our brains to think with compassion, kindness, and a lack of attachment to the ego's preferences. We begin to move beyond language and experience God as mystery. We let go of our need to judge, defend, or evaluate, plugging into the mind of Christ, which welcomes paradox and knows its true identity in God. During contemplation, we become aware that there is no separation between sacred and secular. All is one with divine reality. The Dalai Lama put it this way: realizing that the other person is also just like me is the basis on which we can develop compassion, not only towards those around us, but also towards our enemy. Normally, when we think about our enemy, we think about harming him. Instead, try to remember that the enemy is also a human being, just like you. 16. The work. The work was developed by Byron Katie and is rooted in contemplation as the art of seeing reality as it is. The work is contemplation, and it is a method of inquiry into self, The practice allows you to assess the wisdom that has always existed within you. When you are stuck, confused, lost, or cannot find any answers to problems that you may feel you have, ask yourself 4 simple questions and then write the answers down. Worksheets are available free online. Is it true? Can you absolutely know that it is true? How do you react? What happens when you believe the thought? Who would you be without that thought? With the work, we question stressful thoughts head on, and through that questioning, the thoughts lose their power over us. Great spiritual texts describe the what. It means to be free. The work is the how. It shows you exactly how to identify and question any thought that would keep you from freedom. To begin, drop into stillness and observe what arises in the mind's eye. 17. Concentration practice of cloud shifting. Dr. Wayne Dyer used this practice of cloud shifting whenever he wanted to connect to the universe more deeply. Gaze at the clouds for a few minutes, then simply make shapes with the clouds. Create as creation does. Connect as it does, and see how powerful you can be when you are cool, calm, and collected consciously. The sky rarely is the limit to what we can do and whom we can become. Qigong. Qigong practices are combined contemplative body practices and meditation techniques that emerge from Chinese philosophical, medical, and martial traditions. Qigong is movement and breath in unison. People practice Qigong for recreation, exercise, relaxation, preventative medicine, self-healing, alternative medicine, meditation, self-cultivation, and training for martial arts. In Qigong, you focus on rhythmic breathing, settle the mind, and then relax the body. Then you learn to move and breathe in unison. Unison, much like yoga, is what this practice is about. 19. Questing or pilgrimage practice. Go on a journey somewhere where interesting things have happened that appeal to you. Discover how people lived, thought, and loved, how they worked, what they ate. Discover what their spiritual practices were. We have become so used to being entertained when we go on a vacation somewhere. Instead, discover traditions, roots, and ancestors on your quest. Adventure may be calling you to embrace more mystery, uncertainty, and adventure in your life. Cultivate a beginner's mind. Relook at everything you have ever seen. Re-listen, relearn, and reimagine reality. Our perceptions have changed since we first thought about an apple, an ocean, or an insect. Yet, our mind and its mental shortcut tendencies are flooded with daily habit making that make us eat the same food, get out of bed on the same side, shower in the same way, and dress or brush our hair and teeth a certain way. Try to cultivate a beginner's mind as a daily contemplative practice, also known as Shoshin in Zen. We can experience the world in a fresh new way today, no matter what our past might have been like. If you think the world is a bad and evil place, look outside your window right now. Even though human thinking is extremely primitive, broken even, the world, people, places, and things are still intrinsically good. The world is a beautiful, big, and mysterious place for us to explore and navigate until the day we move on to whatever lies next. Re-examine everything every day as you recultivate a beginner's mind. And finally, 21, radically self-love. Self-love means having a high regard for your own well-being and happiness. Self-love means taking care of your own needs and not sacrificing your well-being to please others. Cultivate self-love by stopping comparing, judging others and yourself. In turn, let go of the opinions of others. Love is patient, kind, generous, unafraid, and not selfish. So, loving yourself more deeply each day is something everyone can benefit from. A practice you can try is to go on a date alone. Spend time in places you love, on your own. Self-love allows us the space and the time to become more conscious and contemplative of who we are, where we have been, and where we are going in life. Practice radical self-love daily, knowing that you cannot give away anything that you don't already have for yourself. You can't give patience, generosity, or selflessness if you don't have it to give. Practice makes progress, not perfection. It is already perfect. We just have to walk through it. It may serve you well to remember that in times of trouble, Jesus Christ said, "It is finished." The rest of the Gospels explain how we really need to just walk through life with enough courage, hope, and strength to realize that it's done. We win. God wins, but only every time. The lost art of change. There are some pretty stock standard yet scientifically noted stages of change that we go through to get from A to B. It may sound like a simple task, but change comes more and more difficult to the majority of us as life goes on. Habits form. We get set in our ways. Our minds become our bodies, and memory has created billions of neural pathways that help us to do what we do with the least effort almost every day. The obvious problem with this is that when we want to grow, shift, or change, we may be taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Be reminded of the 6 stages of change as a guide for real progress. Pre-contemplation, contemplation, then a centering preparation stage followed by action. Then we maintain daily practice, and then we relapse into old ego recurrence. That is 2 steps forward and 1 back. Know that change is not a once-off deal. It is a trial and error game of life. It involves repetition. It demands effort and belief. It gains momentum like a locomotive, not a SpaceX rocket. You must become a master of change, understanding it to achieve it. Pre-contemplation is the first stage of change. It is where we rationalize and rebel against change, not yet believing that it is absolutely necessary. Survival mind reigns supreme and we are closed off. Then comes the contemplation stage. Here it is all about thinking about real change. It is about considering change more deeply, even though it seems uncomfortable and scary. Pros and cons are weighed up as our neurons begin to fire differently as new areas of the brain are activated. We start to open up now in this contemplative stage, and change's wheels are set in motion. Next is the centering preparation stage, which involves focusing on real change, not just the thought of change. Resistance to change collapses, paving the way for a new start to whatever is to come next. Preparation and determination make change possible. Where do these come from? Both from your sacred mind. We then enter into the 4th stage of this change process, into what is called an action stage. It is the tipping point in the paradigm shift arena, where we hold sacred space for change. We implement change in our observable behaviors. We see change actually happen and get inspired by how things are eventually starting to turn around. We no longer need belief. We can see it right in front of us and all around us. And we share the news of the success to the world. The 5th stage is where we maintain daily practice. So new grey matter is created and old grey matter in the survival mind diminishes. Brain scans now show us this process actually starts to disintegrate the old mind matter. We develop new habits, and this becomes the new and more positive automatic thinking. So those same brain scans will show us how new grey matter is built up in the areas of the brain that allow your creativity, your uncertainty and change to occur. Then the final stage, of course, is ego recurrence. We go back to old behaviors that don't work. We relapse, and at the end of the diet, and we end the discipline. We act out on anger and seek revenge if being bitter and resentful is our kryptonite. We go back to doing that too. Progress is never perfect. You can be guaranteed of ego recurrence in any change cycle. The sooner you get out of it each time, the better, and the longer lasting the action and maintenance will be next time around. Life insists on seasons. It gives exams. It needs to know what you really, really want. It must be sure you are getting what you asked for, and then there can be no mistakes. There can be no ignorance or, I didn't ask for this, when the life in the physical is complete. Knowing how change occurs is one thing. We need to realize that we are going to close off in life. We are going to stop the flow of energy and creativity to test our realities and self-concepts. As frustrating as it could be to endure these 6 stages of change in life, the quicker we can get back to where we need to be, which is above the ego, the sooner contemplative intelligence will return us to sacred self. Staying stuck in a stage is limbo, which is suffering any process, purgatory or place of purification that we need to go through on our way to bliss consciousness. In Latin, it is limbus, translated as the edge of hell. This is the universal addiction to thinking. We all know people who are stuck in limbo. Their characteristics are those of people who complain, give in, and who feel the disillusionment of what they think is life, but is really the disillusionment of ego that they believe to be true. Ego and self-concept are always aware of their own deaths, so they sit around singing dirges in the dark of the mind, afraid to step into the dark night of the soul, unaware of what prize is held on the other side of it: transcendence, openness, and connection. Spiritual freedom from the traps of the tortured ego mind. Choosing to stay stuck is a choice. Choose self-actualization. Einstein said the most beautiful thing that we can experience is the mysterious. Mystery invokes no control, no compulsions. So the mind or intellect likes certainty and control. Buddha said it is these desires that make us sick and fall short of living the lives we want to. Can you see how the pyramid goes from plainly physical more and more towards the mystery of life? Maslow describes the good life as one directed towards self-actualization, the pinnacle need. Self-actualization, or change that involves your growth, occurs when you maximize your potential, doing the best you are able of doing, not in fantasy or in future world, the real world. So right here, right now, Maslow studied individuals whom he believed to be self-actualized, including Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, and Albert Einstein, to derive the common characteristics of the self-actualized person. We would call this a sacred quest to operating from contemplative intelligence, rather than just the intellect or our intelligence quotient. Here are a selection of the most important characteristics from his book by the title of Motivation and Personality. Self-actualized people embrace the unknown and the ambiguous. They accept themselves together with all their flaws. They prioritize and enjoy the journey, not just the destination. While they are inherently unconventional, they do not seek to shock or disturb. They are self-motivated by growth, not by the satisfaction of needs. Self-actualized people have purpose. They are not troubled by the small things. Self-actualized people are grateful. They share deep relationships with a few, but also feel identification and affection towards the entire human race. And self-actualized people are humble. So remember this list if you want to stay on, open, and active. It will help you remember that there is never any need to turn off any longer. Survival mind is no longer believed. Food for thought. You originated from an invisible spiritual energy field of pure well-being. Your desire is to be balanced in that spirit, in your thoughts and behaviors, now, in this life, in this moment, in your bodily form. You want that harmony and sense that is available without having to leave your body, or in other words, die. So, in that interpretation, you're seeking a balance that allows you to die while you're still alive. You will return to spirit, the non-form, upon your death, but you have the option of choosing to live in true enlightened balance or God realization now in this physical state. Your source doesn't create from toxicity. It doesn't fill your veins or your stomach or any part of you with poison or excess. It creates from well-being, balance, and effortless perfection. This is your spiritual heritage, and love can correct the blunders that distance you from your spiritual self. Love. Why is love the antidote to addictions and obsessions? It's very simple. Because love is what you are. It's the center of your creation. It's your point of origination and can become your point of attraction as well. As Carl Menninger told his patients and anyone else who was suffering and willing to listen, love cures the ones who receive love and the ones who give it too. In transcending or going above your addictive habits, you have the opportunity to be both giver and receiver of the spiritual balm of love. As you apply it, you feel the balance returning to your life. You no longer pursue a counterfeit freedom, and you no longer attract what you don't want. Instead, you seek the balance of being connected to your authentic nature. You let go of all or nothing thinking. Let go of violently forcing quick fixes that are not natural. You become who you've always been. You become you. This is all you need to ever know about change. What is the pathway to surrender and sacred self? Love. Love is the answer and the pathway. Practice makes imperfect. Your mind is your best friend, but it is also your worst enemy. How are you using your mind today, right now? You are not your mind. Ask yourself, have your ego-insurgents been running the roost today? The question is not whether you have them, but which ones you have and how strong they are. As we know now, they are automatic and habitual mind patterns, each with its own voice, beliefs, and assumptions that work against your best interests. By now we know they are activated in monkey mind when you feel fear, when you start to deeply distrust life, yourself or others, and when you get lost in the white knuckle grip of drama, gossip, complaining, and judging. Remember rather to teach yourself the truth. The truth is that all is well and all manner of things shall be well. It takes effort and faith to stay true to this teaching. Simply remember to anticipate your judge and controllers, and remember you are doing your very best. Relax, breathe, and flow. The very minute you're not flowing, you will be back into forcing and controlling. For breath is life, and if you breathe well, you live long on earth. Sanskrit proverb. Contemplation is a loving look at what is. Energy needs to flow. It is one of the greatest laws of the universe. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, remind yourself consciously to stay open to what is. It is safe to do so. Welcome with curiosity and open arms the unknown mysteries that today will bring you, and life will flow through you more abundantly than ever before. Carpe diem. Let's always seize the day. So we could go on and on about contemplative practices and do just that in the CQ course. However, all you really need to know is that practice and action as energy is an ever unfolding process of life. One that we can learn, lean, trust, and rely upon. So now we know that contemplative states of mind are rather states of being and a way of living. It is about giving and receiving, listening and making sounds, stillness and movement, breath and no breath. It is about being present to the real moment rather than it being lost by the ego's endless judgments. You may resonate more with some practices than others, which is perfect practice. There is no wrong way to practice contemplation. If you are doing it, you're doing it right. Chapter 11. Loving Liminal Spaces. contemplative teachings for our times. Calm states of mind keep us open, flowing, and connected. Stressed states of mind close us off. We think, feel, and act differently. People can sense it from across the room. Calm is the superpower that we're looking for from mind yoga. It gives us the mental, physical, emotional, and psychological edge to succeed. Walking through liminal spaces towards real-life shifts and change takes courage. Courage comes from the heart, from the empathy that we have built along with enough trust in life to move forward through the unknown. Having built up enough contemplative intelligence when we can is like making hay while the sun shines. When the storms hit, you will be far more ready to endure them than if you were asleep. You need mental toughness to endure storms and tread life's riptides. It is no different than a couch potato trying to run a marathon without any training. It is not going to go well. Contemplative practices will have to include work on leaning into the discomfort of liminal space. So liminal spaces are transitions and transformative spaces in quantum physics. Generally speaking, they are waiting areas between one point in time and the next. In CQ, our liminal spaces are the spaces between the thoughts. This space is where the magic of higher connection, thinking, and problem solving occur. This is probably why A Course in Miracles stated that you have no problems, but you think you have. Liminal space is the transition moment where we embrace the mystery and move from learned behavior to new experiences, from the known to the unknown, from certain to uncertain needs. It is a place for construction and deconstruction of thoughts that can be quite uncomfortable and is almost automatically avoided by space fillers, any we can find, to ease the tension of the silence and the wonder. Choosing to be in silence at various times throughout the day invites us to move beyond our fears of the unknown to knowledge that helps us not just survive, but thrive. This is what is known as the liminal paradox. We breathe, focus into stillness, and let go, deconstructing a little of our self-concept at one time after another. Then we are pulled into fierce freedom, connection, and presence. Liminal spaces are described by people who have had a satora, or instant awakening of some kind, sometimes through calamity and disease, other times through spiritual experiences, and sometimes even through something like hot yoga, hallucinogens, or even a child being born. Whatever gets us there, pain or pleasure, fear or love, doesn't matter as much as what we find when we get there, ourselves. Victor Turner in the 1970s wrote, "Betwixt and between, in that space, which is mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual, we are destabilized, disorientated. The old touchstones, habits, and comforts are now past, the future unknown. We only wish such a time to be over. We may be impatient to pass through it quickly, with as little distress as possible, even though that is not likely." The word liminal essentially means threshold. The mind dislikes thresholds, along with anything else it doesn't know too well. So this is where we start to use our centering practices, meditation and mind yoga practices, and silent prayer and contemplation. We are getting into the liminal field, so to speak, and out of ego mind, right? Right. But that's not the weird bit. It gets far better and stranger than that. Quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement in physics shows us how one particle on this side of your body, or your head, or the universe, can be somehow connected. A particle over here can know what another particle is doing over there, and therefore react accordingly. A particle spinning on this side of Jupiter reacts to another particle on the other side, and then spins in the opposite direction to keep the universe, or you, in balance. Think of a spinning coin, and it falls on heads. A second coin now knows it needs to fall on tails, and scientific measurement actually shows that it does this. Giant quantum computers and other gizmos are being built on these principles today. Einstein referred to quantum entanglement as spooky action at a distance. Synchronicity, strange coincidences, and what we perceive as fate, karma, or destiny could operate on the laws of quantum entanglement and divine order in the universe that can appear chaotic, although perfectly tuned, balanced, and ordered by an invisible thread, one that is entailed and entangled with another. This is how we are with each other. If I hurt you and hate you, I will end up bearing my own hurt. If I win a war against you, I will have won nothing. We have both fought an unnecessary war. Yes, they are all unnecessary products of human thinking, and we both have lost dearly. Did Germany, France, or England win at war? All these countries and people were entangled in a great darkness together. All endured pain and suffering. Breaking apart. Nihilistic persons may disagree by the CQ notion that we are pushed by fear and being pulled by love, but love and fear are pretty evident in the world. Nurses running palliative care have studied in research papers and all seem to have a common thread. They are saying that birth and life are wonderful, but that death and transition are possibly even better experiences. Behind the closed doors of hospital rooms and trauma wards, they say people experience something they call enlightenment at gunpoint. They observe how people ease into surrender, even it is after much fighting, and they allow what is. They let go of their last material possessions and transition into unknown liminal spaces. Author Anita Mojani, who had a spontaneous healing from a serious and chronic cancer, recorded by doctors, which was quite remarkable really, said that she realized we don't break apart, we come together. This is how our minds conceptualize any kind of change at first, in the first half of life, as a breaking apart. The move from ego will likely happen to most people when they are ready to stop the pain and suffering they are causing themselves. Through addictions, multiple divorces, or cycles of losing and gaining wealth, whatever it may be that is holding the facades of ego together like cheap crazy glue, that will have to go. It will all have to go. It is this point of breaking that we are actually recovering, healing, and the openness of new thinking that the mind of sacred self offers us is set free. Yet, through this entire process, if only we knew that we are safe and tightly held by God, the liminal spaces we enter are paradoxical liminal spaces. That means that they are held together through quantum entanglement with all the energy, intention, and will of the universe itself. This spooky action at a distance is really no distance at all. It is indeed a universe, and everything is connected to everything else, but only everything. Contemplative intelligence will teach us that we don't need to fear anything as much as we can love and enjoy it, even death. This is a mindset of real presence. Knowing that you are not really going anywhere gives you the option and the choice to freely go wherever you want to go. If you want to make $1 million, you'll get it. The caveat being that we may not really want $1 million. If we wake up to what we really desire from life, if we open to that, we will finally be able to arrive into purpose. Happiness, joy, and everyday blissfulness come from not the desire of things, but from knowing that you already have what you need. This cerebral letting go needs to sink into our hearts, then into the liminal spaces of our minds, where all things are possible. Start with a very simple contemplative meditation practice, whether it's mindfulness, body awareness, awareness of perceptual experience, or awareness of your mental space. I would also say a little bit of contemplative inquiry. Who am I? What do I want from life? What is my purpose? What am I grateful for? When people start a journey of self-inquiry, it automatically leads to deeper insights. Deepak Chopra. What we really desire is oftentimes hidden from us until we do the work of contemplation on the mind. Consider 5 frogs sitting on a lily. One of the frogs decides to jump in the water. How many frogs are still sitting on the lily? You may answer 4, but in this instance you would be wrong. The correct answer is 5. The one frog only decided to jump in the water, but didn't physically end up jumping in. In our minds, we decide what we think we want and then jump through a bunch of complex hoops to get there. By the time we wake up to the process, we are professional hoop jumpers who mistook the destination for the journey. If you really want to become wise and even become good at math, then you must realize what 1 and 1 add up to and what 1 and 0 add up to. Become a good mathematician and do the math to simplify your problems. Complexity versus simplicity. The problem with most illness, I have found, stems from the problem of complexity. It is only when overwhelm strikes and our lives become really complicated that breakdown towards mental anxiety and stress start to really take off the brakes. Dr. Joe Dispenza agrees that most people spend 70% of their lives living in survival mode and living in stress. Yet, at least 90% of these people have no clue how to live any other way. They have turned into compliant copers. They have perhaps never thought of simplicity of change and have only pondered the complexity of their lives and the mass of mixed and never-ending problems they have. The problem of complexity is one we don't know exists until it is too late. We can attempt to cope with the life we are living even when it is too complex to do so. 1 minute you can be waiting for a promotion and hoping to use the extra funds for your honeymoon in Bali. The next, you can be the sole family survivor of a car wreck. You could lose your job and all your money on medical bills in a matter of months. Everything could change quickly for any of us. We can develop disease, emotional stress, and then eventually lose our ability to cope. Seldom do we ever think of simplicity as the answer to complexity. When life gets too much, we can stop, reimagine our situations, and even laugh at them, no matter how dire. There are plenty of examples of people that have virtually laughed in the face of impending death before changing their lives around. This is, of course, a serious example of the enormity of how bad life can get for us. Generally, our lives are not that chaotic, especially if we wake up to the signs of life becoming more chaotic and then stopping it early on. Contemplative intelligence is knowing through trusting your intuition and insight when you need to stop. Stop drinking, stop eating, or stop worrying. If you know and you learn how to keep life simple, you can overcome. The downside of not doing so can be catastrophic. Imagine a balloon being overinflated to bursting point. It will burst wherever the weakest point in that balloon is. That weak point is different for all of us. For some, it may be alcohol. For others, it may be withdrawal or seeking distraction or an affair or recklessness or an impulsive act or two. Contemplation allows us to do what the untrained mind cannot do. Think deeply about the consequences. Jails, morgues, and hospitals would be far emptier if our minds could bypass impulse and act from the end backwards, from consequences back along the behavior chain to our triggers. When our balloons burst, our ego-insurgents take over with their individual strong-willed solutions. One insurgent may decide you need to become codependent as you are not capable of living life for yourself. Another may avoid danger at every turn and think that every piece of rope it sees lying in the road is a snake. Whether it is avoidant personality disorder, anxious personality, or a dose of narcissistic personality matters little. What really matters is that we can intervene in who we allow ourselves to become. We can see today that we don't do this at all. We don't teach intervention in schools, universities, or at home. We teach coping as a pull up your socks kind of carry-on practice. Nike and their just do it philosophy has damaged us and led us into thinking we can just push on without worrying about our emotions or the emotions of others. Losing our emotional intelligence to rely on intellect has done us a disservice, and it's time we wake up to that fact. Use CQ practices at any time as a preventative measure to keep you in the middle of the road between chaos and disorder, between the OCD and the apathetic. Keep it simple and not complex, and use contemplation to get out of survival mind daily. Train your inner critics to stop describing everything objectively. Make that inner automatic voice say your name. Hear it in response as a witness and manager or guardian. Add an affirmation like, all manner of things shall be well, to name it, and hit mind yoga hard when you are in distress, and preferably well before distress arises. In this way, you can start a conversation with yourself and wake the baby within from the nightmare. Let your sacred self be your guide, and every door of possibility that exists will open up to you. With life, the answer is always yes. Knowing this will stop you from allowing your insurgents to talk to you and say, this is going to end badly. No. From today, be impeccable, sinless to self with your words. Real expanded awareness comes from your third eye area or your pineal gland. Your front brain is the new brain where CQ lives. That can only be finely tuned in the second half of life. Much like a fine wine, it gets better with time. It creates. But to create, you must align with the Creator. Nothing less will do. Nothing unreal exists. We learn this from A Course in Miracles. This is the contemplative eye, where you can see into the proverbial future and see the overwhelm, the addictions, and the obsessions arising. You see in advance the balloon bursting. When you can see in advance, you're fully prepared with this intelligence, and knowing you can choose another more peaceful, more sacred way. Mind yoga practice. It's as good a time as any to recap on the art of practicing mind yoga daily. The mind needs a mental fitness contract and contemplative exercises to practice in the mind's exercise club. Yoga is a form of exercise that works the physical and the spiritual, and specifically addresses the energy centers of the body. Research shows that aside from the obvious fitness and strength benefits, yoga lowers blood pressure and cholesterol. Running, walking, and other exercises strengthen our aerobic fitness. Mind yoga can be called any name that gets us out of this lizard brain. It is all about mindful and spiritual practices combined. It trains your mind muscles. Contemplative life purpose is realized almost exclusively through the prefrontal cortex and its corresponding connections through three major areas: creativity, then experiencing the new, and a different attitude, all in that order. Did you know that our attitude is the only thing that separates us from all other animals in the world? Read that scientific fact again. At any moment, we can choose our attitude. We're the only species on Earth that can do it. So we need to activate the creative. Moving from a negative to positive attitude is the daily work we do with CQ practices like mind yoga. We access creativity on a neurological level. Creativity allows us to experience new things, not the learned things. You need to hang on to this. It is the way to higher self, higher performance, and daily purpose. Living from a state of sacred self is accessed in this way. And research shows us that decisions you make with a calm mind are much more likely to result in successful outcomes. Decisions made in the bustle and the noise of life are often less likely to result in positive outcomes. So calm is the X factor to successful thinking, feeling, and behaviors. Neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to form neural connections, enabling you to function at a higher level. The more neuroplasticity your brain has, the faster it becomes able to make new connections, and the quicker and more effective your process of gaining information will be. Achieving great success comes down to the decision-making process, knowing what your ego-insurgents are doing to keep you safe, and knowing just how limiting that can be, coming from our reptilian brains, can start to shift the direction of your deepest thoughts. Thoughts become things that we build our lives on. So the need to practice and train the mind is obvious, a no-brainer if you like. Heal yourself with the light of the sun and the rays of the moon, with the sounds of the river and the waterfall, with the swaying of the sea and the fluttering of birds. Heal yourself with mint, neem, and eucalyptus. Sweeten with lavender, rosemary, and chamomile. Hug yourself with the cocoa bean and a hint of cinnamon. Put love in tea instead of sugar, and drink it looking at the stars. Heal yourself with the kisses that the wind gives you and the hugs of the rain. Stand strong with your bare feet on the ground and with everything that comes from it. Be smarter every day by listening to your intuition, looking at the world with your forehead. Jump, dance, sing, so that you live happier. Heal yourself with beautiful love, and always remember, you are the medicine. Maria Sabina. Calm states of mind keep us open, flowing, and connected. Stress states of mind close us off. We think, feel, and act differently. People can sense it from across the room. So calm is a superpower that we are looking for from mind yoga. It gives us the mental, physical, and emotional and psychological edge to succeed, just as yoga improves our posture. So mind yoga improves our mental state. Knowledge and intellect are more freely available today than ever before. We're intellectually smart, but emotionally in deficit. By the time you're halfway through this course and have practiced mind yoga in that time, the science guarantees that neurological imaging will be visible on a brain scan of your progress. Blindfolds blocked out the external world as I began speaking. Like a little workshop, the students' brains began creating images and pictures in their minds. In making the brain work differently, we began activating circuits and reproducing a level of mind that already exists. When done properly, the firing and wiring installed the proper circuitry so that when it came to actually doing the meditations, they were more prepared. They could assign meaning to what they were doing and thus gain more value from it. Ever heard the term sink or swim? Life is about learning to let go. The intellectual fear is that we may sink if we jump into life. Slowly we realize reality is somewhat different after all. We learn that we can always float, and if not, we can breathe underwater. Yet the fear of drowning and not breathing persists for many. The irony is that if we hold on too tightly, we can be pulled down for a while in the currents. But once we let go, we always float to the surface, face up, and breathe in the ecstasy of life. It's the natural way of things. In the ocean, there are rip currents that catch many people by pulling them out to sea. When people struggle against these currents, they oftentimes drown, and these currents are known as the largest cause of death in our oceans. Those who know that they don't need to fight the sea's strong rip currents that are usually circular and by nature, rather go with the flow and gently swim not against them, but horizontally to them. And those people live. Man cannot live by bread alone. Faith is a prerequisite to the human experience. Don't stop believing that you can float through anything and any situation by allowing the current to guide you to your destination. If you are confused about which way to go, what decisions to make, by what is coming next, simply do what is in front of you. Do that. Let go of the complexity. Float. Merrily, merrily, and gently down the stream. Life, thank God, is but a dream. The law of impermanence. Impermanence, also known as the philosophical problem of change, which is a central part of human life. Everything keeps changing, whether we are aware of it or not, and this can be perceived as a dilemma to many of us who are constantly wanting certainty to reign supreme. The Buddha called impermanence one of the three distinguishing marks of our existence, an incontrovertible fact of life. When we resist change, it's called suffering. But when we can let go and not struggle against it, that is called enlightenment. The Buddha said, "But you think you have time. All conditioned things have the nature of vanishing." And the Dalai Lama said that awareness of impermanence and appreciation of our human potential will give us a sense of urgency that we must use every precious moment. Impermanence and the mystery are two central aspects of cultivating your contemplative intelligence. Everything is on its way from nowhere to now, here, and then back again, and so on. Both of these words are spelled the same, only the space in between is different. Fear of death is something that we can play with, and it's about concepts of now and later. This inevitable transition, this death drive, plays a major part in how we live our lives. We can become selfish, arrogant, isolated, or even develop risk-taking behaviors to try and wrap our heads around the tragedy of life and our own importance. So what does CQ teach us to do about this? Embrace it, of course. Our moods change like the seasons. Impermanence helps us to loosen our white-knuckled grips on holding on to people, places, and things that no longer serve us. We are on an experiential journey of discovery. So this means that we have needs that drive us, propel us forward. We are here to do, to experience, to take part in, and to contribute to this grand design called life. Impermanence is evidence of change, and if you contemplate quietly to yourself and look around, you will see that everything is slowly changing as surely as the world is turning. Allow impermanence to help you embrace this fact with curiosity. Impermanence is kind because whatever it is always over and always beginning again, much like the idea of reincarnation as a metaphor. Impermanence may be the only guarantee in life, so let us embrace it. Remember that every situation, whether painful or joyful, carries a hidden opportunity to be turned into something wonderful for yourself and others. In the times of Noah, there was not just a flood, there was a freshly plucked olive leaf. Like all of us, you have needed what Noah needed. You've needed a little hope, the kind of hope that impermanence provides. Impermanence also allows greater room for gratitude, and so we can embrace the law of impermanence with sincere joy and a "this too shall pass" attitude. Today, let us not wear ourselves with too much about what is going to happen next. The mind is not built to handle what the heart needs to hand over. Practice letting go and surrender to the moment as and when it occurs. Embrace new change as if you chose those things yourself. This is how you can transcend the weird and wonderful laws of life. Through contemplation, connection, and courage, you can learn to not resist the flow of life, but rather to float along in ecstasy with it. Something wonderful is being built, and it is you. Let this building be your raison d'etre. Imagine yourself as a living house. God comes in to rebuild that house. At first, perhaps, you can understand what he is doing. He is getting the drains right and stopping the leaks in the roof and so on. You knew that those jobs needed doing, and so you are not surprised. But presently, he starts knocking down the house about in a way that hurts, and it does not seem to make sense. What on earth is he up to? The explanation is that he is building quite a different house from the one you thought of. Throwing out a new wing here, putting on an extra floor there, running up towers, making courtyards. You thought you were being made into a decent little cottage, but he is building a palace. He intends to come and live in himself. C.S. Lewis. the 5 fundamental life questions. We first saw a glimpse of the 5 fundamental life questions a little earlier. It will do us well to look at them a little more closely now. The right contemplative questions will open the doors to knowing the right answers for you. They put a certain end to the life of the rat race and bring you back to the conscious reality of living the life purpose that you want to. I suggest doing this mind yoga exercise every time you're lost in confusion about the complexity of where it may seem that life is taking you. So let's look at them one more time. Where have I been? Who am I? Where am I now? Why am I where I am right now? Where am I going? These are the first of the 3 levels of spiritual contemplation, which focus on the self by using deep reflective and subjective thought. These levels are contracted awareness, expanded awareness, and our pure awareness. They are a great introduction to the art of contemplative practice. The simple yet profound awareness they bring can be part of the start of a transcendent and healing, life-changing process. Contemplation as a practice, similar to meditation, draws a person nearer and nearer to one's own truth, and then flows naturally to the nature of other things and the universe, right through to a mystical journey and deeper awareness of God. So when using the 5 contemplative questions, you may be surprised how far a question like, where am I, can go in reality. You may find yourself in 2021, 14 billion years from the Earth's birthday, spinning on a blue ball at 1,000 miles an hour. At the same time, you're traveling at 66,000 miles an hour as you rotate around the sun, while the Earth does a perfectly aligned wobble on its axis. Then the entire solar system is also traveling at 515,000 miles an hour through space. And you have anxiety about what really? It is this perspective that we need almost as much as the warmth of the sun to live a life of purpose. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. C. Jung. Knowing the agenda of your soul is the work of contemplative intelligence. It is about elevating thoughts out of the depths of the darkness that keep us distracted and into the light of infinite possibility. An unthinking mind is the only suffering. A mind left unchecked is not a thinking mind. It will navigate from here to there, get this or that, and go about its daily business. But it can never go beyond the animus state of being. To go beyond chopping wood and carrying water is a gift available to all of us all the time. It is accessed through higher knowing and higher consciousness. Even to know these things exist is rare. Never mind applying them to your daily life. The agenda of your soul, meeting it personally, is only known when you are ready for it. Author James Hillman calls this the oak within the acorn. We were created as individual acorns in need of nourishment and proper conditions to help us grow into mighty oak trees. When those conditions are right, we are born into eternal life and freed from the ties that bind us. To understand that we have a higher self, spiritual self, or part of ourselves that is not just body and mind, is a tough pill to swallow for most people. Even with depression, addictions, disease, and the rocky and sometimes shady use and application of the pharmaceutical industry on mental health, we still like to deny the presence of a spiritual self. As we have removed God and spirituality from schools and our business, the numbers of diseased people soar to record numbers. The correlation is arguable to some and obvious to others. What we are more specifically concerned with here, though, are the 2 sides of our personalities and the 2 halves of life. The universe is full of 2 sides of things, night and day and love and fear, beauty and ugliness. It is contemplative practice that allows us to access these 2 sides that first we don't even know exist. Fair enough. So let's start to understand your sacred self by first understanding what the ego is. Chapter 12, the Empathy Code. discovering radical compassion and empathy. It is beyond important to understand that compassion and radical empathy are practices that we can use to heal and then transform everything and everyone. Love is, after all, the answer. It is how to return to love and denounce the fear that lead us away from it that is so baffling to us, that we almost give up on the quest to refine it and return to sacred self. Contemplative intelligence is designed to unlock the empathy code. Empathy is the code that unlocks higher consciousness, and it is so perfectly and intricately designed that the reasoning and timing behind it will blow your mind and heart wide open. CQ takes you from the linear to the dimensional, where consciousness lives. It moves us from physical to spiritual. Spiritual doesn't have to be an out there crazy concept. All it really means is looking inward. We don't find our way. We don't find purpose and meaning. It's already inside us. We discover something so profound while dealing with a broad and diverse range of people from all over the world. They had different races and cultures. They also had a myriad of different problems. Some were depressed, others more stressed. Some were addicted and others suffered extreme trauma that had developed into one or more of the 10 personality disorders. Then something strange started to correlate. When these different people with different problems started to slow down their minds, their hearts started to open. For most of them, many who had suffered lifelong issues, something started to happen after just a few weeks. Sometimes it was just days. They started to heal. Now, over 70% of the people we see have been between to 1 and 5 centers before. Most of them have been around the medical block, so to speak. At least a third of them are on pharmaceutical medications for long-term treatments, and others have comorbid issues where they suffer from a couple of different issues. People miraculously kept saying that we were healing people like they had not experienced before. Families would almost back this up all the time. How strange, we puzzled. Is there something in the water down here in the Cape in South Africa? And then it hit us like a ton of bricks. Bam! The day they started to slow down their obsessive and racing thoughts, touching on their true emotions, a light to the soul switched on. Again and again this would happen. They began to breathe as they felt. You could almost observe their minds moving rapidly from survival mode of fight, flight, and freeze towards something very, very different. They were no longer breaking down. They were breaking open with empathy and reconnecting to life, love, joy, and even a touch of bliss. The empathy code began to shift gray matter and fire and wire new neurological processes right in front of our eyes. Love was conquering fear again and again through nothing but some silence, stillness, and then connection. Some would easily call these experiences of empathic reconnection a spiritual awakening. In 2020, Dr. Chopra believed that emotional trauma is the beginning of all disease. It is no surprise then that emotional healing should be the healing required for that traumatic disease. When we are silent and focused, not just silent, but fully present and aware, we change from beta into alpha brain function that activates when we calm down and CQ. Those are brain waves. Alpha preserves energy, beta brain waves use it. These waves lose their peaks and become more like flowing water in the oceans of the mind. It is this balancing of alpha and beta brain waves that is one of the most miraculous aspects of contemplative practice. What it does with this balance, the balance that the Buddha spoke about, is keep the right and left brain on. It keeps the back and front brains on. Then they all work and connect together in harmony. Thanks to science, we know that CQ activates nothing less than what could be called the quantum field. Life as we know it and practice it need never be the same again. The doorways the mystics spoke about have been accessed over time, leading to a different kind of intelligence, the intelligence that we are speaking about here today. Building empathic code. Empathic code is only available to your brain when you quiet the mind. Mind in survival is like a tiger stalking its prey in the grass. Everything is a threat. Sticks on your path become snakes, and everything looks like a threat. The Dalai Lama says that empathy is the most precious human quality. In a world where there is both empathy and apathy, and compassion and cruelty, I tend to strongly agree. Empathy is your superpower, and it makes easy work of defeating your insurgents. We will benefit greatly from understanding that empathy is something we put on like a warm winter coat. It is not innate. Just look at history for the confirmation of that. Empathy is an attitude that is vastly underrated as a central healing elixir in all therapy. Empathy will not only make you a better husband or mother, it will help you perform better in whatever field you operate in. If you function from a place of authentic empathy, you can control your emotions in a positive way and then even express them appropriately. You can respond instead of react. Formula One drivers and most sportsmen today need a high level of self-regulation. One mistake at a world-class level could cost the game. For them, mastering the art of self-regulation is just as important as training that they do on the field. Skill, as well as the ability to be cool, calm, and collected under pressure, is what they are paid millions for. Like someone who has their insurgents in check, they can ease stress and tension rather than add fuel to any fires. No need for temples. No need for complicated philosophy. Your own mind, your own heart is the temple, and your philosophy is kindness. His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Emotions, the shorthand of the brain. Executive functioning is done in your prefrontal lobes and helps you pay attention and manage your emotions. Although IQ has been skyrocketing for the last 100 years or so, EQ has not. We are not becoming more socially and emotionally aware yet. Most people still believe that knowledge is the power they need to live a good life, but it's not working. Companies today are firing the tyrannical bosses of yesterday, bosses like Steve Jobs on a bad day. The impact on the companies are not worth the short-term mega profits the tyrants bring in. It is the same with bad apples in the world's premier sports stage. They are not worth the negativity and disconnection they bring in. The same goes for Hollywood. Being socially and emotionally intelligent pays far more dividends than IQ today. This is one of the new greatest changes in thinking we have from previous generations. To me, this is a new beginning and implies a potential shift in collective consciousness that is coming soon. The world's empathy levels need a lot of work. Some of the things we spend most of our money on are military, pharmaceuticals, gas, oil, and even addictions of many types. The internet is used more for pornography than anything else. This does not say much for our empathy and sends a negative message out as the internet expands into every country across the world. Amazon and Apple are trillion-dollar companies, but according to the United Nations in 2020, 25,000 people are dying every day of hunger, a subject that makes no news these days. Author and researcher Brené Brown says, empathy has no script. There is no right way or wrong way of doing it. It's simple listening, holding space, withholding judgment, emotionally connecting and communicating that incredibly healing message of you are not alone. Love thyself. How do you talk to yourself? Are you deeply empathic with yourself? What is your inner critic voice, the one that never ever stays silent, saying to you? Is the voice a critic, cynic, or abuser? We know that suffering is a better teacher than pleasure. Pleasure keeps us stagnant and comfortable. Suffering gets us to push to change things. Your inner voice probably uses negative reinforcement for this reason. Your parents might have done the same. It worked on you as a lazy teen, but I don't find we are lazy as adults anymore. Rather, we are disillusioned and don't know where to start rather than just not wanting to start. As Maya Angelou said, I think we all have empathy. We may not have enough courage to display it. To rekindle our courage means that we need to look deep into our hearts, because that's where both courage and empathy live. From holding this space for ourselves, we can recreate a sense of forgiveness and self-love once more. If we build empathy for ourselves, we will be able to exude that empathy into everything else we do and have better relationships and connections all around. Cognitive empathy, or empathic accuracy, involves an awareness of how other people feel and what they think. To develop this area, you need to start by having cognitive empathy with yourself. We do this with many of the contemplative intelligence programs we use to help retrain people and their brains and emotions and nervous systems into becoming more honest and more real. In this way, we are working towards the truth setting them free. If you are brutally honest with yourself, you would see that underneath all the self-doubt and self-esteem issues, you rarely do love yourself. What is there if not love? What is there not to love? The defense mechanisms, the inner critic, and the shadow self that is oftentimes enveloped in shame is not really you. In fact, it's the part of you that has to stop running the show with its negative reinforcement tactics. Empathy is napalm to your shadow. Deep down inside, we are led by what we value. Our values are normally profoundly good by nature. Being empathic isn't just about feelings, it's about science. Researchers have discovered a mirror neuron system that allows us to sense the emotions of others. This neurological contagion acts as a mirror to connect one person to the other by sensing another's emotions. If you sense bad emotions, you'll be warned by the limbic system. If you sense compassionate emotions and connect with this, something wonderful happens. You connect to that person. This is where the greeting Namaste comes in. It acknowledges this empathic connection. Namaste, of course, says that the divine in me recognizes and acknowledges the divine in you. The greeting is from one person's divine to the other person's divine, bypassing the negative and all things egoic. The test was done on 1,000 people, many who were believed to be sociopaths and psychopaths. Many of these people were in prison for committing harmful crimes against other people. And researchers found that only 2 of 3 of these people, after a massive study, were actually bad to the core, evil or dark. The others all had an empathic side and retained their values they went against while committing their crimes. It turned out that almost all these people had been harmed by others. They had been abused in some way and treated without empathy by their parents or caregivers. They chose to mimic those non-caring actions like so many people do. We either take a standpoint against the harm we endured, swearing we will never harm others as we were harmed, or we continue the cycles of abuse of others. Life is a game. Play it. Life is a challenge. Meet it. Life is a dream. Realize it. Life is a sacrifice. Offer it. Life is love. Enjoy it. The chosen. You cannot give away what you don't have. So empathy is the key to finding nirvana. It is the new earth that people have spoken about for centuries. It seems as though nature has made the key available to only people who have reached a state of empathy. If you're not coming from a centered, loving, and open space, contemplation won't work for you. You won't have the key to access the mystery that allows you to go above ego. Evil people per se are not empathic. They won't be able to access bliss consciousness without having an open heart. The mystery leans towards the idea that once we are ready, only once we are awakened to a level of compassion and concern for otherness, can we access bliss consciousness. Empathy seems to be the key and the compass that takes us there. The deepest secret is that life is not a process of discovery, but a process of creation. You're not discovering yourself, but creating yourself anew. Seek, therefore, not to find out who you are, but seek to determine who you want to be. Neale Donald Walsch. Reimagining God. Love flows from the top down. Everything we know, see, and experience in this world and universe is propelled and energized through dynamic flow. This means that everything is flowing from one state or place to another. Just look at the seasons. Look at us as humans who are born as babies and mature into adults. We are on our way from somewhere to somewhere else. We are changing, and in fact, we are transforming, just like everything else. And so we can learn a lot from observing the dynamic flow in everything in life. When we feel there is no flow, we separate. We cut off. We become dualistic and egotistical. This is how people become racist, as an example. We can see no flow. We can see no similarities between people who might look a little different than we do. Differences might be dressing a little differently, but we see them as oppositional. We notice the differences before we notice any similarities. If I look at the message that we are given from almost all religions, including my own, we will see that the message is always division. The message is always that we are right and they are wrong. So we separate and divide far more before we can even become a little empathic. We see relationships as transactional instead of transformational. We are always trying to beat and win. We lose all connection when we get into the competitive spirit that we all have as human beings. Someone always needs to win. But what is really interesting is if you look at Jesus Christ, who came here 2,000 years ago and was not recognized for who he was or what he represented, people expected something different. They expected someone as a winner, a leader, who would rule with an iron fist and bring order to the universe that way. But none of this happened. Instead, we were given a vulnerable ruler. We were introduced to a vulnerable God, a God who suffered like we did and was quick to forgive everybody whose path he crossed. It is a pity that no one afforded him the same luxury when it was his time to be judged by other people. The God we were introduced to was nailed to a wooden cross by angry, bitter, and resentful people. They wanted blood and showed very little empathy at all. Neale Donald Walsch says one of the most important messages is that the world has gotten God all wrong. We saw wrong. Without any contemplative or emotional intelligence, what more could we expect to see than error? Instead of omnipotence, judgment, and domination, we got empathy. We received nothing but compassion from the Christ who became a forgiving victim. We got love, forgiveness, and vulnerability, yet we were unable to see it, as we had none of these characteristics inside of us. The very place that transformation happens, of course, is on the inside. So to experience real empathy, we will need to understand how the universe is empathic. Richard Rohr states that the way you see God is the way you will see everything else. If God appears more like Deus, Zeus, or other gods that we have been writing about for centuries, we are in for a tough and painful ride. But if we can see a vulnerable, giving, and compassionate God that loves and doesn't need to punish, that pours out gifts instead of withholding them, and one who is universal and included everything and everyone unconditionally, then we can mimic this. This flow needs to be more and more uncomplicated. No more complicated than the flow from Alpha to Omega, and from the Creator to the created. To see this simplicity, one needs to really stop thinking entirely and start over, judgment less. The world today does not see a compassionate God. They see a judgmental one who's getting rid of those who don't perform as well as they expected to do. The punishment is an eternity of pain and fire. If this is how you perceive a God or a higher power, regardless of creed, race, or religion, I suggest that you may deeply benefit from looking at the whole mystery of this flowing and unfolding creation and Creator again, then again, if you need to. To develop a profound empathy and compassion is necessary for transformation, awakening, and enlightenment. It is also necessary to heal depression, personality disorders, and addictions and anxiety. This is the empathy code. It gets you to the miracle mindset where you see flow rather than failures. We need to get it right today. God is not doom and gloom and smiting and killing and unforgiveness and harsh and unkind. When you change the way you look at God, then the God you look at will change. Then so will people. Then so will the world. All we need to do is wake up from the nightmares we are believing. I am making the whole of creation new. It will come true. It's already done. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am the beginning and the end, says the book of Revelation. What we can get from this is quite simple. How it started is how it will end. In Eden. It will end with God and the atoms of creation, that's us, seeing it as good, very good, as he stated in Genesis. You are free from your past, and the scientific evidence of this is that the past is gone. It is healed and created anew. This creating new things is the necessary flow of life as we move from merely human to more than human, to meta-human spiritual beings. It is beyond important to understand that compassion and radical empathy are practices that we can use to heal and transform everything and everyone. Love is after all the answer. It is how to return to love and denounce the fear that leads us away from it, that is so baffling to us, that we almost give up on the quest to re-find it and return to sacred self. Work from the top down to practice love as the verb it already is. Reimagine God as love. Reimagine others as love as you supersede the ego by loving not just friends but enemies too. Not transactional love, but transformational love. Empathy is about loving the other, and you will need to trust in the flow to see that it comes back to its source just like you will. Enemies that are hurt as children, who believe the same fire and brimstone messages, turned into living nightmares on earth. This is how the war will end. And the war is between the lower and higher selves, not ourselves and other selves. So reimagine other people next on your request to return to love by building strong personal empathy. Then use your contemplative intelligence to rediscover other cultures and nations and ways of living and being. Finally, love animals and the sun and the moon. Love the sea and the trees, then love the lightness of the sky. This journey of love is the way back to Genesis 1. You don't need to force your way back there. Just learn how to let it flow back there. It is already done. Heaven and hell are within you. See the heaven in all the wildflowers. So we can choose one thing in this life, which is our attitude. We can choose it at any given moment. Why has history shown us that people tend to choose really, really badly when that moment is tense? Impulsiveness has no place in the practice of self-regulation. Empathy is one of the keys that will quiet our ego-insurgents. If you walk down a street and become offended, don't cross the street. In fact, don't do anything. Observe the offense and where it is. It is in your head and your heart. It is not on the outside anymore. If you pause just for a minute, you will realize that you don't need to do anything except to let the feelings flow like visitors. The key to heaven and hell are entrenched in our attitudes. There's a wonderful story from the East which puts it this way. A belligerent samurai, an old Japanese tale goes, once challenged a Zen master to explain the concepts of heaven and hell. The monk replied with scorn, "You're nothing but a lout. I can't waste my time with the likes of you." His very honor was attacked. The samurai flew into a rage and, pulling his sword from its scabbard, yelled, "I could kill you for your impertinence." That, the monk calmly replied, is hell. Startled at seeing the truth in what the master pointed out about the fury that he had in him, the samurai calmed down, sheathed his sword, and bowed, thanking the monk for the insight. And that, said the monk, is heaven. Universal oneness. Another lesson we can learn from looking at the power of empathy is that this path of love transcends otherness, separateness, and even disconnection itself. The idea that you are just like that can help you every single day of your life. It will remind you how to be more tolerant and patient with other people. If you see an angry person who is having a bad day, just like you have sometimes, you can just remember that you are just like that too. An old yogic teaching that can really help us understand that at the end of the day, we may be different colors, shapes, and sizes, but underneath it all, we are really all the same. Further, we are made of the same stuff as the stars, the animals, and the trees. We even breathe the same air, yet we don't often deeply or intimately connect with nature, the world, and other things all around us. Contemplation is the study of being. If we just look around once in a while and remember that everything on this little blue ball hurtling around space is on the same side, we can change our attitudes, our outlooks, and our lives. So here is how it goes. The teaching of how you are just like that. So let go for a few minutes and immerse yourself in this story. It is designed as most CQ work is designed, to open unused and new parts of the psyche that burst open our deepest innate emotions. Walk through this metaphorical day contemplatively. You are just like that. One day it just happens, just like that. You breathe in a little differently, a little deeper. Gently waking up, you start to think, and then you notice it as you look around as if for the first time and realize there is something quite miraculous going on here. You may not have seen it at first, but then you recall the wonder of it, the marvel of life unfolding and unfolded. At the train station, you notice the ticket clerk seems rather sad as she sighs, but still works hard and smiles at strangers when she gets to connect with others a little. Then you sigh too, as you realize that you are just like that. Bustling businessman bellows that he is in a hurry to get somewhere, pushing past the crowds to try and get ahead of the people who appear tired of the race and the rush and the routine. Sometimes you think that you are just like that, and you wonder if just maybe he has been hurt and unloved or disregarded and rejected. You think that maybe he distracts himself to avoid the deeper feelings, just like you do, as you intimately see that what he seeks is divinely seeking you too. You sit across from a stranger who's filled with energy, optimism, and passion, and intuitively relate to them. Like silent partners with words unspoken, you mindfully see how you both reflect on the very same things. She becomes thoughtful, and you contemplative, as you both let your thoughts ripple across the room, as you feel her explode with inspiration and emotion, and you realize that you are just like that. So one day, it just happens. Life is alive, and it is a process that is happening all around me and for me in all its forms everywhere. And you are just like that. You discover that life is the very process of love itself, a dance and a spiritual ritual of life, by life, for life, that is expressing itself everywhere without exception. And it is astonishing and astounding and incomprehensible all at the same time. And you know that you are just like that. Noticing life, you feel an awareness surging up within you. Oh, you say to yourself, you are just like that awareness. You are the awareness too. It is just then that you remember the garden of flowers, feelings of love and compassion, and the beauty of the universe ablaze across the night sky that falls at your feet in ecstasy. And you plainly recognize yourself in every star and breath in the mystical cosmic dust they exhale. And you say, there I go again. In another form, those stars and comets and moons are just like you. We're both bursting with life and wonder, purpose, energy, and mystery. Just like that, you breathe in deeply and once again start to think deeply and perceive deeply. And then you notice it once more, that there is something quite miraculous going on here. And it is infinite and bountiful, universal oneness. The ocean is mysterious, tumultuous, and as wild as any passionate life processes, seen or unseen, known or unknown. Life itself is raging, inspired, and divine, much like a miracle, much like you. You're both tumultuous and powerful and passionately ablaze on some days, and on others you drift and ebb and flow. Through the foreign designs, you can see how your breaths rhythmically calm and align. You notice your chest heave specifically, just like the upwelling of the waves. One day it just happens, just like that. Awakening, you begin to see the birds absorbed in silence as they glide freely through the air, breathing in the freedom of the salty atmosphere, just like you do. You sense lightness in their wings as their eyes look for gifts to eat and new adventures to explore. And then you remember yourself as a child. Yes, you say to the sea, you are just like that. You perceive how your brother the sun and your sister the moon trade places, reflecting the brilliance of the ebb of the tide with unforced rhythm and grace. And you marvel at it all, wondering how you ever missed this miraculousness before. You awaken to the cosmic knowledge that the universe itself is who you really are. Mirrored together in cosmic relationship, all are part of it, and it is part of you and you of it, and us and them, and then and now. In presence, you can see clearly beyond the veils of ignorance how every moment of now, in every grand vision to come, it all helps us to see what really is. And you're aware now that what really is purely gracious, conscious and wonderful, without a single judgment for anything or anyone. Today, in the right now of space and time, you can finally see life in all of its forms, its reality, its truth, and light itself, all dancing together in universal oneness, where every alpha is just another omega point. Nothing really begins or ends. Nothing is separate. Nothing excluded. And so there it all flows by the grace of God, the creator of all things, who became just like you in the universe so that you can become just like that. And so, this is how you have found your way back to the universal oneness, where all things and no things are just like you. Whatever you see, you are just like that. Whatever you feel, you are just like that. Whatever you imagine or create or visualize, know or don't know, you are just like that. Be whatever you want to be. Be you, because you are just like that. And that is the story of universal oneness. It is the story of love, of which you are the narrator. Perhaps our perceptions were mucked up metaphorically as the story of Babylon goes. If it is so, then maybe, just maybe, we need more time. Time to grow empathically. Time to open our hearts and minds and live well and love well. All we know is that things are happening in this world at a pace. Good things. Never forget that those good things are like most things. Like you. Chapter 13. Unlocking the Infinite. Brain hacks, mindset, and mind yoga. If we are able to learn through contemplative practice to assume the feelings of our wishes as fulfilled, then our higher self can intervene in the thinking process that makes us do what we do every day. Just as an athlete develops muscle memory when he practices a sport, so can we practice how we want to feel and be in life. Once a psychology professor raised a glass of water to show the class. Everyone expected the typical glass half empty or glass half full question. Instead, the professor wanted to know from the class how heavy they thought the glass was. The enthusiastic students shouted out many different answers, all of which were answered as incorrect by the professor. The glass of water I'm holding is as heavy as the amount of time I've been holding it. Right now, compared to an hour or 2 hours from now, will differ greatly to me. The professor related his example to how the stresses and strains of life are like the glass of water he was holding. They weigh us down over time. Should we not put them down? We need to let go of our burdens, casting them aside and putting them down as we remember to do so. CQ helps us remember to do this, even if we don't. Keys to consciousness. Knowledge is not the key to higher consciousness. Go a level deeper. What is it that knows the experience of being you? That knower is not only full of knowledge, wisdom lives there. Consciousness is a key to all higher experience. Nothing has really changed since you've been here. It is just that you and I have become more conscious. Now, the hard problem of science today is that all your senses are giving you the information. It gets there through electrical action potential. To observe a thought, body, or an emotion is to know you are not a thought, a body, or an emotion. You start unlocking the infinite when you realize that not everything you thought or think is real. This brings an obvious need for self-inquiry. The subconscious mind and the conscious mind are linked together by the analytical mind. So this is where contemplation, meditation, and self-regulation really come in. But here is the interesting part. Clinging to what you thought was real will cause you a dark night of the soul experience. Not knowing what is real about you will cause many issues, psychological, emotional, and otherwise. It causes uncertainty to rise up and will stress the hell out of you. The mind loves thinking it knows. It feels safe that way, and this settles your emotions. Even if it's not really true in reality. These questions are part of life for all of us. But how do we transcend these problems and move forward in life? The answer is simple. Get contemplatively still. And the answers are revealed to you, but only every time. The religions of the world have called this unloading of new awareness revelation. Self-regulation and emotional regulation are life-changing. Watch your thoughts, they become your words. Watch your words, they become your actions. Watch your actions, they become your habits. Watch your habits, they become your character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny. Lao Tzu. In the stillness, there are practical things like insight. Many people describe a sense of connection to something larger than themselves. But this itself is where all your new answers come from. The truly fundamental questions of life cannot be Googled. They must be experienced. Mostly, this happens in silence. Your body is the mind's subconscious hard drive. With every waking consciousness, you can see the world and experience it, but only from a place of how you experienced it yesterday. All emotions are the end product of past experiences. Even though memories may fade, we actually start living them. If this was not so, there is no way you could wake up in the morning feeling unhappy or overwhelmed. Then habit kicks in. Memories are stored in your body, and in that same body, these memories created visions in your head. They bring back images and play short videos of what went on in the past. This memory is in every cell of our bodies. They create the experiences of yesterday, tomorrow. This is how one could say you get stuck in a rut. It happens from this pattern over time. Survival mode literally has us living in a way where we are anticipating the doom and gloom of past experiences that had the most emotional charge for us. This could often be trauma that we experienced as children. Unbeknown to us, we could live our entire lives in a state of tension because of a single incident that happened in our childhoods. That's how strong the memories charged with electrifying emotion are. Between stimulus and response, there is a place. In that space lies our freedom and power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and freedom. Viktor Frankl. Rumination. Drifting off in thought, your brain will go back into its memory banks of billions of possible outcomes in any given situation, searching for safety and any and all means to keep you alive and well. The problem is that it searches for the worst case scenarios to avoid. This all happens subconsciously, just like the eventual panic attacks that come afterwards as a result. Your body acts on automatic, and it is in this automation that we can rise above by using the power of contemplative intelligence. Many of the tasks that we use in CQ boldly take you right back into the body and recreate real, present moment and relatively safe experiences. All things are relative after all. Rumination is the focused attention on the symptoms of one's distress and on its possible causes and consequences, as opposed to its solutions, according to the response styles theory proposed by Nolan Hoxemia. Rumination opposes contemplative mind. The former stops the healthy pondering and starts to focus more and more on all things dire. The job of contemplation is to help you control your autonomic nervous system through self-regulation. Your CQ work will help you to move from this focus and stay open towards being more curious and adventurous about things it doesn't know yet. So, understand rumination for us in this work is a pretty big deal. The first step is to notice when your brain is ruminating versus contemplating. The second step is to come back from it. This is the mind's gym that we are concerned with today. The more you do the practices, the less ruminating will occur. Scientific studies on rumination have shown us that with a little practice, our positive, creative, and contemplative thoughts become more sticky. In other words, they don't just slip away like a water droplet on a Teflon-coated pan. They stick around longer. So your positive thoughts out of F9 stick around like Velcro. Other studies in this area have shown that negative, ruminating thoughts like to linger around in our heads, while positive thoughts dissipate far quicker. If you want to keep positive thoughts and have the neurochemical benefits from them, like happiness and calm, you have to intentionally hold on to them for about 30 seconds. Doing this mental mind gym often enough will add pounds of new muscle to the biceps of your mind. The obvious increase in performance can not only shift negative thinking styles that cause things like depression and low mood, but they can help you to see the world in a totally new way. That's real change, made simple. Being ready for change from what you were like and what you want to be like will come with resistance from the body and mind, just like the growing pains of a teenager. Take the first few days of your yoga or gym regimen, for example. You wake up sore. Try and change, and you fall right back to the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You become uncertain of what's happening next, as it is not what happened yesterday or for the past 25 years. Contemplation allows you to change by allowing the visual thoughts you think coupled with more positive than negative emotions, and creates an uplifted state of being sometimes right from the first practice. This is nothing new at all. It has been around always. Patanjali, who developed the Yoga Sutras in around 300 BC, said the following about breaking their bonds, which is the work of contemplation. When you are inspired by some great purpose, some extraordinary project, all your thoughts break their bonds. Your mind transcends limitations. Your consciousness expands in every direction, and you find yourself in a new, great, and wonderful world. Dormant forces, faculties, and talents become alive, and you discover yourself to be a greater person by far than you ever dreamed yourself to be. Neurological imaging shows us that your brain doesn't know the difference between your visualization and imagination and what you've been thinking. It begins to see the goals you desire as real, and they begin to manifest with each practice in your front brain. Change without the work is fantasy, leading to frustration for many of us. These frustrations go from putting us in low moods in the beginning to having bad temperaments after some time. If we are unable to deal with them, negative and long-standing temperaments become your personality type or even your personality disorder. Nothing happens by accident. You don't just become a worrywart, you create one. The great chain of perception. The nervous system is designed to produce not just thoughts, but every single sensation that happens to the body. It is designed to interact with the entire universe through the five senses. It gives you the information as fast as possible, and then it is interpreted by the individual experiencing these sensations or simulations. You may not be on a roller coaster and your nervous system is going bananas, but you're really enjoying the experience. This is how you are perceiving what is happening in the outside world. So your brain has to distinguish between the state of arousal and, say, being chased by a crowd of brain-hungry zombies. In one situation, you don't mind the heart palpitations and rising panic sensations, and in the other, you do all you can to remain calm and think of a way to survive. A recent study was done on whether stress is a killer, like obesity or smoking. The aim to find out why some people thrive on stress and others potentially drop down dead of heart attacks and develop a ton of different diseases due to the stress they are experiencing. The study concluded that it wasn't stress that was the killer. Stress wasn't necessarily bad, and oftentimes was a factor that made people with great wealth and helped them to be highly adventurous. Like Richard Branson taking the highest flight in a hot air balloon, or James Cameron diving deeper than anyone else in a submarine. The study found that it was our perceptions of the stress that made all the difference. Some people responded well to stress, and others fell apart. This is perception at play. It is the way we as living organisms interpret the world around us. There are 5 parts to the great chain of perception that shows us how we either get or don't get what we want based on how we think, feel, and behave. 1. Stimulus. Everything we experience starts with a stimulus or trigger. You may hear someone calling your name. You may see a bright flash of light in the corner of your eye. You could trigger your perceptions by smelling oatmeal cookies baking in the kitchen. This goes on, and is an endless process while we are here. Once a stimulus takes place, you are interacting with whatever it is. And from this point, you could choose to ignore it or go down the perception chain with it. So let's see how that works. 2. First, thought. The stimulus then becomes a thought. Thought happens spontaneously. This is why what we experience will always have a subjective flavor to it. Everyone experiences things slightly differently. Once a thought takes place, we start to think about what to do with the information. Let's take an alcoholic in early recovery, for example. She sees a miniature bottle of whiskey in her hotel room fridge as she opens the door. The color of the whiskey and the shapes of the letters and patterns of the logo are a stimulus for her. It then becomes a thought. Even if she has been clean and sober for 6 months, that thought may be something like, take a drink. Her internal voice may be sabotaged by saboteurs acting from the subconscious that say things like, you deserve it, have one, or no one will know. This first thought comes in an instant and takes down many people who tend to act on impulse and listen to their first thought, much like we did as children. Once a thought hits, it activates a feeling. 3. Feelings. Feelings make behavioral changes in the body. I like to call feelings the shorthand of the brain. They do thinking better, faster, and more reliably than the brain does. They seem to have more insight and depth as far as navigating problems and finding solutions is concerned. Interoception is how feelings link what is happening outside in the world with what's happening within us. It is how we match self to other, internal to external. We tend to be guided by feelings rather than facts. Feelings by nature are more irrational than the rigidity of our thoughts in general. A person's deeply in love for the first time may act irrationally because of the almost overwhelming feelings of loss when a lover parts ways. 4. Behavior. This is where the thought becomes a thing. It is the point where we start taking action of what started out as a stimulus from the body's senses and then proceeded into a thought, depending on how we perceive the situation. Now, we are acting on the lot of it put together. For the alcoholic, she may crack open the bottle of Jack Daniels and take a swig. These are physical behaviors that we can see happening. Remember that behaviors and this perception chain is done many times each day, usually from a subconscious frame of mind. That is why when we start the morning off with a fresh intention to order salad for lunch, we may end up ordering the tacos. If we are not mindful of the great chain of perception, we will do what we did yesterday. We will behave in ways our memory knows we've behaved before. Simple. 5. Consequence. This is the last stage of our perception chain. Consequences are the result of how we have thought, felt, and acted. At each of these 5 stages, the signals that the previous stage had started signal the next stage to ready themselves for work. That is generally what we do repeatedly all day long. If we are around negative situations and triggers, we will probably think and feel negative thoughts and emotions that make us act or behave in a certain way. The math is obvious as what the consequences will be, probably involving something we don't really want. If we want better consequences in life, we can interrupt the chain at any stage. CQ allows us to know how, why, and where we do this. It is able to access sacred self to interrupt the learned chains and create a new state of thinking, feeling, and behaving. New consequences or goals or wish fulfillment are the result of these interventions from your higher self. Performing a perception intervention. Aligning to what is higher consciousness. Nothing really changes. We only become more aware of the way we are and how things are. In other words, we learn from experience. If you can interrupt the chain by visualizing good outcomes, by seeing yourself as calm and controlled, you will become like a top athlete and be able to score goals under pressure. The mind does not know the difference between imagination and memory. The job of contemplation is to get what Norman Vincent Peale called the power of positive thinking 5 decades ago. He said, formulate and stamp indelibly on your mind a mental picture of yourself as succeeding. Hold this picture tenaciously, never permit it to fade. Your mind will seek to develop this picture. This way of perceiving is contemplative practice. There are 3 tools we use to interrupt your thinking, feelings, behaviors, and outcomes for the better. Think twice, use emotions, focus. 1. A second thought. To contemplate is to think again. A second thought disrupts the great chain of perceptions and creates an entirely set of behaviors and ultimately consequences. Some might think they were just lucky with the situation, or that they even experienced a miracle getting through certain situations. Many people who have survived near-death experiences describe this second thought as a still voice, or detail how something just told me to do this or that. Second thoughts, as simple as they may sound, don't come easily, especially when things are happening fast. Your first thought happens spontaneously. These second thoughts happen deliberately through CQ awareness. Brain scans show us acetylcholine is released here, literally making peace a chemical reality. It also allows change and new thinking to happen. In dire situations, these second thoughts can save lives. In business, these second thoughts, spoken softly in reply to our inner voices, can make or break big deals. First thoughts happen spontaneously. If you're drowning, you may gasp for breath underwater or pull down your rescuer as you panic. Both of these can be the difference between life and death, if, say, calm was allowed to enter the arena. They can help you to not be impulsive and allow you to play the situation through in your mind, looking for alternatives or a better myriad of options. This second thought is a skill that would benefit the woman in our alcohol example. If she had learned the art of contemplative practice, for example, she may have transcended that first thought and played through the various options that allowed her to do what the brain cannot do on its own: understand consequences. 2. Emotions. Emotions are thoughts on neurotransmitter steroids. Emotions move and agitate the mind into doing something differently. This is why I called them the shorthand of the brain earlier. Emotions are higher consciousness within us. Emotions rise up from within and change the thinking and behavior chains that lead us around like dogs on leashes, who battle to affect even the smallest changes in their lives. If we are able to learn through contemplative practice to assume the feelings of our wishes fulfilled, then our higher self can intervene in the thinking process that makes you do what you do every day. Just as an athlete develops muscle memory when he practices his sport, so can we practice how we want to feel and be in life. One of the biggest goals in life was peace. Introspection allows thoughts and feelings to work together more consciously. When you hear a rumbling stomach or a pop-up on your web browser, you don't need to just go down the behavior chain of your perceptions. Not losing my peace started to keep me out of automatic perceptions or behavior chains. It helped me not go there when the consequences were not going to be peace. This is how miracles manifested. You become a pro athlete the same way you control your life, through balance in all things. Balancing the 5 stages of perceptions can start to make all the difference in your life from today. Don't let just any stimulus carry you away into doing things you may not want to do. Interrupt the chain by adding a second thought to whatever people, places, things, conversations, and situations cross your path in the day, and you will be able to have the wish. In my case, it was peace, fulfilled on a more regular basis each day. CQ practice enables us to perceive things differently. It is seeing which gets the mind believing. 3. Contemplative focus. Focusing on what you want most in life and having this process bring good results is nothing new. Focusing on goals and not permitting them to fade is important. Learning to not get lost in details of what is happening and keeping your attention focused on your second thought and emotions, not just the thoughts and feelings, can give you massive gains towards fulfilling your life purpose and getting what you want. A therapist friend of mine used to tell his students to play the tape through. Whenever new situations bring new thoughts, give yourself enough time to focus on the bigger picture. We need to learn How to stop thinking small. The untrained mind will throw quick solutions at you and get you into a perception or behavior chain as soon as it can, not considering the consequences, nor more creative alternatives. Alternatives housed in an entirely different part of your brain, of course, as far apart from each other as past or future and failing or success. Contemplation is all about our focus on breaking the bonds of small thinking. Focus and then deep relaxation using contemplation and meditation techniques work incredibly well together. Myopia is nearsightedness and has nothing to do with mental focus. We need to see the leaves for the trees. Focus is about seeing clearly. Relax yourself to be able to see others' opinions. Broad spectrum focus will just become micro focus on one thing. The world is developing an attention deficit disorder. Contemplative practices are vital in healing this disorder from the inside out, a job which I have no doubt the next generation will complete. Each generation so far has always come through in resolving what is wrong, what is ugly, and what does not work. Your 4 stages of competence. Contemplative intelligence is developed when we practice various disciplines that create progressive and lasting change. Change in motion. In the 1960s, Martin Broadwell developed a system called the 4 stages of competence. The stages are the conduits that our neural networks worm their way through to get to the coveted prefrontal zones of the third eye awareness. They show how, through the work of mindfulness, you are able to reprogram your subconscious mind to do what you want it to do without having to think about it. These stages can show trainers what emotional stages their subjects are in. Let us imagine now that we are riding a bicycle race as we look at each stage. First, unconscious incompetence, unaware of your lacks. Broadwell's first stage was unconscious incompetence or ignorance. A bicycle rider may not have the skill to get through the hill climbs around the many twisting corners of the racetrack. The only problem is he doesn't know it. Here, an individual is not aware that they have any kind of need or deficit within them, and so it remains unconscious and cannot help the person grow and find solutions to their problems. They may deny the usefulness of the very thing they require. The person does not consciously know that they are incapable of doing something that they want to. Next, conscious incompetence, aware but not ready. Second comes conscious competence or awareness, where the needs, let's say, to learn self-regulation is understood. The individual understands or knows how to do something. In this stage, you are aware of it mindfully, but are no good at executing the new skill as yet. They can't do it as yet. Here, the cyclist starts learning that he is in deficit in the skills his competitors have, and thus can start to work on them. Next, conscious competence, aware of doing it. At the third stage is unconscious competence, where learning finally becomes possible. They have learned what to do and start doing it. It still requires concentration and hard work to do it each time, but they are learning to do it better as time goes on. Our cyclist rarely has to think it through each time he nears a corner. He has a dozen learned routines to go through to make sure he flows through the corner by stopping in enough time and accelerating out at exactly the right time. It takes a lot, but he is progressing like a champion. Unconscious competence. Lastly, he comes to do the world-class work of being a pro cyclist, and the skills he has now developed become more of a second nature. The braking and accelerating to gain fractions of a second all come naturally. As a result, the skills can even be performed while doing other things, like planning for the next step. The individual may be able to teach it to others. Anything that is in your heart, mind, and soul to do as life purpose, you should be able to do at some stage of your life. If you're not getting it done, these 4 stages could hold the key. Contemplative intelligence shows us how to go about making the unconscious known to such a degree over time that it becomes the new unconscious. It teaches us how to make the right things second nature to us, even in the face of adversity. We no longer have to jump into flight, fright, or freeze on a whim. We control the panic of the autonomic nervous system by knowing the bigger picture is at play. We transcend our impulsive natures that keep us safe on the first corners we traveled as novice bike riders. When we fill our mind and emotions with what we truly want and don't allow them to fade or become unconscious, then we can truly transcend them. Don't die with your music still in you. State of grace. Awareness, acceptance, and then action ring true with Broadwell's 4 stages of incompetence, as they are understood in psychology. Try and tell a teacher to change their mind about something they're convinced in their mind of. It's virtually impossible. The unconscious has settled for certainty rather than the truth. It likes the feeling of knowing for certain. As we know, this can lead to severe letdown and disappointment for people who were convinced they knew it all and had what it takes to get there. Life and learning are both about trial and error. Learning to contemplate reality rather than certainty is a skill we can benefit from a great deal. Meta-analysis is simply about going above thinking that loses us in the labyrinth of these 4 stages, which is a process referred to as the pain of the adult learner. We can only see patterns and correlations clearly when we get out of our own heads. 1 to 2 20-minute sessions of CQ a day will bring certainty to us. Although painful at times, the consequence of taking the time to become truthful and clear with ourselves will be improved performance all round. When we remove the cognitive dissonance from our minds, we start to end the war on ourselves. Contemplation always eventually delivers a welcomed state of grace. Cognitive dissonance is our attempt not to have our self-images shattered and brings us right back to being ruled by ego-insurgents. The cyclist in the first stage would not allow himself to know that he needed skills he did not have to improve. Make sure you don't allow your own ego to sabotage you in this way. In reality, most cyclists will sabotage their own chances of improvement to hide the fact that they don't have what it takes to get where they need to go. It is this admission that ends the war within us. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. We can admit our weaknesses and then work on removing or improving them. Oftentimes, people are surprised in therapy at how freeing it is to be honest with yourself, even on an unconscious level. You sleep better, breathe better, and have less obsessive and intrusive thoughts. This state of grace is what we need to pursue. There is little doubt in my mind that the truth will set you free. As we read from Patanjali earlier, that your thoughts break their bonds, your mind transcends limitations, your consciousness expands in every direction, and you will find yourself in a new, great, and wonderful world. It is this new world that contemplative intelligence invites you to today. Chapter 14, Contemplating What You Really Want. Spirituality is about going within. That is where you find yourself and your path. Through that, you find inner bliss. That is what you really want. From today, use your CQ and mind yoga work to partake in staying energetically open and realizing that life's ceaseless unfolding of situations cannot dictate your levels of joy any longer. Do you know what you want? Do you really, really know? Imagine leaning your ladder against the wrong wall. Many people have done it by choosing the career they thought they wanted. They choose the spouse they think they want and only realize years later that they have nothing in common and want to separate. How often have you heard people say that they made big mistakes staying too long here or leaving too quickly there? I should have, could have, and would have are all commonplace across the dinner table. But What if you could make better decisions and knew what you really wanted and only got that? If you could do that, you would choose the better partner for you and the right careers and the best friends to be around. If you knew what you wanted to do with your day and your time and your energy, you would. So let us for a moment assume that you don't know what you really want for yourself. Let us believe that you are unable to think like a mentalist and get what you want without bad luck intervening. Do you believe in accidents? Do you believe in chaos and not order? In CQ, our philosophy is that there are no accidents. This would imply absolute purpose. Freud ascribed to this notion as I do today. I have seen way too many miracles come out of accidents to continue believing that things happen for some and not others. That said, if there are no accidents and what you get is what you want, why do you end up with things that you think you don't want? Is it subconscious blunder, accidental happenstance, fate, or just being unlucky? To find the answers, let's dig deep down below the topsoil of life's unfolding. If you have contemplative intelligence, you have the ability to fulfill the "as you think, so shall you be" philosophy for yourself. Let us head east for a story. There is a story in India that tells us about a traveler going through the desert to his destination. Feeling the intense heat, he thought of a tree in the barren desert, and he suddenly saw one out of the corner of his eye. After falling asleep under the tree, he woke up hungry and thirsty. He thought of all the food he loved, and poof, it appeared in front of him. After feasting, he thought of his thirst. Once again, poof, a table of his favorite drinks appeared in front of him. Whoa, he thought, what is happening here? Everything I want just appears out of nowhere. This must be a magical desert, he thought. Now, he wondered if there were any spirits or demons around this enchanted place. Just then, shazam, a ghoul appeared. Of course, he started running and wished that the ghoul that was chasing him would disappear. Sure enough, the ghoul was gone. The traveler didn't know that he fell asleep under a wishing tree. Nevertheless, he deduced that all the thoughts that he had in his head came true. Thinking that it must be some kind of divine lesson, he decided to be really careful of what he thought about, and he went on his way. So, like our wary traveler, thank goodness we didn't get all the things we thought we wanted when we were younger. Never mind just the tattoos and the boy or girlfriends we desired. Success, travel, and parties could have kept us from the relationships we are in and the opportunities that befall us today. You don't really know what you want in life until it gets serious with you. People who have sudden shifts and turnarounds in life almost always remark that the things they thought they wanted didn't even matter to them. When the fires raged in Los Angeles and burned down everyone's homes, they took their pets, photographs, and things that had sentimental values. That is, things only with emotional value. Yet we give our weekends for the money that buys our time to buy bigger and bigger houses and cars that will probably not matter to us. We're conditioned to sleepwalk through life, thinking we are pursuing success through accumulating things and losing time. How you really get what you want is through contemplative focus. If you focus your energy and all your faculties in one direction for a certain period of time, you'll get what you want. I've seen the results of this over and over again with people who turn their lives around, start off with next to no finances, relationships, or resources for their new direction. Yet, every single time they make the changes come. Maybe not at the timing that they wanted, but it indeed always comes. The new job, the people who will open the door, and even the opportunities. Much like the synchronicity that Carl Jung spoke about. Socrates and the angel. What if you could have everything you want right now? What if you could have your dream career, a promotion, the car you wanted to drive, and the company you wanted to keep? Where do you want to live? Where do you see yourself in 5 years from now? What if an angel flies past your head right now and stops this second and says to you, I'm in a hurry, but what do you really, really, really want? Without wasting a second, what do you say? Unless you're an enlightened being who has done a lot of contemplation work already, you may have drawn up a quick, short list of what you want, much like a goals list. But it's probably not what you want. The dream promotion and job you want and are working or studying for is a great idea. But have you seen the misery on the faces of the people who have what you want already? Are they oozing ecstasy? Are they content? And have they now stopped wanting? No, they're wanting more, just like you. We don't want the job. We want the idea of the peace and fulfillment we think we will get when we have that job. This is the untrained mind leading you through a labyrinth yet again. It leads to nowhere, which is never ending, now here and then nowhere. All we're doing is shifting that dash. That same dash will be on your tombstone. 1982 too. We have all heard the term getting out of the rat race. That's exactly what it is. 98% of people are spending 98% of their time on things that don't matter. But if you critically observe your thinking, you may see that you're trying to get into rat races and only saying you're trying to get out of them, defeating the object of the power of now that we all love so much. This is the practicality of doing contemplative work. It has become evident from 20 years of therapy, our intellects don't get us there, almost never. It takes heart, mind, body, soul, and emotions. It takes all of you to get what you want. Without some kind of waking up, you can have one of the top 10% of IQs in the world and waste your life like no other. A young woman once asked Socrates what the secret to success was. Socrates calmly replied that he would meet her down by the river the following morning and give her the answers she sought. The next morning they waded neck-high into the water. They then stopped and Socrates grabbed her head and dunked it under the water and held it there for a minute before releasing her. The young maiden came up gasping for air, shook her head, and looked inquiringly at the teacher. What did you want most when your head was under the water? He asked her, which she replied, air. There is your answer, Socrates said. When you want something as badly as you wanted the air, you will get it. There is no other secret to success. The moral of the story, aside from always getting what we really want, is that a weak desire won't get you anywhere. If you really want a happy and peaceful life, but have a strong desire for jet-setting, success, awards, accolades, and the power that comes with it, you'll get that. Your desire for the peaceful and happy life you desire for you and your family may not exist because you don't want it badly enough. This is the introspection that leads to a real paradigm shift in life. A major worldwide study was done on people's last words before they die. Oh shit, was what the study found people's reactions were when they came to realize or were told that they were dying. The nurses and doctors say that fear of death does not seem nearly as strong as people's desire to mend unfinished business. Don't be someone caught in life in regret that your ladder was always leaning against the wrong walls. Ships do not come in, they are built. Building the life you want is secondary to building the person that you want to be. You'll only take one with you in the end. The agenda of the soul. We all want the same things at the end of the day or at the end of life. Some of us may desire status, fame, and wealth. Others would really want to travel the world and see the different cultures and experiences and different ways of life. Others might want to be a great artist or sculptor, while others may yearn to lead an organization, either saving whales or making trillions for a conglomerate. Yet, these desires and wants are only fictional stories. What people really want is all the same. What people really, really, really want is universal. We want peace and joy and blissful happiness. We want recognition and significance. We want to be part of something amazing and to grow and share the outflow and overflow of what we get from our desires. In other words, we all want the same thing: peace. Peace brings happiness and contentment beyond anything else, and it also doesn't age or grow weaker with time. Rather, it intensifies. This pursuit of happiness is why people drink or work or leave one spouse for another. We want more happiness. There are negative and positive ways to find happiness and peace, and they are usually not the ways we try out at first. Do you want a great relationship? Do you want to be fulfilled and find meaning in your life? Perhaps now is a good time as any to make a short list of 10 things, because if you don't know what you really want, you may end up with things that you don't really want. So instead, just get a good idea of what you really want. So if our magical genie flies by again, all you need is just one wish: bliss. External solutions for internal problems never last. They don't sustain themselves over time. Eventually, with enough contemplative intelligence, we start to understand where bliss comes from, which is from the inside, whereas it's experienced, of course. Take this example one step further. If you don't get what you think you want, do you become unhappy? Do you experience joylessness? Think about this honestly. If your mind has a preconceived notion that it projects onto the world that says, this thing will make me happy over here and that event will make me sad over there, if it happens, that means what you really want is still very much based on external things. A person walks past you and mutters an insult and you become miserable, angry, and then retort in the same manner. In an instant, and with one word like loser, you switch off your happiness. With this example, you just experienced misery from the outside. Your mind immediately said to you, I don't want this insult, and your ego-insurgents took over to close you off and protect you with its 20-ton shield. It closed you off to happiness because the conditions on the outside changed like the weather. The insurgents are there because we are conditioned from our past experiences to avoid what we think is painful and cling to what we think is pleasurable. We cling to money and assets and even bad relationships for years and years more than we should. We will do anything to manipulate, control, and orchestrate what we think we really want that will make us happy. However, the problem is that these likes and dislikes and conditions for happiness are not what we really want. They are false associations and beliefs. What we really want is freedom and peace and joy on the inside that we are conditioned from past experience to believe come from outsides, come from external people, places, and things. You don't need to let external conditions control you and how you feel. If you do, your happiness will be subject to the happenings of everything out there. The traffic, a news bulletin, an ex-husband's judgment, or a job offer will determine your internal state. If you can learn to be able to not allow these things to be your navigation system, you can learn to stay in gratitude and even joy when your mind starts to associate events with negatives. All you need to remember is that life is unfolding and these situations cannot penetrate the awakened being. If there is joy and light and gratitude inside you, you won't want a thing other than that joy and light and gratitude. It won't be subject to an insult you don't want. But if you are subject to those things, you'll give away your peace easily. Practice makes perfect. Just like yoga is practice, so is mindfully maintaining your internal states when life situations pass by. Situations can be miserable, but you don't have to be miserable any longer. Learn to stay open and connected to the chi or energy within you and maintain that. That is all that is under your control. Any other ideas that you get come entirely from your controlling insurgents. Spirituality is about going within. That is where you find yourself and your path, and through that you will find inner bliss. That is what you really want. From today, use your CQ and mind yoga work to partake in staying energetically open and realizing that life's ceaseless unfolding of situations cannot dictate your levels of joy any longer. Stay in the impenetrable security of sacred self by practicing things like empathy and self-regulation. Stay on, stay open, stay free, and you will have what you truly desire all the time. Contemplate the following wisdom with a touch of Lectio Divina. What I'm trying to do here is to get you to relax, to not be preoccupied with getting, so you can respond to God's giving. People who don't know God and the way He works fuss over these things, but you know both God and how He works. Steep your life in God reality, God initiative, God provisions. Don't worry about missing out. You'll find all your everyday human concerns will be met. Matthew 6:30, the Message. This shows us what we really want. Do not think you don't want what we all want. We all want the same thing, even though most of us are looking for it in the wrong, negative spaces. Drugs, lust, power, greed, and gluttony are where many pursue what they think they want. But as the letter of Matthew states, don't fuss over these things. You will waste your life over them with fear of missing or becoming bitter, resentful, and worst of all, unhappy. If you have what you want on the inside, then reality will be kind. All your greatest needs are internal and will always be met. Chapter 15, Your Sacred Self. A return to love, a return to sacred self. How we connect to the world today is central to our well-being. We have only created global warming and like issues through ignorance. Ignorance not of the intellect but of the heart. When we start to connect with the world in a more empathic way, we will see the fruits of this connection in all that we manufacture, produce, and create in our environment. To understand that we have a higher self, spiritual self, or part of ourselves that is not just body and mind is a tough pill to swallow for most of us. As we have removed God and spirituality from schools and our businesses, the number of diseased people amongst us soar to record new highs each year. The correlation of spirituality to suffering is arguable to some and obvious to others. What we are more specifically concerned with here are the two sides of our personalities and the two halves of life. Both have awakened and unawakened states of beings. We know well enough by now that the universe is full of two sides of things, night and day and love and fear, beauty and ugliness. It is contemplative practice that allows us to access these two sides through deeper perception as we find the inner meaning of outer things. Things that at first we don't know exists. Fair enough. So let us start to understand your sacred self by first understanding what the ego is. The ego is also called the small self or false self. It is where your ego defenses reign supreme. The ego has a ton of pride that keeps you from being crushed by the inevitable blows you will get to your self-esteem as you grow up. It helps us compete, stand up for ourselves, and put ourselves first in every situation possible. It creates our ego-insurgents to wage war on the painful for us. We don't even know it's really there, but it defends us. Ego defense mechanisms have their busy barracks here and are always ready to go to war to defend your self-concept at any cost. The ego is activated by the F9 responses we looked at in the first section of the book. It is all here to keep you intact and the same. Same is safe to the mind. A mind that dislikes the unknown and greatly fears it eventually. That is until we are ready for clarification, which is the stage of our lives when we start to see the tricks the ego, as the mind's jester, has played on us, and we look underneath the masks it made us wear and begin to see. The ego loves negative reinforcement and likes to complain, gossip, moan, and argue. It is the training ground for our insurgents, which will become the battlefield of our minds as we transition into the second half of life. It is essentially binary, caught up in either or thinking. Either he is right or I am wrong. Either she is crazy or ugly or smart or stupid. It seeks basal answers to life's issues and never stops to consider the many options it cannot immediately think up. Anything that is wrong with you began as a survival mechanism in childhood. Geboren Mate. You have always known your sacred self has been there, although it may not have a booming voice that talks to you all day and night long, like the one in your head. You just know it's there. Your sacred self has a deep reverence for life. Its character is known by the intuition, wisdom, and calmness it brings to you when you need it most. Contemplative intelligence is sacred self mentality. Sacred self mentality consists of love, kindness, self-regulation, and admiration for the many mysteries of life. Your sacred self sees the divine in everything and starts to rise up like a phoenix from the ashes when ego takes enough of a battering from life to fall to its knees for a while. Often, it's these rock bottoms, lows, and places of emotional desolation that we are born to sacred self, whose fuel is light, positivity, hope, perseverance, gratitude, and belonging. Dualistic thinking. Your ego is a dualistic thinker, as René Descartes of the 17th century put it first. It is your ego operating system that gives your master insurgents its fear, drama, and distrust. Your sacred self is a non-dual thinker that allows this is a you-niverse, not a me-verse. Non-dual is not two and doesn't leave a right or wrong person and therefore doesn't see others as enemies. Although ego confuses your mind with your soul and edges God out, E-G-O, your sacred self remains true to the fact that we are all one and embraces the more invisible, at first concepts of eternity, mystery, and purpose. Contemplation shows us that the mind is dualistic in nature, in its pre-awakened state. It needs to seek out good and evil, and is highly judgmental of absolutely everything, including you as its host. St. Paul wrote a letter to the Galatians 20 centuries ago, in which he spoke about the ego and the spiritual self. He pulls no punches in reminding us what we will get with the unexamined life that the ego gladly bestows on all who choose the path of what seems like least resistance at the time. It is obvious of what kind of life develops out of trying to get your own way all the time. Repetitive, loveless, cheap sex, a stinking accumulation of mental and emotional garbage, frenzied and joyless grabs for unhappiness, trinket gods, magic show religion, paranoid loneliness, cutthroat competition, all-consuming yet never satisfied once, a brutal temper, an impotence to love or be loved, divided homes and divided lives, small-minded and lopsided pursuits, the vicious habit of depersonalizing everyone into a rival, uncontrolled and uncontrollable addictions, ugly parodies of community. I could go on. This isn't the first time I've warned you, you know. If you use your freedom this way, you will not inherit God's kingdom. Galatians 5:22. Yoga brings union. With CQ mind and other practices, we turn our emotional, social, and spiritual intelligence that may be lying partially dormant from living in a stressed environment, we turn it on. When you bring body, mind, and soul together, you become unstoppable as far as your goals, performance, and optimal living need to go. Most people perform well below their capabilities as yoga union improves mindset, mental fitness, and well-being. So CQ intelligence improves mental sharpness, confidence, performance, calm, and creativity. So the CQ program itself that we do with thousands of people offers laser-focused living of what works for body, mind, and your sacred self, while we turn off the ego's automatically learned fear, anxiety, and stress receptors. The greatest human quest is to know what one must do in order to become a human being. Immanuel Kant. The C of CQ. CQ uses the SEA approach to keep perspective of the journey out of lizard brain and into CQ mind. This three-phase model is more powerful than one may think at first, but as Einstein said, it should be simple if we are to believe that it's real. Complicated oftentimes only appears real before it is defeated in the end. S, sensing. E, empathy. A, awe. Sensing. The process unfolds firstly as CQ activates the awareness of sensing through your body. The mind yoga takes you out of your brain and puts awareness back into your body, which is not only where things like memory are stored, but it is also how we experience the world in reality. What the mind has mushed up through trauma and false memories and distorted associations since childhood, we can reorder and reorganize through new awareness. A kind of restructuring, if you will. By now you should be starting to know that consciousness is always gently unfolding into new areas of understanding. This revealing is a necessity and always will be. You can only bear so much of anything at one time. Reality is revealed to us through conscious expansion from contracted to expanded to pure awareness. Sensing is this process and grounds us to the material world inside and out and links us through connection to body, mind, soul, and emotions. Empathy. Only by getting yourself into empathic states can you activate prefrontal creativity. It is not available when we are stressed, confused, angry, or overwhelmed. These are ego states of being. Sacred self states of being are ignited by empathy. Essentially, love is the answer. Love is an ancient truth that we have been told all along. All we need is love, said the Beatles, and they were right. Empathy opens the portal to the most powerful part of the mind. When we become contemplative, our empathy grows each time. The world and everything in it is good. It is all love. We remove the lie that is negative thinking, over-analysis, and obsessive thinking that inevitably becomes survival consciousness. Emotional intelligence is far greater and more powerful as an asset than intellect, which only seems to get us that far until it buries us in its own complexity. It can only provide more and more questions and demand more and more answers. Unlike emotional intelligence, it gives us deep emotional understanding of what is inside and what is outside. How we connect to the world today is central to our well-being. We have only created global warming and like issues through ignorance. Ignorance is not of the intellect, but of the heart. When we start to connect with the world in a more empathic way, we will see the fruits of this connection in all that we manufacture, produce, and create in our environment. When all is well on the inside, all manner of things shall be well on the outside. Awe. Awe is what we have called in the East Ananda, or bliss consciousness. When the ego and the intellect are at work, we are in continuous judgment of everything. Judges are harsh critics and are the central parts of most of our ego-insurgents. Gratitude is the opposite of judgment. All of life is a move from judgment to gratitude. When we are treating people for depression, stress, or addictions, you can see that basically the entire process is about moving out of judgment mind. Judgments mean we must hold resentments so that the story of the other being bad that makes us good can be upheld. Although judgments originally used to be about making good judgment calls in a situation, they are more now about dualistic thinking. They name this bad and that wrong. Just look at our religion and politics to get some sort of context for yourself here. Judging otherness as bad makes us feel good or right. When we judge, we stop accepting and close off to what might be something other than what we believe in that moment. Judgment is all about perceptions and what is good for the person, which may have been perceived as bad for that one. The East and the West have been at odds for centuries, judging which culture is better than the other and which is more hedonistic than the other. But history teaches us the divides are just the judgment calls. All cultures, people, and environments are turning out to be much of a muchness, all in need of a new, more empathic, and sustainable way forward. None of us have got it right, but our judgments allow us to point fingers like baby spiritual beings. Gratitude leaves nothing undone. It ensures that we are thankful for whatever is. Gratitude is altruistic by nature and is an empathic emotion expressing appreciation for what one has. The dictionary says that gratitude pays it forward. If this is the case, then we can deduce that it is a higher state of thinking, feeling, and being that most emotions on earth, perhaps is close second to love itself. SEA is how enlightenment happens in the brain and the body and the soul. It is our roadmap out of chaos towards the order of Ananda, as the Sanskrit teachings described many centuries ago. Towards understanding sacred self. Consciousness shifts are not the sacred self. Awareness is not the sacred self. These are journeys to the sacred self. Journeys from sleep to wakefulness, from nightmares to dreams, from survival mode to bliss. Yoga, mind yoga, and contemplative practices get you out of awareness. They detangle you from thoughts and problems and chaos. They get you out of survival mind, something we've learned at the very beginning of this work of developing CQ. Now as an old man, I realize the only thing I can change in myself. And suddenly I realize that if long ago I had changed myself, I could have made an impact on my family. My family and I could have made an impact on our town. Their impact could have changed the nation, and I could indeed have changed the world. This is your true purpose. Sit back, relax, and get comfortable, because today is the day that you will discover your true purpose. It is something you may not have known before today. It may have been something you were searching for all your life. Unfortunately, no one can be told what their purpose is. They have to experience it themselves. We can also stay in Wonderland and ignore our purpose. Even if someone tells it to you or carves it in a stone for you, you may not ever hear it or see it, nor believe it. Your true purpose is something that you don't ever find. It finds you and reveals itself as something that has been there all along. When someone wakes up one day with a bright idea, a vision or message from beyond, it is not always a blessing. When someone says, God told me my purpose is to do this or that, trouble normally follows. All wars have been fought with grand illusions of life purpose, and all of it that was not based on love came to nothing. Our purpose is in fact all the same. Let's try that again. Yes, we have all the same exact purpose: to love, grow, connect, contribute, give, learn, develop, do, and be human and spiritual at once. There is no one man's purpose. There is mankind's purpose. That's it. We're all doing the same thing. We're all going to the same place, and we have to do the same work. Even though we are not doing it, we still know that our purpose is deep down inside us. We know because it was given us by someone else. People clothed us and fed us. Hopefully they taught us and showed us things that would help us to survive and be content or joyful at the very least. This gift of life was made possible for you, and now your purpose is to make it possible for others too. If you want to go further than this, you can do so. You will contribute and grow. There is nothing you can do about it. The level of it may differ, but in the end, it is all the same. Just the quality of your purpose differs. Some take a lot and some give a lot. Some are pleasant and some are unpleasant. Some accept their purpose and others deny it, but the purpose doesn't change. Your ultimate purpose can be defined by everything that love stands for. If you want to know your purpose more deeply, then go and study love. You may not like what you find when you do. Our ego nature only wants to love what benefits itself. Today we can choose to live on purpose in all that we say and do with our lives every day. Choose love over fear in all that you do, and as you grow spiritually, let go of your need to know, your need to be right, and other ego traps. In doing so, you will live a much happier life with far less drama and distraction around you. The story we tell ourselves is that we are separate and need to get ahead and survive at all costs. But we don't need to go anywhere. We don't need to be better than anyone, and we are not just surviving. Life has your back. There is no separation in reality. We are not separate from each other, and we can prove that statement as much as spiritual proof is provable. God, the creator of all things, is not subject to time and space. Scientists believe that although the Big Bang happened 14 billion years ago, that the universe may have always existed, or at least close to whatever infinity is in space and time. So God is at least that old and is clearly not subject to space and time. We have tiny exposures on both of these timelines. If we take away time, you will see that you were once part of your mother's womb, just like the babies in the story above. You were also part of your grandmother once, and on the story goes. Going back far enough, you will see that you're not really separate from anyone. Stages of spiritual awakening. These stages of spiritual awakening are the rhythm of the universe and act as pointers to see where you are on your journey towards sacred self. They are a measure, a roadmap from lower to higher that get you where you need to be to find your authentic sacred self. A guideline to these stages are outlined here to develop a vision for your purpose and to help you see a few things. But you don't need to spend too much time on these things. The stages are simple. We are at first locked behind a veil of ignorance. We then come to see that there is a path and order that supersedes what we may have thought was just random chaos. Then we realize that the path is to enlightenment and oneness without separation. We are all one, and there is no time and there is no space either, as we see everything is connected and timeless. That's about it in a nutshell. We're all the same. We're all being done by life just as much as we think we are living life. There are stages or seasons we will go through in many different forms, and importantly, there is synchronicity to life that you can notice through using your contemplative intelligence. The 7 pathways to sacred self. Pathway 1, self-regulation. If you are not able to control your impulses by approximately 20 years old or early adulthood, the probability of you suffering the effects of insurgents is extremely high. The likelihood of you becoming anxious, depressed, or neurotic are off the charts, generally speaking. Regulating the self is a missing art in people today of all ages, starting at a young age. Self-regulation as a concept is only about 150 years old. We are not taught how to regulate ourselves, and these consequences will eventually explode on us, as they are pretty much all over the world. What is very important is that successful self-regulation is heavily based on developing empathy, which we will discuss in a moment. Self-love is mindful self-regulation. Self-regulation is rooted in the hypothalamus, a very old part of the brain. a reptilian brain, laden with alarm systems that constantly monitor for danger. Our brains kindle the alarm system, as it is called, and go into F9, fight, flight, freeze responses in an instant. Without using our prefrontal cortex, areas of the mind, and keeping them mindful rather than mindless, we become creatures of impulse. We revert into a reptilian brain as easily as it is to say, boo. Shutting down our thinking or contemplative intelligence is a chemical event in the brain and can be countered with self-regulation techniques. We can learn not to be reactive with mindfulness and an awareness of knowing when to regulate. Pause for that second thought and you are self-regulating. You are regulating yourself. In other words, one is the mind, one is the manager. Mind yoga exercises of just 1 minute long, a couple of times a day, can train your brain to be less reactive, make us less hyper, and more regular in general. Taking deep breaths, naming emotions, and showing up for yourself compassionately self-regulate immediately. This relationship between higher and lower self is what CQ is all about. It is about knowing yourself. One part of us needs to lead to the other part and regulate it. So if someone says, I need to regulate myself more, you can see clearly that there are two people in that thinking. The I, and then there is the person who needs to be regulated. There are always at least two sides to every story, including the stories of who we are as people. We need to show up for ourselves to regulate the ego. The upstairs of the brain needs to regulate the lower parts of the brain where your ego-insurgents live. To do this, you almost need the ability to see with a third eye. Daily practice of self-regulation will ensure that when life's challenges come, and they will, that you are equipped in advance with the ways and means to sort yourself out. Keeping calm in the midst of calamity is a superpower indeed, and it can save lives. We can learn to regulate our emotions, our bodies, and our brainwaves. We can even regulate the size of certain parts of our brains just by using our breath and activating different chemicals in different brain regions. The power really is in our hands to regulate our machinery. So let us learn how to do it daily. We will always fall back onto our foundational ways of thinking when urgency is activated. The kind of thinking that the mind can rely on us to get out of trouble fast. So we need to be sure that the work we do on regulation runs deep into our bones, so to speak. What we do consciously will eventually become the new subconscious actions we take. Successful people have strong regulation skills that work in executive function areas of the brain's chief executive officer, if you will, that returns our emotions to a baseline standard when they need to. 3 of these functions are used to manage attention, thoughts, emotions, and behaviors that are learned. Managing emotions is necessary for highly functioning beings, and regulation skills we can learn act as first aid tools for the brain. So self-regulation through CQ is learning which emotions take priority, when and how. Remember, we don't ever want to suppress emotions. Self-regulation has nothing to do with that. It is about the awareness of what is really going on. You need to know your survival responses and understand when your insurgents have been activated by the brain's adrenals. First, the 3 masters, then the ego-insurgents. Understand that regulation is an all-in project of self-actualization. It is not just about regulating emotions, as most people think. It is also about short and long-term regulation strategies. You could stay in a relationship way too long and cause yourself unnecessary suffering, or leave too early and not give it the shot that the relationship deserved. This simple process can be regulated, creating intentions, rules, and hierarchies for yourself to follow. Checklist-style systems to check you're staying on the path you want for your life. Without regulation, we quickly become lost, distracted, and sometimes we even do the things we don't want to do over and over again. pathway to love. The most powerful force and energy in the universe is love. Everything is made with love and therefore has the capacity for love. If this wasn't so, love would have died out long ago. Self-love shifts come about when we begin to listen to that inner voice and intuition. You listen to your heart because deep down, no one knows what is better for you than you do. That is, if you're able to feel the feelings, to sense your own soul. It has been said that all we need to do to prosper in life is to have faith, hope, and love. Love being the most powerful of these three giants. Love is knowing I am everything, and between the two, my life moves. Once you realize that the road is the goal, and that you are always on the road, not to reach the goal, but to enjoy its beauty and its wisdom, life ceases to task and becomes natural and simple in itself in ecstasy. Love says, I am everything. Nisargadatta Maharaj. Otherly or brotherly love is a much harder task to accomplish. Love thy neighbor is no easy task when your neighbor may look, think, and act differently to you. They may believe different things, eat different foods, and have social and cultural differences that may secretly make your skin crawl. Loving thy neighbor is a major part of spirituality in the world. It's a great big mix of every kind of person and personality type that you could imagine. The only way to get this right is to go above ourselves and our own thinking. We are judgmental creatures of prejudice and habit when left unchecked. We have a tendency to get highly irritated by the things other people do, especially when we may have a subconscious dislike of being reminded of our own dark behaviors. The judge-insurgent reigns supreme and is the harshest of all insurgents. When the Bible says, judge not, that ye not be judged, it means that if you judge the reality of others, you will be unable to avoid judging your own realities. Judging is not love. Understanding love from an earthly and divine perspective is something the brain cannot do too well. The heart is required for its comprehension. Love is within us, but far beyond us as well. It resides, of course, in all things. What we do know is that love, or Ananda consciousness, always conquers, and love always remains as the most powerful force in the universe. It connects, inspires, and forgives. No matter what I say, what I believe, and what I do, I am bankrupt without love. Our natural state of being is to bask in love. It is who you are at your core. Pure divine love is what you really are. Love is the greatest paradox in a world so caught up in hurting the other. War, greed, violence, and hate all stem from a total ignorance as to what love really is. The Nazis loved each other and their families. Did they not? They just could not develop a capacity to love their neighbor's uniqueness. This is something we can learn from today, and it is how St. Paul said that we can begin to understand love. He said there were only three things that will last: faith, hope, and love. Three things in an entire universe over millennia, we may think. If we contemplate this, he may just be right. Love never gives up. Love cares more for others than for self. Love doesn't want what it doesn't have. Love doesn't strut, doesn't have a swelled head, doesn't force itself on others, isn't always me first, doesn't fly off the handle, doesn't keep score of the sin of others, doesn't revel when others grovel, takes pleasure in the flowering of truth, puts up with anything, trusts God always looks for the best, never looks back, but keeps going to the end. Love never dies. Daring to love in an imperfect world takes courage and is a sacred quest. Love is your deepest identity. Be curious and take an interest in other people, animals, and nature. Love the world with deepening affection as much as you love the skin you're in. Love is the most potent pathway back to sacred self that there is. You can be in any kind of hell and disorder. You can have been there for most of your life. But if you find love, you will conquer it and find your way home. Love is nothing more than to love and to contemplate. Alan Macon. If you give all your possessions away, but don't have any love, it'll do you no good. If we give anything material away, we can expect some sort of decrease in money or material things. Spiritual gifts are the opposite. They increase as you practice them. They have an abundance nature that attracts more. What a great paradox. Love is a holy mystery indeed. And scientifically speaking, love is all about letting go of fear. This is what contemplative intelligence helps us rise beyond. All fear. Love is growing within you. Is it not? Now think about that for a minute. If it's true, it may just be true everywhere, even to the very ends of the cosmos. Pathway 3, gratitude. You have made a major life decision, probably at 1 year old for the first time, and then every 7 years or so later on. You may have made this life decision without ever knowing it. You have judged the world, and one of two decisions arose from that decision. The two decisions are plain to see in other people after spending just a few minutes with them. 1, is the world a safe and caring and loving place with order and purpose? Or 2, is the world a malevolent, violent, and chaotic place? The answer you gave yourself may be shaping more of your perceptions than you could ever imagine. When we judge the world like this, that is how we judge everything. It is how we judge others and their actions. It is how we judge God, family, and even our own parents or children. The opposite of judgment is, of course, gratitude. If we can develop gratitude for this world and everything in it, we can benefit greatly from this outlook. Practicing gratitude has obvious benefits. People who regularly practice gratitude by taking time to notice and reflect upon the things they are thankful for experience more positive emotions, feel more alive, sleep better, express more compassion and kindness, and even have stronger immune systems. Gratitude is the opposite of your mind's best friend, judgment. Name 5 things you are grateful for as you wake up and before you go to sleep, and don't ever underestimate the power of gratitude and what it can do for you. Gratitude boosts well-being. If you recall the rush of positive feelings you experienced the last time you performed an act of kindness, you would likely agree that kindness feels good. This distinct sense of satisfaction, the warm glow or the helper's high that ignites the brain's reward system, is said to be among the drivers of pro-social behavior in humans. Kindness not only feels good, but also does us good. To begin with, connecting with others through kind deeds allows us to meet our basic psychological needs and relatedness for belonging. Performing acts of kindness can also increase life satisfaction, positive mood, and peer acceptance. It can stimulate the release of serotonin and oxytocin, which can increase trust, reduce fear and anxiety, and help us reach others' minds. Pathway 4. Presence. Contemplative practices are like doorways or portals that provide the bare attention of present moment transcendence, simple self-awareness that can allow you to mindfully be focused and aware of one's deeper thoughts and emotions. A contemplative practice helps you to awaken your inner observer. Aristotle said that contemplation is known both as the highest form of activity, and also it is the most continuous, because we are capable of continuous contemplation more so than we are aware of any other practical activity. So it is doing everything and nothing at the same time, and it is truly wonderful to experience it. The ability to observe without evaluating is the highest form of intelligence. Krishnamurti. Put on presence. Be the presence of love, compassion, peace, forgiveness, and possibility. Become a witness and don't get lost in a train of thoughts. Eckhart Tolle says that presence is what happens when we are no longer waiting for the next moment, believing that the next moment will be more fulfilling than this one. If people talk about a strong police presence, they're referring to the way that their presence is really felt at the time and place where they are situated. When we develop a strong sense of presence of ourselves, we start to show up for ourselves and cultivate our throat chakra, which is where we find our voice and are rarely heard when we need to be heard. A tall oak tree has incredible presence in a forest, and everything about it stands out in a forest full of trees. Presence is not something that we can force. Presence is experienced when we become contemplative. This is when we become aware of body, mind, and soul together. That's what most feelings do. They're the glue that holds the sum of our parts together. It mostly comes from an authentic place of knowing who you truly are, and then presenting that real, raw, and naked persona to the world. Who you are is divine by nature, and being truly yourself will start to attract others to what you have to say, even if it takes a little more time to be heard than louder people. When you are heard and seen, your presence will be felt and remembered. Shakespeare taught, "To thine own self be true." When you are fully immersed in presence, there's nothing to hide or make or keep hidden in the shadows. Being yourself, like that oak tree, who is 100% being that oak tree, will start to set you free from everything that hinders you, allowing yourself to be who you really are. Pathway 5, Empathy. Shift from judgment to gratitude. Appreciate the things you may normally overlook. It is very easy for us to slip into judgmental attitude that ends up with us feeling that what we have and do is never enough. Make a list of the things you are grateful for. The more you appreciate the blessings in your life, the more there will be to appreciate. Start the day with 5 things you will be grateful for. Try not to judge them, try not to judge yourself and even God, because it is not God who is judgmental, but our egos, which have a tendency to judge others as wrong or different or distrustful and malicious. Rather, judgment comes from our ego, which edges God out. Contemplative prayer is all about remaining silently and openly there in God's presence, and almost instantly rewires our brains to think with empathy, love, and compassion. Pathway 6, Courage. Courage is about having the ability to dare greatly and show up for yourself. It has nothing to do with people-pleasing and pleaser-insurgents. When we people-please and don't have the courage to be authentic, we oftentimes end up angry and resentful. Genuine curiosity about what we may have been unwilling to face. It is about showing up for yourself. It is about having the courage to be authentic. Sometimes even to live is an act of courage. Seneca. Coming out of denial, avoidance, and distraction and into the new. The evolution of your call to courage within you will help you get to know your potent ally that is your higher and sacred self. Develop the courage to take time to think things through before you go down a certain path. Exposing ourselves with honest vulnerability takes the kind of courage building that is life-changing. Having the courage to be yourself, nakedly open, without always wearing masks, is a key to living a successful life. Following your callings, giving up short-term pleasures for long-term enlightenment takes courage. Courage in Buddhism is all about seeing reality as it is, sans the fear and illusions that seemingly surround us wherever we see something new. So curiosity is courage too. Find meaning and purpose. We will show you how to do that right now. The world is misinformed that we must seek our purpose. No. Our purpose, as we have discussed, is all the same. Our purpose, your purpose, is a central part of everything else. We are all here to contribute to make the world a better place. Your job on earth is no less important than a queen's, a priest, a teacher's, or an astronaut's role in life. This is not a human-centric universe. We are a small part of a much larger, possibly infinite whole. Don't get lost trying to find your purpose and meaning in life. Recognize that we are all the same, and our purpose is the same. Have the courage to do that. We are meant to be light in a dark world, hopeful in hopeless times, wise when answers are needed, and loving when hate manifests itself. You need never be lost again. Love is the meaning of life. Your purpose is the very same as every Muslim, Christian, Jew, and believer, to become more conscious and awaken yourself. So in turn, you can awaken others who may be sleeping. Never doubt the importance of your life purpose, as it is a divine mandate from a loving and all-inclusive universe that has chosen you to be the light that darkness has not yet understood. To work on developing our courage is something we can actually work on daily. We are not courageous, but become courageous. Do something that scares you. FEAR avoidance brings 10,000 times more suffering. Face your fears that are only presented as imagery in your mind, knowing that you are always okay. Maybe not ecstatic, but at the very least okay. We're always suffering our thoughts of the future and creating states of mind that do not actually exist. Even though they do not. So we are suffering the ghosts in our heads. A Course in Miracles states that fear creates a state that does not exist, and that it is perfect love that casts out fear. It is for this reason that the acronym for fear I like most for fear is false evidence appearing real. Remember that you are here to experience life and not avoid it. People who tend to want to experience life rather than avoid it have far, far greater rewards than those who are fearful in their minds. So remember that fear is a product of a hallucinatory mind. When you root yourself in reality, you will be able to sense that love that A Course in Miracles talks about. So next time you're afraid, affirm to yourself that perfect love casts out all fear, but only every time. Pathway 7. Connection. Communication is merely an exchange of information, but connection is an exchange of our humanity. Sean Stevenson. Connecting with Source, Self, and others is another key pathway back to finding your sacred self. Spend time in nature. Stop to contemplate the birds flying by or people playing with their dogs in a park. Sharing is connection. Leave a kind note or $1. Love and be loved. Practice listening and connecting. Practice you are just like that. When others irritate you with their remarks, even their erratic driving or insensitivity at times, practice you are just like that. Remember, we are all just like that sometimes. We are highly emotional beings and everyone is on a unique level of transformation. So always do what you do to be transformation itself. Go above the form or the situation. Our sense of disconnection is only an illusion. Nothing can stop the flow of divine love. Most people come in for treatment at our center with a deep feeling of disconnection because of these beliefs that they have often disconnected from the world as a whole, their own family and friends too. It created a deep feeling of rejection and abandonment that has been built upon by fear. The devil, if there was one, is fear itself. It is a deception that is not real. Even though it looks real, at times it is not. Only love remains. People see that as they start to connect with others in nature again, they slow down and give themselves times to reconnect, heal, and nurture all aspects of self. Oftentimes it is like witnessing a miracle, seeing the dramatic, almost overnight changes in people who are chronically depressed and burnt out or addicted. Once they connect with nature and even their own true feelings and other people around them, they spontaneously start to heal. It is nothing profoundly clever or medically masterminded. The science of connection has been studied too. Everything from PTSD, rheumatoid arthritis, and lung function have been known and measured to improve when people connect, share, and communicate with others. And it happens as quickly as I've suggested here. DMCs, or deep meaningful conversations, are a great way to connect for everyone. Connection need not be complicated, and it is something that we can do every day. We allow nature to nurture a deep sense of connection. The psychology of connection heals the lives of alcoholics, the ego-driven, and the self or mentally obsessed as well. It is quite incredible to see. Know that when you connect to self, other, and God through nature and noticing, things will immediately start to get better for you if you're in a place of suffering. We cultivate love when we allow our most vulnerable and powerful selves to be deeply seen and known, and when we honor the spiritual connection that grows from that offering with trust, respect, kindness, and affection. Love is not something we give or get. It is something we nurture and grow, a connection that can be cultivated between two people when it exists within each one of them. We can only love others as much as we love ourselves. Brené Brown. What we can understand from the 7 pathways is that they are all transforming you. Love is doing its job, just like courage and connection are. They are all guiding you somewhere, guiding you to a place where your intelligence or IQ is not enough to comprehend it, where your EQ is a pathway and not a destination. CQ allows us to be able to see what the eyes cannot see. It is the unspoken language of the heart, a language that life teaches us. Beyond personality. So here it is. Robert Frost would say that 2 roads have diverged in a wood, and you have taken the less traveled route. Keeping steady-footed along the road less traveled is no easy task. Much like life, in fact, it is difficult. Being multidimensional and multifaceted beings that are part of human and part spiritual beings must be held together with something stronger than duct tape. Although the tape may be necessary at times. We are what we practice. We become what we think. We do what we allow to grow in our minds, and whatever part of ourselves we feed will be the part that grows. Life and death are laid out on red carpets in front of us every day of our short lives. We need to develop the innate intelligence to know which one we should tread upon. We have many thoughts running rampant through us every single day. There are people, places, things, conversations, and situations to deal with at every turn. The task we are beset may seem overwhelming to some, even most perhaps, but I'm here to tell you today that there is no such thing as fear or overwhelm. Even darkness itself is not real and contains just as many light particles as light does. Light, the darkness, has not understood it. As a light worker yourself that is awakened to reality as it is, your task now is the same as the universe's task, and it carries the same weight and responsibility. We must cast out the fear, the overwhelm, and the darkness. First, we remove it from ourselves, and then we help take it out of others. Be of help not by giving advice or suggestions that may or may not be wanted, but by being and acting from a place where they are able to recognize their sacred self from that mirror image that you reflect onto them. This is our sacred quest today, tomorrow, and always. We are to be the answer to problems that don't even exist. We make problems, then we solve them. So if we stop the former, we can stay open, stay solving, and keep evolving. The mystery of space and time and love and life will never be solved, but they can be transcended. The journey of contemplative intelligence, the samsara of all of it that we have undertaken here, is not about information or answers. It is about going above self, dying to self, and living from a profound place of surrender to reality. No insurgents and ego defense is necessary. They are outdated and overused. The world has always needed change, yet nothing has really changed. History will show us proof of this. So then in the end, we are left to do one thing, to go above it all. That is why we are both spiritual and human. One is lower, the other higher. One is asleep while the other is awake. To know this is divine intelligence. Perhaps that's another subject in itself. For now, we can use our contemplative intelligence to transcend the ordinary, going above the animal that is the body and mind. This is spirituality. And it is so simple. It is strikingly beautiful in itself. Power, money, knowledge, force, false pride and ego, and the idea of more, all avail us of nothing at all. This is the trickster that leaves us terrified, hopeless and lost in a nightmare of chaos and disorder. And it can appear so real, just like it is happening to you. And it may even be hard for one to tell the difference between what is real and what is fantasy after a while. Despondency and despair can appear as real. Mannequins to mystics. God became man so that men might become God. C.S. Lewis. Contemplative intelligence is something that needs the whole faculty of you to comprehend, not just a mind. It is no wonder our minds are broken today, more so than any other time in history. It is perhaps because we are using them incorrectly. We are using them with empathy, and our emotions barely know how we feel, let alone other people. Contemplative intelligence begs you to gently and silently, even amidst the storms in life, hear its homeward call. It asks you to awaken to reality. This is no easy task. We have seen it to believe it all our lives. And then one day, through a dark night or two, we realize the tremendous depth of our emotions, our values, and our needs as human beings having that spiritual experience. Whether we answer this call or not is everyone's choice. Some do it early in life, others later. Some need a few weeks of dark nights, while others may need only one or two. The frustration that so many of us feel is that we are not getting there, that we are not getting answers to the questions life throws at us. And we would be right to sit with those frustrations. The only way we get there is through what contemplative intelligence teaches you. You all are already there. You access the connection, the courage, and the love through practice, so that the flesh and spirit in you become one. You can only understand a universe by being universal. Thinking your thinking is going to get you there is egocentric folly and frivolousness. Dark nights of the soul have peaked like waves in an ocean storm. We think that rowing harder will help, but we are tethered to the harbor by a rope and are going nowhere. There is, after all, nowhere to go, and we all know that. Some of us call it death and others a journey. Although we have many teachers of the 7 pathways back to sacred self, there's no greater teacher of contemplative intelligence than Christ, who became a velveteen rabbit or a tin soldier that came alive to show the intelligent herds and crowds, the high and mighty, the religious and the naive, who they really were and who they really could be. So the work of God is finished. It is done. You and I and everyone else just have to walk through it. To do this, we are subject to space and time for a little while, so that we can do the walking. We are not really going anywhere, and there is nowhere to go if it is already finished. Discovering your sacred self sits peacefully in this knowing, and it surrenders itself to the process of all of it. A process of becoming real that is so simple, it dumbfounds and baffles the greatest minds that have ever lived. I want to know how God thinks. Everything else is poor translation. Albert Einstein. Being asleep and not operating from your highest self is like being a mannequin. You look like the real thing, and from a distance, no one could tell the difference from a mannequin or a mystic. The truth is, mannequins are hollow and rigid and unbending. You can dress them up as priests and presidents, rabbis or emperors, yet they are incapable of real change, and although you look for divinity within it, it is nowhere there to be seen. So a mystic is someone who loves the words yes and maybe, and doesn't quite know what it means. Mystic is a person who seeks by contemplation and self-surrender to obtain unity with an absorption into the deity or the absolute, or who believes in the spiritual apprehension of truths that are well beyond the intellect. Can you see that contemplative intelligence includes the intellect, but is also far beyond it? It is a powerful life force that pushes you gently into the realm of the mystical and the unknown. It dares to go beyond all you think. Contemplatives and mystics are the same. They are one with everything that is. And I extend the invitation to become one of them today. No qualifications, rituals, rites, or passages necessary. When you become contemplative, you align your reality with the future pull of the 7 pathways. Live your life from that vantage point. You drop the ego a little more every day. Every time you practice divinity as a humble but awakened human being. Mystics know that everything is connected. They appreciate all life's forms. They don't rely on knowledge or socially acceptable norms. They are oftentimes round pegs in square holes, who have learned to tame their ego-insurgents in lieu of becoming more open to life and less afraid and fearful. Mystics don't give in to sudden urges and impulses and contemplate things with wisdom, not mere knowledge. Mystics know that even small decisions they make are part of a much greater plan. And finally, mystics know that love is real and fear is not, and always act from the former. Use your contemplative intelligence today to become a mystic. They don't only live in India or Tibet. Yes, it's a choice. Yes, it's that simple. No exclusivity, intelligence, or memberships of any sort required. Sacred identity. Your sacred self is your authentic and unconditioned self. It is the part of you that is utterly beyond personality and its formation. It is the whole of you that is not subject to habits and patterns and distortions. Consciousness is more than the mind. If you cannot see this, contemplative intelligence is not yet for you. Many people still believe in the mind to get there, something I understand as self-will and ego running riot. The Upanishads in Hinduism remind us that one God is hidden in all living things, and Jesus said, "The kingdom of God is within you." The sacred self is hidden within you, and contemplative intelligence helps reveal this hidden part of the divine self. It helps you access what is. It doesn't send you on a journey. The Israelites went on a 40-year journey to find a promised land that was only a 10-day trip. They were looking for their sacred self. Your very being is Sat, Chit, Ananda, eternal existence, pure consciousness, supreme bliss. For it is in God that we live and move and have our being. Get in touch with the truth of your being every day. Live consciously and mindfully. Let go of all worldly cares and concerns and simply experience the bliss of being you. The perennial philosophy explains to us in 4 parts what a spiritual awakening to the spiritual self of ours really looks like. First, there is a call to reality of God, Brahman, Allah, Tao, I am, whichever name you choose. Third, it explains that our suffering comes from identifying with the small self. And lastly, that peace is naturally the cure for this problem we experience. It is the problem of low CQ. Every great sage, mystic, guru, rabbi, and prophet has taught this truth at their time of existence in history. Yet, few had the intelligence to understand them. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. Isaiah. To live from a place where sacred self calls the shots, you will need to rise above, transcend the lower self. This can easily be identified by its need to separate and judge and disavow. Its favorite word is no. It always believes it knows right, and it thrives on creating dualistic and egoic formulations about anything and everything. Who are you without your story? Who are you without your story? How would you feel if you did not think about the things that hurt you, that have caused you so much pain and trauma in your life? Healing rarely comes when we accept the past just as it was and somehow learn to move on with a new frame of personal and worldly reference to work from. When people drop their stories, they also drop their low self-esteem. More accurately, perhaps, they rise above it. Transformation is about rising above your personality. Introverts become extroverts. We've seen it happen again and again. How often have people had a near-death experience or accident or suffered some tragedy that instantly changed their lives? Deep emotional shifts can and do happen in an instant. If we are believing a storyline, such as life has given me lemons and always will, or I am destined to never change, to work in an office all my life, or stay in a marriage I hate for the sake of the kids. These are all stories that many people have to wake up to affect real change in their lives. We more often than not don't know what our storylines are. They have become so ingrained and entrenched in us that we literally run on habitual autopilot. We all have a story, and we're all great storytellers. Your personality is a story. You might consider yours a good or bad story. You might say it's been mostly joyful or tragic. You might feel it's been exciting and eventful, or maybe not so much. Either way, you have one, and you identify with it. You think this is who you are, the accumulation of these tales you tell yourself and others. You recreate them in your imagination to organize a logical connection in time between your past and present circumstances. Stories change, and so do people. Can you cage your personality? Think deeply, because we believe the answer is a resounding yes. You can have an addictive personality type. You cannot like social situations or adventures. You may shy away from crowds or suffer anxiety. You may have coped with depression all your life, and so many people do. But these things can all be dropped off and discarded. You can heal your life. We know this because we see it happen every day at our center. Your personality is a story. The worst part of dealing with mental health issues is the fact that people wait for a rock bottom before they get up. They do more preventative maintenance on their cars than themselves. It is a shame that we live like this. We spend little money or no time or no money on mental health. Many psychologists remark how people who have suffered decades of depression expect to be healed in a single session or two. Others expect mental health help for free. It is just the way we are hardwired. One of the busiest drug rehab centers in the country says they field almost 100 calls a day from people expecting free or government treatment for themselves or children. Some are very wealthy people, children who they put through private schools with the best sports equipment and high monthly allowances, yet not a cent on mental health until the crash of bottom. Bottoming out is a self-esteem issue amongst other things. The point is that until we realize what's most important in life, most valuable, we will not take care of those first things. Personality can change. Contemplative intelligence takes us beyond the personality. The once accepted idea that an individual's personality is set in stone is, changing. You read about this twin research where these people who have been raised apart have remarkable similarities, said Carol Dweck, a psychologist at Stanford University. They marry women with the same name. They name their dog the same thing. They both build little ships that fit into a bottle, and they show up in their reunion wearing almost identical clothing. She added, the implication there is that it's all programmed in, that personality is permanently stamped into our genes. The static character research is typically based on a definition of personality comprising 5 features called the 5-factor model, including openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. While these factors are important to a person's character, Dweck argues they aren't the definitive word, and results generated from the model could be missing, subtle, yet critical aspects of personality. The Omega Point. The omega point is where everything spirals to a point of unification beyond or on the edge of time itself. The chap who detailed the omega point, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, his theory is that evolution does not end with mankind and Earth's biosphere, which evolved before humans existed. He described evolution as a progress that begins with inanimate matter to a future state of divine consciousness. Contemplative intelligence is the part of our body's hardware and software that brings us closer to this divine consciousness. Are you going to arrive at a finishing line? Are you going to die? Will you just disappear into nothingness? Clearly not. Stillness may be more alive than any notion of death. We started this book with science and moved through to spirituality. Although both are the same, the language used and the frames of references differ. I am confident that all of life can be explained in the brain, with its labyrinths and quadrants and divides, with one part doing this and another doing that. The real question is, why are we explaining it all? To whom are we explaining it all? We are explaining it to ourselves, which is as wonderful as it is weird. You go out into the world every day and get more explanations. You get them. They are there all along, but you did not see them or understand them before. Tomorrow, you will learn something new. And the weeks and years after that, what is around you, including yourself, will be understood better by you than it is understood today. Things become thoughts that are analyzed with your intelligence, and when you go above all of these processes, contemplative intelligence emerges, most often slowly, and sometimes as fast as one could say, miracle. CQ takes you from the linear to the straight to the dimensional, the physical to the spiritual. We can be reminded that change from beta into alpha is when we calm and focus with CQ. Those are just brainwaves, the zeros and ones of the mind's binary system. Alpha preserves energy. Beta activates it. It is you who can control the autonomous within you. You are the captain of the starship, Enterprise's captain. Revelations. It's dark because you are trying too hard. Lightly, child, lightly. Learn to do everything lightly. Yes, feel lightly, even though you're feeling deeply. Just lightly let things happen and lightly cope with them. I was so preposterously serious in those days. Lightly, lightly. It's the best advice ever given to me. So throw away your baggage and go forward slowly. There are quicksands all about you, sucking at your feet, trying to suck you down into fear and self-pity and despair. That's why you must walk so lightly. Lightly, my darling. Aldous Huxley, Island. The quicksand is our ego-insurgents. Ego has nothing to do with transformation or the life you really want to build. Build a life that is open to what is and unattached to right or wrong, because both of these are necessary. Both right and wrong are making us who we are becoming. Whenever you are distressed or stuck or anxious, let it just be a sign that there is work to do. This work is the work, and it will restore you to a state of serenity. All you have to do is accept what is as it is. Accepting yourself for who you are is self-love. Once that love is developed, there will be an overflow. Then you can give the excess love away. Remember, you can't give away what you don't have. So walk lightly and don't try too hard. It is all happening for you. What's going to happen tomorrow? Nothing and everything. Nothing new will happen, although more will be revealed to you. A Genesis is a beginning and a revelation is the only end. Liminal spaces will lead you from one omega point to another. In CQ, we believe in divine order amidst the chaos, which is ordered and reordered too. If there are no accidents in this world, then everything is on purpose. What is it, that sweet voice inside, that incites you to fear? Now is the time for the world to know that every thought and action is sacred. This is the time. for you to deeply compute the impossibility that there is anything but grace. Now is the season to know that everything you do is sacred. Hafiz. Epilogue, a revelation of the Genesis journey. To go back to the beginning is a wise decision for you to make if you are now not coping. If life is not working for you, go back to the beginning and take another look. You don't need to change anything. You don't even need to change yourself. All you need to do is see the world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wildflower. Today we have started to understand that we need to relook at everything entirely in life from a present moment perspective. At some point in our lives, there will come a time when we need to be born again to life. Our first birth is only where it started. It is incredible how everything in the world and the universe has two parts to it, including ourselves. Our task in this life is to emerge from the physical into the spiritual, from form to no form, from the egoic to the divine that is within us all, but is only deeply known later in life. We are born operating almost entirely from the physical. We then become more psychological and emotional when the body allows. Then, when the mind and emotions allow, we become more spiritual. No one knows exactly what our spiritual selves entail. We don't know where they come from or where they go, but we know they are there. Eventually, that is, because it takes time to get still enough and equipped enough to comprehend its presence. One thing we do know in the first half of life is that we are not capable of bearing the burden of being an emotional being. We learn that capability. We master self-regulation only when we are ready. Perhaps you know adult children today. They are a good example of emergence and non-emergence of a higher self. These people have not let go of childhood. They are getting their pleasure from acting and behaving like children because that's how they got what they wanted as a child. Growing up is as much neurological as it is physical, spiritual, and emotional. Contemplation is seeing this reality exactly the way it is. That is why we teach people how to practice contemplation. We don't see things as they are, but rather we see them as we want to see them. When we change the way we look at things, the things we look at change. So contemplation is really about being able to see things exactly the way they are, in their true nature, without our personality, without our ego defense mechanisms, without clouded judgment. We can see and then appreciate life exactly the way it is. What many people fail to realize as mature adults is that the world is a good place. They watch the news. They hear negative stories all day. They start to believe that it's a bad morning, even when people tell them it is a good morning all morning long. They don't want to hear it. They have already been believing that it is a bad morning. This becomes their reality. At the center, we get many people who come in and do not even realize the state of themselves or others all over the world. They see it all as bad. And what you see through the stained glass windows of the soul, or show your eyes, is what you experience on the inside. As you see, so shall you be. So what we see with our eyes is all based on perception. You must understand this. You must constantly start to re-question what you believe from a present moment perspective. This is a daily practice, and it is called self-regulation. Self-regulation is the future of medicine and mindfulness. It is something that should be practiced at school level first. It should be taught to our children, who are more confused as young adults than any young adults have been before in the history of time. They are depressed. They believe what they hear their parents saying. They believe what they hear their teachers say. By the time we are adults, we have very little chance at being positive. We're always looking for danger. This is why most people are running on survival mind. They are running around the world like monkeys and calling it success. People glorify busy, working 17 hours a day on things that do not really matter. Yes, we are going backwards in many ways, but we do not realize it. We think we are going forwards at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but people are sick, angry, lonely, and depressed. They are confused as they are not becoming happy after being busy, not happy at all. They're becoming depressed. They're becoming disillusioned at what they see in the world and what they see and feel in their hearts. And over time, they cannot tell the difference between a truth and a lie. This is where contemplation comes in. It helps people see it exactly the way it is. It is about seeing and believing what is. If I tell you that life is good, you may start to argue and formulate a list of how many things are negative and wrong in the world. But I can tell you now, with a little bit of contemplation and a little bit of time, that you will see one day the world is a good place. You will see that the book of Genesis was right. In the book of Genesis, you will see what God said to you in the very beginning of time. He says it was good 5 times in very few sentences in the beginning of the Bible. People say they don't believe the Bible anymore. They don't like to believe the world is good anymore. All they need to do is read the first few lines of the Torah to understand what life is really about. It says it plainly and as clearly as daylight. God said that the light was good. Can you see that? In the beginning, God named water ocean. God saw that it was good. So you feel this? God made fruit-bearing trees of all sorts. God saw that it was good. Do you see this when you see fruit-bearing trees? God made light and dark and saw that it was good. God made every kind of species of flying bird and saw that it was good. God made cattle of every kind and every sort of reptile and bug you can imagine and saw that it was good. Do you see this? It is important for you to know what you see or don't see, especially if his life is not working out for you as you want it to. On the last of these first days, God looked over everything he made. It was so good, so very good. And that was written down as day 6. Now it is 14 billion years or 14 billion giga-annum later, as they say in science, and you have forgotten the very nature of life. In this course in contemplative intelligence, we have learned a lot about the fullness of life, as well as the breadth and depth of you as an evolving person beyond the persona. Through deep and profound thought and focus on one side, coupled with stillness and peaceful rest on the other, we can begin to see further than the eye can behold. In other words, through the practice of contemplation, we can see more clearly, love more dearly, and essentially get to the real and raw reality as it exists beyond the busy musings of a ceaseless mind. In part 1, we developed awareness of the mind's operating system, complete with our master insurgents and their corresponding ego-insurgents. They helped us to understand that they are necessary for a time of survival, but soon enough we become aware that they start to hold us back. That's what fear does. It avoids and hides. When love comes along, our emotional intelligence thankfully supersedes the thinking we have done all our lives. It opens us up to a new world of uncertainty and vulnerability, where we can be more ourselves, living up to our values and true innate characters. This awareness moves us from IQ to EQ. In a world where over 80% of the world are spending most of their lives on things that don't matter, we start to realize that both IQ and EQ are not enough to make it matter. We suffer regret and loss when we finally realize that life was about much more than what we had accumulated and fought for. Most of us do this work in the final years or even minutes of our lives as our consciousness realizes the deeper meaning of life. That moment, that flowering and opening of consciousness, is a glimpse at our CQ. Life is not only stranger than you think, it is stranger than you can think. Body, mind, and soul together are powerful. Add these 3 aspects to self, to others, and to God, and they become profoundly more powerful. So separateness disappears and the word universal and all it represents comes alive. It is this process of adding and then transcending that is what we call contemplative intelligence. Like an atom and everything else that comes from it, it has at least 3 parts, just like you do. The ability to add and include has never been done before in the history of time. However, today things are changing as we move beyond the monkey in the mind, and our true selves continue to emerge. We are profoundly loving, kind, and wise when we remove the idea that life is all about survival. When we become aware, then accept the unknown, having removed defenses and ego, and then embrace it with natural action that comes from these, we have a winning formula. We discover that water, which is the basis of all life, comes in at least 3 different forms of solid, liquid, and gas, and this formula is in everything else too. We have IQ, EQ, and CQ. We have body, mind, and soul. We have self, other, and God. The golden 3, awareness, acceptance, and action. To go back to the beginning is a wise decision for you to make if you are not coping. If life is not working for you, go back to the beginning and take another look. You don't need to change anything. You don't even need to change yourself. All you need to do is see the world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wildflower. All you need to do is see how good life is. Learn out of contemplation, and you will change the way you look at things, and then you are guaranteed that the things you look at will change. The best I can leave you with are but a few simple truths. First is that it is all finished, and all you have to do is walk through it all. Walk through each day or problem with the knowledge and firm belief that it is finished, and that our only action that we are required to carry out is to walk through it. The truth will set you free. Half-truths are an absolute and complete waste of time. The truth always wills out. Flow with truth and time and make it a habit and a way of life. Catch yourself in non-truth and fix it wherever you can. Breathe in the best of life and observe as well as immerse yourself in all of it. Many, many blessings to the light in you, which is who I am also. Namaskaram.